Shit wigging out. Who got her? She over there? I don't see her over there, bro. Oh, my shit leaning. Hold on, yo. Yeah, I don't know if she actually watching it though. She probably just over there and put her phone down or something. I'm trying. She not responding to the comments. She probably sleep. Let me share. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think she paying attention to her phone, bro. Didn't you get banned on this account?
Huh?
No.
Say what?
Didn't you get banned on this account?
Yeah, they keep on acting dumb. They probably know that they just fucking with me.
Mm. Port, where you at?
Cause I ain't saying nothing.
Are you driving or are you at the house?
Was it this? Was it Mofax 2 or 1?
No, I think it was this one. Fanta, you
Let
need
me
to
see.
come up, bro. All right.
Hold on.
Yeah, he trying to figure out which one got banned. Yeah, somebody go over there and get artists out his live. Is it later? You just asked me that like 15 minutes ago. At 6 o'clock. Oh, well, it is 6. Okay, at 7:30, I'll put you in. Oh, I didn't know it was that late. Oh,
Oh, they unbanned me in minutes. That's crazy. They all working.
yeah, but see, they unban you, but they don't unban the fucking law. Let me go check.
Damn. I'm still switching.
Nope, it's still blocked.
Yo, I'm gonna tag y'all. That's me. You heard?
What you say?
I said I tagged y'all. That's me.
Oh,
I took your advice. I ain't gonna say it, but
he said, his son, child of the son snitching. That nigga snitching. He said, artists over there loving them scuba shit. You got to be careful with Hebrew. That boy is slick. That's why
yeah,
I stay on his. I stay right at his jugular. Don't play. You got to stay on his jug because when that Abrahamic religion knows, like they talk slick, that shit'll get you juiced up.
Now, I think she's asleep.
You be feeling it. You got to snap out of it like, oh wait, wait, bro, hold up, wait. African power, that's cool, but that shit fake, bro. Stop. I don't fuck with none of that juju shit. No disrespect. I'm just saying, like, fuck that. Mm-hmm. I don't know. They just be thinking like, well, if I could make it more black, I don't care what you make that shit. If it ain't here, I can't do nothing with it. Like it gotta be something. You breathe air, they be coming up with the corniest shit. You seen the breeze, didn't you? Well, you the fuck? I ain't seen no fucking breeze. I didn't even say no shit like that. But even if I did, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's what the fuck a breeze got to do with the creator of everything. Like that shit is weird. They be coming up with the dumbest shit. Do you know Abraham Lincoln? But you never seen him though. So how do you know that Jesus? Like, the Abraham Lincoln ain't walk on water. Fuck is we talking about? Right? I eat the sun. You know more facts. You need to eat the sun. We are the sun. They eat the eaters of the sun. I was like, do you mean I absorb it into my skin, my external brain? He's like, nah. You eat. Yeah, I'm trying to work with you, bro. You talking crazy. I'm outside jumping and biting, looking stupid. He ain't gonna give me the translation. Yeah, Hebrew, no. He know the drill. He been around this shit since the beginning, so he know you gonna have to
Right?
talk crazy.
Oh shit. That's a hunt. If that's the case.
Oh, he got the. Well, I don't know his face.
Wow. So, it's fake, huh?
All right, it's a 28% child of the sun. Well, you got to tell us. You got to tell us what his faith is, because I don't. I have no idea.
Who?
Hebrews.
They just think he God. That's all. He God and whatever. But
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
today was the first
I
time I
don't
heard him
think he
say,
thinks he's is Islamic.
"Nah." He said the Quran. I don't know why he said that, but today he said the Quran and the Bible. So he on some weird shit now.
Right?
Because they're both Abrahamic. He know the order of them. He's been taught the order.
Yeah, somebody gave him the respect the masters or something.
Right, and I know. That's why I don't, you know what I mean? That's why I don't do that no more. You know. He started veering off. I'm like, I ain't say that. I know I was thinking, nah, I ain't say that.
I've never heard him say anything about any women. So
He think the woman is God. That's a fact. From what I know of, black woman is God to him. So I ain't gonna tell that one. Not that one.
don't matter. He ain't gonna come over here. He got his live full. That's what he wanted. He wanted people to come in there. I'm telling you, every time he go live, be like 3 to 6 people in there. He can't get nobody to come up there and talk to him. Then we come over there and now he got people to talk to. So he good. He got like minded people who think like him.
Jubble jubble. Jubble jubble jubble.
So he say some strange shit about urinating in the cup and drinking it, and then they gonna leave. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that's coming.
I'm pretty sure that's on the way, huh?
The urine latte with the foam at the top. Hey, like what's this foam?
Oh man.
Hey,
Oh god.
it's cool though. I ain't knocking them. I just don't be doing it. He be all over the place. He can't stick to just one belief. He can't stick to the one topic. He have you all over the place. Like, huh? What? You got him. We said stick to the reptilian. Show us that, and he just went all over the place. I was like, yo, yeah, he on that. He hella on that new Wabi and shit. They almost got me too. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. They almost got everybody. Almost got me. All of them almost got me. The Hebrews almost got me. The Nuwapians almost got me. The Moors almost got me. Not the Mormons though. The
I
Mormons
was
never
fed
almost.
up at the time I got to that shit. They probably would have got me. But I was tired of all that. I'm like, man, this is some bullshit too. Everything was bullshit. I was like, fuck it.
Now they almost got me because of them jackal dogs. I don't know if you ever seen a Nuwapian block party. Boy, I saw that dog head. I was like, damn, I need that mask. The only way you can get that mask is you got to join us. Then I saw what was it? Was it Sharif Bey? And who was that? Brother Reggie. I was like, you know what? This sounds good. What it take? And the more I talk to them, the more I realize they can't stop talking about Dr. York. Like they idolize this man like he God. I was like, this is not for me. Come on, bro, don't be like that. We all don't think like that. So I said, so let me ask you a simple question. Do you believe that Dr. York did what he did to them kids? And they all said no. So I was like, yeah, I can't fuck with y'all. It was a definite no. I talked to like 8 of them. I talked to Alim Bey, Sharif Bey, what's the other dude's name? Taharka Bey. I talked to some of Dr. York's kids, and they all said, no, I'm gonna take that back. One of Dr. York's kids said that it's 50-50. He said he's not sure. He just wants his father out of jail. He said he's not gonna get into the politicals of it. He said his father could have did it. He said, or he couldn't. He could have done it, or he didn't do it. He said he's not getting into that. He just wants his father home. So I was like, so do you think? He said it's possible that he did touch them kids. He said a strong evidence toward him doing that to them kids. He said, but he's not going to come out and just say that he did it. So he was like, he said, if you get what I'm saying. I was like, all right, yeah, I see what you're saying. You just don't want to tell me that your father touched them kids, but you think your father touched them kids. I got it, bro.
Right.
Me and him still Facebook friends to this day. Like I think I got 3 of Dr. York's kids as my Facebook friends. Even the ones they had on Sinetta's TV show on his YouTube. I'm friends with them too. I asked them the same shit, but they don't sugarcoat it. Like, yep, he did that shit, bro. One of them, she don't say that. She ain't gonna admit to that shit. Yeah, man, it's strange, bro. That's why I wasn't buying when Thug was talking about he was a Pan African, he was a Moor, he
Mm-hmm.
was a New Wapi, and I was like, no, man, you made that shit up. You wasn't none of that shit.
I did
Because New
all that
Wapi,
shit.
they don't even sound like that, bro. If y'all ever talk to a New Wapi and y'all would know what I'm talking about, they don't sound like him. We are 36% child of the sun. Buck was supposed to have went live. Matter of fact, what is that dude's name? I'm gonna go get his name. Hold on, y'all. Because our friend requested dude.
He's that nigga said, "Beware of former believers in Yaju Judah who are no longer
All right, I
believers."
gotta go to Buck's message. Hold on.
Yaju Judah looked defeated though. Looked like he done.
Yeah,
He don't even act
I
like he
actually gotta
believe
go
that
to the
shit though.
search bar for his shit in.
Looks good.
Hold on.
Vanta.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. What's happening?
All right, I found them.
What's good? What's good?
What's cracking?
Everything, baby. He was up that motherfucker killing it. Vanta had like 300 slides on that motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I got hella slides now. All thanks to this. But yeah, I was getting into what we was talking about last time. You know, because that is true. A lot of even getting to out of Africa, we get into it, but they don't never really get into the actual tribes that or anything like that.
There you go, student. Anton LeVay. Work for Satan. That's who works for you.
Hello? Oh, okay. go somewhere else. I'm not gonna stay that long there. I don't trust the people. Oh, we'll live on that tomorrow if you don't work.
It's quiet.
I see some pineapples down there. What's that about? Hello. I'm trying to see who gonna take the oath. What do you say? What that nigga say? Yeah, I probably already blocked him. There you go. That boy gone.
Oh,
Oh, stupid.
Little presentation. Yeah. And my teaching. Teach. And I guess I get into some of the stuff I was looking into. I was looking into this study in which they're trying to figure out when the pygmies and so-called certain hunter-gatherer tribes separated from the agriculturalists or the pastoralists. They say anywhere from what science accepts is anywhere from 90,000 to 150,000 years ago is when groups such as the Kong or the San people. What it do? What's up?
oh, good. How
Uh, the pygmies that include the Biaka, the Baka, the Ife. Um, I think a couple other ones as well, and the Yoruba is the Yoruba is the tribe that they actually use in the study as far as the farmers. And they found out that the pygmies and the farmers split off once again anywhere from 90,000 to 150,000 years ago. But some people in the same article they theorize it might even go back further than that, anywhere from 200 to 300,000 years ago, which would mean, yeah, I know, bro. Yeah, I thought you said that before. Which would mean some of these populations are older than what they thought.
I'm glad you did that. And I want to correct myself because remember I was saying that it was the L1, not the L1, it's the R1.
Oh yeah. See, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The R one, because that's found in Africa, and I think that's found in Europe and America too. So okay, so it's R one. But yeah, the same thing happened with the Bushmen too, or the Kong. Yeah, because the Kong people they LO. Trying to see if I could pull up the article. But yeah, the pygmies they're mainly L1 and L2 consist of like the Bantu and all that. I might have to look at my little chart, but I know for sure the LO is with the Kong people or the Bushmen or the San people. Trying to see if I can pull it up. I'm trying to log into this computer. But yeah, they both dispersed and diverged from the Bantu speaking people and the Sudanic speaking tribes as well. I think I'm getting something with this. Hold on real quick, y'all.
Oh, we got 47 minutes. Yeah, when it get done downloading, I'm gonna play that shit.
What you about to play, bro?
That shit
Oh man, you
sound good.
missed it, bro.
Hey man, I've been working crazy, man.
Yeah, you were supposed to show up yesterday, give the presentation,
On what? What was I supposed to on?
the haplogroups and shit, the genetic markers, all that shit. It don't matter. We got to redo it because Mo got banned, so TikTok didn't let us download shit.
Which genetic markers?
It don't matter. Whatever he feel like playing with. We gotta
Yeah.
wait on Port City though.
Okay. Yeah, because I looked up. I think I seen some other things when they was talking. You talking about the Mayans or which group specifically?
Yeah,
Because I
bro,
seen
it don't matter.
search a lot of different things.
Whatever you feel like. You know, it's just it was the syndicate party, and we was debunking all the shit that all they talking points we were debunking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still reading a lot of it. Oh, the Mayans.
Give them that smoke.
Yeah, because I looked into when they was trying to say that. Clyde Winters was trying to say that there was an early presence in
That's
the
useless. That's
Mayan
he the
DNA.
only one that bring him up.
Yeah. That I mean, no, I've seen them a lot of times on on TikTok. Period. Brought up in the information. I saw it in the comic section. That's why I bring it up, and then I looked into it. But I've heard people bring it up a hella times before that. But I just was like, let me just look
Shout
at
to the
this.
sun. I tagged you in the video. I need you to go get that dude. Tell him to come to the live since he thinks that the Grand Canyon got pyramids in Egypt and the Grand Canyon. Tell him to come on up.
But I wasn't able to look into the R1 or the L1. Well, I was gonna see if the L1 was over here because that is related to the pygmy group. R1 that came, a little later.
Wow.
And also, I gotta look into it because I think the Bantu and the Nilotic people might be L1 too, but I don't want to misspeak. Though. I gotta put my little thing. But yeah, from what I was seeing, a lot of that stuff came from the conquistadors and all that. I forgot the dude's name. Not Juan Garrido. It was another dude too. It was it was a lot of them that came over here. But that's when they're saying that DNA came about from the one study that I saw.
Yeah, at you.
Uh oh.
Bro, it don't matter if we born. At least we're not spitting pseudo information like you do.
Man, he don't want to come to my live. I'll be reading to people, probably putting boys to sleep. I'm trying to pull this stuff up.
See, bro, you get on your live, you hit people with mythology because you like to talk about shit that ain't real and love you for it. Because I still stuck in mythology and religion. We don't do that shit over here, bro.
Man, that's funny. I can only see him in here because he got me blocked. Talking crazy about something being born. Yeah, I got all the little studies too on the whole that little 15G and genome DNA sequence stuff, but I ain't read it all the way yet.
Right?
But yeah,
This mind block everybody.
a little birdie.
No, bro, you're not ready. You said you had sacred geometry and you could pull it up. And as soon as I told you to pull it up, you just start freestyling because you ain't have no sacred geometry. You ain't got no documentation on sacred geometry being started in America, then went into Africa. You just bring up Palungion. That's your only source. We killed you yesterday, off with his head. And as soon as Port get on the live, we gonna spin the block and do it all over again.
He heard me saying that anyway about Adam's calendar when we had our little debate.
Right? He ain't heard of the Nubians, none of that shit until I brought that shit out. The connection between the Mayans and the Olmecs coming over there from China. I brought that shit out because he didn't know nothing about it because he don't like to research.
Pangea is Pan Africanism.
That's what Thought said. And W.E.B. Du Bois, man, get out of here, bro. You wasn't a Pan African saying no shit like that.
Oh yeah, I did find they found a stone tool that was similar to stone tools found in South Africa and South India that was 74,000 years old. That's one of the things that archaeologists use and also the Bombas cave paintings and other cave paintings, and the use of ochre to go along with migrations. I don't even know how they think they still winning when we keep bringing up Daryl Dusty Crawford, and they always bring up genealogy, even if they don't even believe in ancestry. He got the oldest ancestry. I mean genealogy in the Americas. A lot of people come in here and troll. You
I
don't know.
don't know. He talking about my hairline like his hairline ain't far from mine. What is he talking about?
Yeah, that joke was whack. Straight garbage juice. Don't come over here with them little weak jokes, dog. Let me pull
Yeah, he always talk about my looks. I don't care about that.
some. Man,
I
why you
just
so
want him to
worried
bring the
about you?
information, and he never bring the information. He talk about the same 4 slides. That's it.
Oh, you might be obsessed. Hey, dang. Never mind. Let me see if I can.
I'm on air, bro. You just as light as Eric Benet, bro. You ain't gotta take me serious. You can take the information that come out of my mouth serious. Because all the stuff you saying is pseudo, and we know where you got your information from. And we already broke that shit down last night. Okay? Go ahead in the trash. What'd he say? I'm not debating Yaju Jude. I called Yaju Jude out before I called Earth Speaks out, and he never showed up. I debunked all of them. I debunked Yaju Judah and all his followers.
What was my live about today? Oh no, I was getting into a lot of different theories and out of Africa and all that other and some of the DNA evidence that they brought forth and the migrations and getting into some of the divergence or different separation, like huge separation events that happened in Africa. Ah, yeah, yep. That's what shoot. I'll be up early. Bro, think people worried about numbers. Ah, yeah, it's all good. I'll be talking about it again. I can bring it up right now. Matter.
About to tag you, child. Hey, I just tagged some of y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna tag Odd in here too. I want him to come to the live. He thinking they got pyramids in Egypt. I mean, in the Grand Canyon. What else he say about this Sphinx found in Mexico, and he don't even understand what that is that he's talking about. Then he needs to come to the live so we can give him the give him that word. Y'all say the strangest shit, but when I call y'all out to come to the live, y'all don't come to the live to talk about the stuff that's coming out of your mouth. Y'all want to talk about other stuff. Just get into it. There's a war with these people. They're not telling y'all because it's them.
Trying to pull this study up.
I'm waiting for her speaks to say something strong.
Trying to see. Do.
Lorenzo, get your stuff out the microwave, son. What y'all want to talk about?
Was going to bring up this article, but cause I saw someone talking about the Campeche.
Yahweh. Oh, she's talking about natural. Okay. He ain't on no future shit. Y'all can see him. He on that mythical shit too, huh? Naturalism and Yahweh think all the mountains is trees. Yeah. Lorenzo, if you don't get that out my microwave,
Hmm.
This right here on the screen, y'all. This is the Labamba bone. This is the Labamba bone discovered in 1972 by researcher Peter Beaumont, dated at 35,000 BC, the oldest mathematical instrument ever found. This is the oldest mathematical instrument. So I don't know how mathematics starts over here, and this thing goes back 35,000 BC. So how? I don't understand that. And you research it, you'll find Peter Beaumont that was discovered in 1970 in the 1970s. So you have to prove that. That's the Labamba bone. You have to prove that. You have to prove mathematics over here.
This bad boy of focus.
I know Sutin did this one before, but just so y'all can see it again, there's Shango bone right here.
I did both of
Mm-hmm.
them.
Okay, okay. That's 20,000 years old.
Yeah.
20,000.
So I was just showing people this. This is one of the black conquistadors. I know y'all probably can barely see him. I can't increase this. Let me see if I can enlarge it. Do 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 do. Where's the magnification? That's not gonna work. But it's the dude holding the horse. That is Juan Cortez. Colonial sources attest that Juan Cortez, slave of the soldier Juan Cedeno, was the first African registered in New Spain. He was part of the military cons, consort, consortium led by the Hernan Cortez in 1519. So just showing proof about, when I'm bringing up the black conquistadors and stuff, because a lot of people, forget. Yeah, I know. I messed it up, but I got it at the end. So I thought this was really just getting into a colonial grave. I thought it was getting into a grave site that was older than that. Yeah, life and death and early colonial Campeche. New insights from ancient DNA. So yeah, but they did separate. For those who believe there is no separation or Africans didn't come over here. Let me roll down to the stats. The statistics. Yeah, it's a pretty long study. Dental morphology. Okay, I think I might have passed it up. Yeah, trying to find the different levels. Here we go. Oh, I gotta pull that back up, but I think it's L1, if I'm not mistaken. If not L2, they're either L1 or L2 for sure. But yeah, this is just a list of the early colonial gravesite that they had, and I'm just showing y'all that this because it's bringing up a difference in AME, which is American, AFR, which is African, EUR, which is European, and then they have the different haplogroups that they find, which help assign, which ethnic group or cultural group that they belong to. So small. Wish I knew how to expand this bad boy. What a little. There we go. I think that should be big enough. American, European, African. So just showing. And this was found at a early colonial site. Oh yeah, for sure. It's from Cambridge. It's for people who keep saying we aren't African. And that was an African haplogroup that was L3. Let me pull that up. African haplogroups real quick because I don't want to be mixing it up. Trying to get the same study that I had. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I gotta look this stuff up because I got it on my phone, but if I exit out I know my little internet gonna mess up. Region. Do, 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 do. What I think this might
It's not 7:30. You got 25 more minutes.
Yeah, I can't find that specific one, but yeah, some Bantu tribes are associated with L1, L1C with the Central African Bantus and also the Nilo-Saharan
Right.
populations.
Right. Nilo.
So yeah, trying to find that study on the pygmies. Yeah, this is what I was getting into earlier. This is the study that I was talking about earlier. Whole genome sequence analysis of Western Central African pygmy hunter gatherers reveal complex demographic history and identify candidate genes under positive natural selection. So this is what I was talking about, the divergence that took place a minute ago. I'm gonna show the two different estimates, but I might read this a little bit. So African pygmies practicing a mobile hunter-gatherer lifestyle are phenotypically and genetically diverged from other atomically modern humans, and they likely experience strong selective pressure due to their unique lifestyle in the Central African rainforest. To identify genomic targets of adaptation, we sequenced the genomes of four Bayaka pygmies from the Central African Republic and jointly analyzed these data with the genome sequences of three Baka pygmies from Cameroon and nine Yoruba farmers. To account for the complex demographic history of these populations that includes both isolation and gene flow, we fit the models using joint allele frequency spectrum and validated them using independent approaches. Our two best fit models both suggest ancient divergence between the ancestors of the farmers and the pygmies, 90,000 or 150,000 years ago. We also find the bidirectional asymmetric gene flow is statistically better supported than a single pulse of unidirectional gene flow from the farmers to the pygmies. As previously suggested, when they applied complementary statistics to scan the genome for evidence of selected suites in the polygenetic selection, we found the conventional statistic outlier approaches were biased toward identifying candidates in regions of high mutation or low recombination rate. To avoid this bias, we assign p values for candidates using whole genome simulations incorporating demography and variation in both recombination and mutation rates. We found that the genes in the gene sets involved in muscle development, bone synthesis, immunity, reproduction, cell signaling, and development, and energy metabolism all likely to be targets of positive natural selection in Western African pygmies or recent ancestors. So yeah, they're getting into where a lot of these things derive from. So I'm gonna get into where they suggested that this split could have took part earlier than what they believe, which would mean that these populations were around longer than what they believe, which would mean that modern humans might be older as well. Trying to see if I can find. Yeah, this stuff was pretty long. I was reading this whole thing earlier. That's why I woke up super early too, because I try to at least drop a little something. I'm just hope I don't skip over it. This bad boy too long. And they were saying the Bushmen as well. They had a divergence before the Out of Africa event as well. So I think that they trying to pin it down to like Bantu speaking and Sudanic speaking people who actually left out of Africa during that last migration. Not to say that the other populations didn't as well, because they know that there were several events out of Africa. I think I passed it. Running my mouth. Trying to find. Okay, here we go. So yeah, this is getting into. I might just skip some stuff because it's getting into like the equations and all that. For example, the split time between the ancestors of pygmies and farmers, in which once again they're using the pygmies and then the Yoruba people from West Africa, Nigeria, would be pushed back further to 300,000 years, which predates the earliest emergence of atomically modern humans in the fossil record, which is 200,000 years. This pygmy farmer divergence could be in part due to imperfections in the model. But yeah, but still, our model does not incorporate archaic admixture, which has been reported in West African pygmies as well. So yeah, so that could be another thing. So, but yeah, so that's why they don't place it that far back. But yeah, but yeah, that would place them back as far as some of the first atomically modern humans, which is the Omo and the Hertu man, and also the West African Homo sapien found in Jebel in Morocco. So yeah, like I said, I was getting into that because the last time we were talking, we it kind of made me think because I never. We have, a lot of people have gotten to it before, so it made me think like which populations were really still around during that time period, and it looks like there there were a lot of different African groups around, and it might be a possibility of pushing them back. But like they said, there's some things that's going against pushing that time frame back. But if that was so, then groups like the Pygmies and the Yoruba, so we could just say certain hunter gatherer groups and agriculturalists would be much older than what they believe. But let me finish it off with the what it do with the thing that I found on the Kong people.
Who the fuck is Walter Plecker?
They always bringing him up. I forget what he did. He did something.
You know, I was because I think Mo did something on Walter Plecker. I just uh, that man just said Native Americans is white.
Trying to find this study.
He wrote that Darwinism shit
You
again.
can be my steady, steady buddy for sure. Thank you, baby. I'll let it cool down.
Then he needs to shut up and get off my page. There ain't no debate. If you ain't gonna come on my page and say some shit, but you can't prove it, then he don't need to come on my page saying shit. This shit not charging. Yeah, I don't know who Chester Copperport is. Yeah, but y'all just gonna have to debate them. They don't want unity. So in that patchy brown girl and singing bear, call him out, tell him to set up the debate. The dude is literally calling y'all white people. He's saying all native people are white. So just set up the debate and crush their souls. I can't pop it in.
All right, here was the other article I was reading earlier, getting into the stone tools that was found in India that were similar to the ones found in South Africa. So now they want to start popping things up on it. The Great Human Migration: Why humans left their African homeland 80,000 years ago to colonize the world. They definitely call us colonizers throughout this whole thing. 77,000 years ago, a craftsman sat in a cave in a limestone cliff overlooking the rocky coast of what is now the Indian Ocean. It was a beautiful spot, a workshop with glorious natural picture window, cooled by a sea breeze and summer warmed, blah, blah, blah. Mm, 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 mm. All right. The scratchings on this piece of red ochre mudstone are the oldest known example of intricate design made by a human being. The ability to create and communicate. What the heck? They're trying to get their ads out. Using such symbols, says Christopher, leader of the team that discovered the stone, is an unambiguous marker of modern humans. One of the characteristics that separate us from any other species, living or extinct. Henshaw Wood, an archaeologist at Norway's University of Bergen and the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, found the carving on land owned by his grandfather near the southern tip of the African continent. Over the years, he had identified and excavated 9 sites on the property, none more than 6,500 years old, and was not at first interested in the cliffside cave a few miles from South African town of Still Bay. What he would find there, however, would change the way scientists think about the evolution of modern humans and the factors that triggered perhaps the most important event in human prehistory, when Homo sapiens left their African homeland to colonize the world. The Great Migration brought our species to a position of world dominance that it has never relinquished and signaled the extinction of whatever competitors remain, Neanderthals in Europe and Asia, some scattered pockets of Homo erectus in the Far East, and if scholars ultimately decide they are in fact separate species, some diminutive people from the Indonesian islands or Flores Sea were hobbits slash humans. When a migration was complete, Homo sapiens was the last and only man standing. Even today, researchers argue about what separates modern humans from other extinct hominids. Generally speaking, moderns tend to be similar, taller breed, graceful, in scientific parlance, rather than robust, like the heavy bone Neanderthals, the contemporaries for perhaps 15,000 years in Ice Age Eurasia. The modern Neanderthal brains were about the same size, but their skulls were shaped differently. The newcomers' skulls were flatter in the back than the Neanderthals, and they had prominent jaws and straight foreheads without heavy, bold brow ridges. Lighter bodies may have meant that the modern humans needed less food, giving them competitive advantage during hard times. This is a pretty long thing, so I'm trying to see if I should just skip through and try to find where they found it. But this is pretty long. The modern human behaviors were also different Neanderthal made tools, but they worked with chunky flakes struck from large stones. Modern human stone tools and weapons usually featured elongated, standardized, finely crafted blades. Both species hunted and killed the same large mammals, including deer, horses, bison, and wild cattle. But modern, sophisticated weaponry such as throwing spears with a variety of carefully wrought stone, bone, and antler tips, made them more successful. And the tools may have kept them relatively safe. Fossil evidence shows Neanderthals suffer grievous injuries such as grow rings and bone breaks, probably from hunting at close quarters with short stone tipped pikes and stabbing spears. Both species had rituals. Neanderthals buried their dead, and both made ornaments and jewelry. But the modern produced the artifacts with frequency and expertise that Neanderthals never matched. And Neanderthals, as far as we know, had nothing like the etching of the Blombos cave, let alone the bone carvings, ivory flutes, and ultimately the mesmerizing cave paintings and rock art that modern humans left as snapshots of the world. When the study when the study of human origins intensified in the 20th century, two main theories emerged to explain the archaeological and fossil record. One, known as the multi-regional hypothesis, suggested that species of human ancestors dispersed throughout the globe, and the modern humans evolved from that predecessor in several different locations. The other, out of Africa theory, held that modern humans evolved in Africa for many thousands of years before they spread throughout the rest of the world. In the 1980s, new tools completely changed the kinds of questions that scientists could answer about the past. By analyzing DNA in living human populations, geneticists could trace lineages backwards in time. These analyses have provided key support for the out of Africa theory. Homo sapiens Homo sapiens, this new evidence has repeatedly shown, evolved in Africa, probably around 200,000 years ago. The first DNA studies of human evolution didn't use DNA and cell nucleus chromosomes inherited from both father and mother, but a shorter strand of DNA contained in the mitochondria, which are energy producing structures inside most cells. Mitochondrial DNA is inherited only from the mother, conveniently for scientists. Mitochondrial DNA has a relatively high mutation rate, and this is one thing I mixed up earlier with the mitochondrial DNA mutates more often than the Y chromosome. And mutation rates are carried along in subsequent generations by comparing mutations in mitochondrial DNA among today's population and making assumptions about how frequently they occur. Scientists can walk the genetic code backward through generations, combining lineages in ever larger, earlier branches until they reach the evolutionary trunk. At that point in human history, which scientists have calculated to be about 200,000 years ago, a woman existed whose mitochondrial DNA was the source of mitochondrial DNA. Oh, yeah, yes, please. DNA in every person alive today. That is all of us, all her descendants. Scientists call her Eve. This is something of a misnomer, for Eve is neither the first modern human nor the only woman alive in 200,000 years ago. But she did live at a time when the modern human population was small, about 10,000 people, according to one estimate. She is the only woman from that time to have an unbroken lineage of daughters, though she is neither our early ancestor nor our oldest ancestor. She is instead simply our most recent common ancestor, at least when it comes to mitochondria. In Eve, mitochondrial D, backtracking, showed lived in Africa. Subsequent, more sophisticated analysis using DNA from nucleus of cells have confirmed these findings. Most recently, in a study this year comparing nuclear DNA from 938 people from 51 parts of the world. The most this research, the most comprehensive to date, traced our common ancestor to Africa and clarified the ancestries of several populations in Europe and the Middle East. While DNA studies have revolutionized the field of paleoanthropology, the story is not as straightforward as people think, says University of Pennsylvania geneticist Sarah A. Tishkoff. If the rates of mutation, which are largely inferred, are not accurate, the migration timetable could be off by thousands of years. To piece together humankind's great migration, scientists blend DNA analysis with archaeological and fossil evidence to try to create a coherent whole, no easy task. A disproportionate number of artifacts and fossils are from Europe, where researchers have been finding sites for well over 100 years, but there are huge gaps elsewhere. Outside the Near East, there's almost nothing from Asia, maybe 10 dots you could put on a map, says Texas A&M University anthropologist Ted, Teddy Boy. As the gaps are filled, the history is likely to change, but in broad outline, today's scientists believe that from the beginnings in Africa, the modern humans went first to Asia between 80,000 and 60,000 years ago. By 45,000 years ago, or possibly earlier, they had settled Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and Australia. The moderns entered Europe around 40,000 years ago, probably via two routes from Turkey alongside the Danube corridor into Eastern Europe and along the Mediterranean coast. By 35,000 years ago, they were firmly established in most of the Old World. The Neanderthals forced into the mountain strongholds in Croatia, the Iberian Peninsula, in Peninsula, the Crimea, and elsewhere, will become extinct 25,000 years ago. Finally, around 15,000 years ago, humans crossed from Asia to North America and from there to South America. Africa is relatively rich in fossils of human ancestors who lived millions of years ago. See timeline. So, lush tropical lake country at the dawn of human evolution provided one congenial living habitat for such hominids as Australopithecus. Don't know how to say that. Many such places are dry today, which makes for congenial exploration habitat for paleontologists. Wind erosion exposes old bones that were covered in muck millions of years ago. The remains of early Homo sapiens, by contrast, are rare not only in Africa but also in Europe. One suspicion is that the early moderns on both continents did not, in contrast to Neanderthals, bury their dead, but either cremated them or left them to decompose in the open. In 2003, a team of anthropologists reported the discovery of three unusual skulls, two adults and a child, at Hertu, near the site of an ancient freshwater lake in northeast Ethiopia. The skulls were between 154,000 to 160,000 years old and had modern characteristics, but but with some archaic features. Even now, I'm a little hesitant to call them atomically modern, says the team leader Tim White from the University of California at Berkeley. These these are big, robust people who have quite evolved into modern humans. Yet they are so close you wouldn't have to give them a different species name. The HER2 skulls fit with the DNA analysis suggesting that modern humans evolved some 200,000 years ago, but they also raise questions. There, there were no other skeletal remains at the site, although there was evidence of butchered hippopotamus in all three skulls, which were nearly complete except for jawbones. Show cut marks, signs of scraping with stone tools. It appeared that skulls had been deliberately detached from their skeletons and defleshed. In fact, part of the child's skull was highly polished, and it is hard to argue that this is not some kind of mortuary ritual, White says. Even more provocative were discoveries reported last year in a cave at Pinnacle Point in South Africa. A team led by Arizona State University paleoanthropologist Curtis Marine found evidence that humans 164,000 years ago were eating shellfish, making complex tools, and using red ochre pigment. All modern human behaviors. The shellfish remains of mussels, periwinkles, barnacles, and other mollusks indicated that humans were exploiting the sea as food sources at least 40,000 years earlier than previously thought. The first archaeological evidence of human migration out of Africa was found in the caves in, I think this is Kausi in Skal in present day Israel. So that's what I'm going to call it. These sites, initially discovered in the 1930s, contained the remains of at least 11 modern humans. Most appeared to have been ritually buried. Artifacts at the site, however, were simple and had axes and other Neanderthal style tools. At first, the skeletons were thought to be 50,000 years old, modern humans who had settled in the Levant on their way to Europe, but in 1989, new dating techniques showed them to be 90,000 to 100,000 years old. The oldest modern human remains ever found outside of Africa. But this excursion appears to be dead end. There is no evidence that these moderns survived for long, much less went to colonize any other parts of the globe. They are therefore not considered to be part of the migration that followed 10 or 20,000 years later. So that's what I'll be saying when they said that there were many waves in and out outside of Africa, but some of them were unsuccessful. But that doesn't mean all of them, died off or anything like that. It's just sometimes they see that they were replaced by Neanderthals or other Homo species that were already in those areas. Intriguingly, 70,000-year-old Neanderthal remains have been found in the same region. The moderns, it would appear, arrived first only to move on, die off because of disease or natural catastrophe, or possibly get wiped out. If they shared territory with Neanderthals, the more robust species may have outcompeted them here. You may be atomically modern and display modern behavior, says paleoanthropologist Nicholas J. Connard of Germany's University, but apparently it wasn't enough. At that point, the two species are on pretty equal footing. It was also at this point in history scientists concluded that Africans succeeded Asia to the Neanderthals. Then, about 80,000 years ago, says Boombas, archaeologists, modern humans entered a dynamic period of innovation. The evidence comes for such South African cave sites as Blombos, uh, Claysees River, um, Peak Loaf, I believe, and Sabadu. I know I'm messing them up. My bad, y'all. In addition to the ochre carving, the Bloombus cave yielded perforated ornamental shell beads among the world's first known jewelry. And I talk about the ostrich eggshell beading all the time. Pieces of the inscribed ostrich eggshell turned up at the diapic loaf, hafted points at Saibudu and elsewhere hint that the moderns of southern Africa used throwing spears and arrows. Fine grained stone needed for careful workmanship had been transported from up to 18 miles away, which suggested that they had some sort of trade. Bones at several South African sites showed that humans were killing eland, springbok, and even seals at Claysees River. Traces of burned vegetation suggested that the ancient hunter-gatherers may have figured out that by clearing land, they could encourage quicker growth in edible roots and tubers. The sophisticated bone, tool, and stoneworking technologies at these sites were all from roughly the same time period between 75,000 and 55,000 years ago, is when they first started clearing land to control vegetation. Virtually all these sites had piles of seashells, together with the much older evidence from the cave at Pinnacle Point. The shells suggest that seafood may have served as a nutritional trigger at a crucial point in human history, providing the fatty acids that modern humans needed to fuel their outsized brains. This is the evolutionary driving force, says University of Cape Town archaeologist John Parkinson. It is sucking people into being more cognitively. My bad, y'all. I need a little water. Aware, faster wired, faster brain, smarter. Stanford University paleoanthropologist Richard Klein has long argued that the genetic mutation at roughly this point in human history provoked a sudden increase in brain power, perhaps linked to the onset of speech. Did new technology, improved nutrition, or some genetic mutations allow modern humans to explore the world? Possibly, but other scholars point to more mundane factors that may have contributed to the exodus from Africa. A recent DNA study suggests that massive droughts before the Great Migration split Africa's modern human populations into small, isolated groups and may have even threatened their extinction. Only after the weather improved were the survivors able to reunite, multiply, and in the end immigrate. Improvements in technology may have helped some of them set out. I'm trying to make sure my thing is on the computer. Set out for the new territory. Our cold snaps may have lowered sea level and opened new land bridges. Whatever the reason, the ancient Africans reached a watershed. They were ready to leave, and they did. DNA evidence suggests that the original exodus involved anywhere from 1,000 to 50,000 people. Scientists do not agree on the time of the departure sometime more recently than 80,000 years ago, or the departure point. But most now appear to be leaning away from the Sinai, once the favored location, and toward the land bridge crossing today is the Bab el Mandeb Strait, separating Djibouti from the Arabian Peninsula at the southern end of the Red Sea, splitting the Red Sea, which is interesting. From there, the thinking goes migrants could have followed a southern route eastward along the coast of the Indian Ocean. It could have been almost accidental. Hazelwood says, a path of least resistance that did not require adaptation to different climates, topographies, or diet. The migrant's path never veered far from the sea, departed from warm weather, or failed to provide a familiar food, such as the shellfish and tropical fruit. Tools found at the Jawala Param, a 74,000-year-old site in southern India, match those used in Africa from the same period. Once again, the 74,000-year-old site in southern India match those used in Africa from the same period. Anthropologist Michael of the University of Cambridge, who led the dig, says that although no human fossils have been found to confirm the presence of modern humans in Jawala Param, the tool suggests it is the earliest known settlement of modern humans outside of Africa, except for the dead Enders at Israel. And that's about the physical evidence there for tracking the migrants' early progress across Asia to the south. The fossil and archaeological record is clearer and shows that modern humans reached Australia and Papua New Guinea, then part of the same landmass, at least 45,000 years ago, and maybe much earlier. This is coming from the Smithsonian's. But I can scroll back up. My bad. I've been missing everybody because I'm already reading all this. But curiously, the early down under, but that's really all I was getting into, was that main point in which they found that stone tool that was similar to stone tools in Africa. It was one of the oldest sites out of Africa as well. But curiously, the early down under colonists apparently did not make sophisticated tools, relying instead on simple Neanderthal style flake stones and scrapers. They had few ornaments and little long distance trade, and left scant evidence that they hunted large marsupial mammals in their new homeland. Of course, they may have used sophisticated wood or bamboo tools that have decayed, but the University of Utah anthropologist James F. O'Connell offers another explanation. The only settlers did not bother with sophisticated technologies because they did not need them. That these people were modern and innovative is clear. Getting to New Guinea, Australia, from the mainland required at least one sea voyage of more than 45 miles, and an outstanding achievement. But once in place, the colonists faced few pressures in innovative or adapt new technologies. They calling us colonists, us Homo sapiens, because there were other Homo species on different continents before we came around. That's why they keep calling us colonists in this freaking thing. Because that keeps throwing me off. I'm like, why that threw me out when I read it the first time. I'm like, why they keep calling us colonists? Modern humans eventually made their first forays into Europe only about 40,000 years ago, presumably delayed by relatively cold and inhospitable weather and a less than welcoming Neanderthal population. The conquest of the continent If that is what it was, it's thought to have lasted about 15,000 years. As the last pocket of Neanderthals dwindled to extinction, the European penetration is widely regarded as the decisive event of the Great Migration, eliminating, as it did, our last rivals in enabling the moderns to survive there uncontested. This kind of makes me think like people who have Neanderthal blood might like. I know a lot of us do, but maybe people with large percentages might be feared of getting wiped out again. Even the Denisovans and all that, because Homo sapiens wiped them out. Just when I said that, did modern humans wipe out the competition, absorb them through interbreeding, outthink them, or simply stand by while climbing dwindling resources, an epidemic of some other natural phenomenon did the job? Perhaps all of the above. Archaeologists have found little direct evidence of confrontation between the two peoples. Skeletal evidence of possible interbreeding is sparse, contentious, and inconclusive. And while interbreeding may will have taken place, recent DNA studies have failed to show any consistent genetic relationship between modern humans and Neanderthals. You are always looking for the neat answer, but my feelings is that you should use your imagination, says Harvard University archaeologist Ofer Bar Yusuf. There may have been positive interaction with the diffusion of technologies from one group to the other, or the modern humans could have killed off Neanderthals, or the Neanderthals could have just died out. Instead of subscribing to one hypothesis or two, I see a composite. Looks like we're almost done here. Modern human next conquest was the New World, which they reached by the Barren Land Bridge. In which, we know that America, they have the stone tools that are like 30,000 years old. So, you got to take this one with, with just the evidence that they have found so far, in which they was getting into that with the other article I read, when them saying that they have studied Europe mainly, and actually most of the other places, and then Africa the least. But every other place is neglected too. But Africa, they were saying, was the most neglected. But yeah, modern humans' next conquest was the New World, which they reached the Barren Land Bridge, or possibly by boat. At least 15,000 years ago, some of the oldest unambiguous evidence of humans in the New World is human DNA extracted from the uh, uh, coprolites, fossilized feces found in Oregon and recently carbon dated to 14,300 years ago. For many years, paleontologists still had one gap in their story of how humans conquered the world. They had no human fossils from sub-Saharan Africa from between 15,000 and 70,000 years ago because the epoch of the Great Migration was a blank slate. They could not say for sure that the modern humans invaded Europe were functionally identical to those who stayed behind in Africa. But one day in 1999, anthropologist Alan Morris of South Africa's University of Cape Town showed Frederick Grine, a visiting colleague from Stony Brook University, an unusual looking skull on his bookcase. Morris and Grine, that skull had been discovered in the 1950s at Hofmeyr in South Africa. No other bones had been found near it, and in its original resting place had been befouled by river sediment. Any archaeological evidence from the site had been destroyed. The skull was a seemingly useless artifact. But Grind noticed that the brain case was filled with the carbonate sand matrix. Using a technique unavailable in the 1950s, Brian Morris and an Oxford University-led team of the analysts measured radioactive particles in the matrix. The skull, they learned, was 36,000 years old. Comparing it with the skulls from Neanderthals and early modern Europeans, the contemporary humans, they discovered it had nothing in common with the Neanderthal skulls and only peripheral similarities with any of today's population, but it matched the early Europeans elegantly. The evidence was clear. 36,000 years ago, says Morris, before the world's human population differentiated into the mishmash of races and ethnicities that exist today, we were all Africans. Dun dun dun. So, all right, I'm done, y'all. So yeah, but that my main point was just bringing up the tool that they found in South India that was 74,000 years old. So yeah, we just don't go off of just the DNA. They find tools, stone tools. Anything dealing with archaeology. Right on, y'all. So yeah. So I guess I ain't gotta finish reading that later. I'm about to exit out again, see if I can find it. The website, not exit out the live, but I need to try to find the website when it was explaining who belongs to each haplogroup. Right on, y'all.
Whoa. Nigga just put me on hold for no reason and shit. No, Mo not asleep. He just entered the chat. How the hell is this keep turning off? No, I'm fucked the wrong thing. Okay. Give me it. This ain't just game. Stop it. You just created some shit. That man's still alive. He happy he got people fucking with him.
Yeah, that's icy. I could not. Let me cut this off. Hey, hey. Trying to find this bad boy. Do, 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 do.
Hi, Tina. We are. Now, look, on TikTok, we can take this whole thing again. We're not allowed to be who we are on TikTok. Every time we say, oh, you're a freaking African. Be proud of your African heritage. Just constantly disrespecting. They disrespecting the Africans. Everybody else say that y'all disrespecting the Africans. Y'all don't call us Africans as an insult. Y'all know y'all do it as an insult. Now you want to enter the chat, artist? We've been trying to get you out that live for the longest. We were trying to get you out of Hebrew, also known as Third Eye Magic Slide. We were trying to save your life, but you wasn't responding to no comments. But I gotta give me some food. Hold on, dude. I knew you was asleep. I said, I said she went to sleep, y'all. She was loving the Scoobies. Ah, nothing. I gotta. Uncle killing me, girl. Shit, she probably got like 19, 20 of them. in there sleeping and shit. He was she was sleeping. Her brain was getting indoctrinated with Scoobies while she was asleep. Ah, the Scoobies is powerful, bro. Shy. Yeah, she all right. I'm waiting on Mo to come back. I need Port City. Key things show up. Oh, that's old boys love, y'all. Your boy naturalism. Oh, y'all. He trying to prove that the Native Americans ain't the Native Americans, and when they refer to black or Negro, then they're really referring to the true Native, because he's using Walter Plecker.
That's
Walter
the
Plecker,
perfect person to bring up.
Walter Plecker reclassified everybody. I don't even. I'm gonna look into Walter Plecker and see what year he was born and what year he died. Boy, you ain't home yet, bro.
Mm. And I was looking for this stuff.
And that man was like, all right. He said, Poor City, who's paying for you to go to Egypt? Why the fuck you trying to count this man's pockets, yo? He's working for the government. Like, yo. He working for the government. Hey, I'm like, I said, put me on, bro. If you work for the government, give me a government job. Cause I'm tired of being po. Ah, give me one of them government jobs, yo. They sure zipping. I need this my nail broke. I gotta set it there. Yeah, I'm gonna go. It's gonna be probably 3 years away, but I'm gonna go. I gotta save up because I'm gonna buy stuff. Matter of fact, Lily, go on your. Can you go on your Google and type in Walter Plecker? I just need to know when this man was born and when he died. That's all I need. Oh, okay. So he was in the 1600s or the 17. I got it. So he's way after the Free African Society. Let me put that up on here. If it let. It won't let me put it on the screen, y'all. Okay, so like you said, he was born in 1867 and he died in 1947, right? So that means that this dude right here is older than Walter Plecker, and he's identifying himself as African American. Not only that, you got he not older than this man, right? Let me fix my screen. That's the late 1850s, 1780s. So this is 1780s. So he's way older than who? Walter Plecker. And he's calling himself an African. He's an African American. So again, I don't know what this man talking about. Walter Plecker was the one that identified you guys as African. When these people, these African Americans, are black people that were born in America, are calling themselves African Americans. Now I tried to put up the Free African Society, but it said that it's max. It's a max, and it won't fit on my phone. So I'm about to go see if I can add it. Free African Society. Hold on, I'm about to get it so I can pull it up for y'all. And this is coming from the Encyclopedia Britannica. So won't nobody think I made it up. I'm trying to find the plaque. Okay, I gotta back out of that one. I want to get the plaque for y'all. I got it. I'm about to send it to this phone. And I'm about to send a plaque. Hold on, the plaque didn't download. Come on, this. All right. So now I'm about to put it on the screen. You see that? Free African Society established in 1787 under the leadership of Richard Allen and Absalom Jones. This organization fostered identity, leadership, and unity among blacks and became the forerunner of the first African American church in the city. So here it is once again. You got black people calling themselves blacks and also calling themselves African American before Walter Pleckert was on the scene. Because Walter Pleckert was born in 1861. This is 1787, right? Right. Like I said, people don't like to do research. They just say whatever the fuck they want and then they run with it. Walter Pleckert classified you guys as Africans and stop. This is from Encyclopedia Britannica. You see it? The Free African Society, the FAS, non-denominational religious mutual aid organization. Y'all see it? That provided financial and emotional support to newly free African slaves in the United States. The FAS was formed in 1787 at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, Energy probably can tell you about this because that's where she's over there. By American preacher Richard Allen and Absalom Jones and other free African Americans. The mission of this group was to provide fellowship and place the worship in mandatory support for members and their families in case of sickness or death. Now, for all those that don't know, he also was renovating rental properties. I don't know if you guys knew that, but the Richard Allen cat and the Jones cat, matter of fact, Richard Allen and his wife were buying like rental properties and bringing them out to free African slaves. Before Walter Plecker was on the scene. That's what I'm talking about. Easy Google search. Encyclopedia Britannica. So we scared to debate niggas.
Hello, thank you for letting me join. So I want to add to that. You pulled up something from 1787. However, in 1500s, the Spaniards had already reached the Americas, and that is where the term Negro, which is Spanish, came into play. They were calling them Negro, which is black. So they adapted that from Spaniards.
Okay. And what about black?
It was a derivative of Negro. That's what it means. It's a Spanish term. So when the Europe came over here, they translated Negro to black because that's what it meant to them. They translated that word and continued with it in the 1700s. But prior to that, it was Negro, same thing. The Spanish actually had control of Florida, which was inclusive of South Carolina, Georgia, and
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana until 1700s. And they
Okay.
allowed anyone to come to Florida and become free as long as they became a Catholic. So in the 1700s, the Europeans went down to Florida to take over that state and to stop them from becoming Catholics. So that's where that came from.
Okay. So you said who went into Florida to be free?
Anyone that was a native to this land to become, if you were in captivity, you could go to Florida and get your freedom by becoming a Catholic.
And that class was that classified to black people as well?
It classified to any individual that was categorized as negro, which is black.
Okay, because at one point in time they weren't allowing black people in this land to get freedom by identifying as a religious person. So when did that happen?
The 1500s, there was already religion here. It was Catholic religion.
But you said that they were running to Florida.
Yes. They were running to Florida to become free because the Europeans had already started to come here into the state of Virginia now to push Christianity. So, in order to gain more people in Florida, what they did was abolish slavery there and allow anyone to go into Florida and pick up Catholic religion to come there. So it was more or less a fight of religion because in the northwestern area, Alaska was actually not the United States territory up until 1867. So the Alaskan natives were actually Eskimos, the Inuit, and Russia had them under captivity from 1500 until 1867. So the United States purchased the Alaskan people as well as their land and incorporated them into the United States, even though they weren't in United States slavery. Russia was the reason why they were enslaved.
Okay.
So once he realized that it wasn't profitable for him to enslave the Alaskan people because it was too cold and his fur business was going down south, he walked onto American land himself and he decided to sell America for $7 million in 1867. And then 3 years later, the Emancipation Proclamation was passed, but Alaska became the United States and they became the natives when they weren't under Americans' captivity. They were actually Russian.
Okay.
And also to add to that, in 1932, Congress themselves, and you can look this up on the Indian Affairs website where I got this information, they demolished and destroyed all of the Indian information in 1932 as they agreed to do, and they didn't report again until 1934 with a newly developed division and information.
Okay, so how does just because they destroyed that don't mean that the Native Americans was actually my people.
What this means is when Alaska was under Russia, anytime a person takes over land, they are going to dominate and force a change in the genealogy of those people. So, with them being in captivity from the 1500s to the 1800s, just about the end, that was 360 plus years of enslavement. They were breeding with them as well. So, that is where the Russian and the Alaskan started to breed on the
I gotta,
southeast coast where I'm from. The Spaniards were doing the same thing to the natives of this land, and that is why there's difference in cultures and the different native names were Spanish originally. The Catawba actually were the Shakora at first. That is what they were named by the Spaniards. They once they were told to leave that area, they then started to connect with the Catawba tribes because they were forced to do that. So the name changes started to occur the more they were forced to move onto the other tribes and blended with each other. So that's why you'll see someone say, "Oh, I'm a Navajo slash Cherokee," but actually they're Shakora because they were forced to go live with the Cherokee. And once they had to move from there, guess what? They went to other tribes and picked up their names and terminology. And that's where you get a gentleman named Billy Bolek. Billy Bull. He's a Florida Seminole Indian. He was forced from Florida to Oklahoma. He started a new tribe there as well. Then from Oklahoma, he was forced to Mexico and he started another tribe there. That is why there's so many Indians or natives to this land spread all over the place.
Why aren't African Americans tied to any of the archaeology over here in America, and Native Americans are?
Native Americans aren't tied to the archaeology of this land entirely because, again, I stated the natives were in Alaska under Russia. So they were when they
No,
were captured.
natives of this land, they have DNA ties and haplogroups that place them throughout the whole continent, from
Correct, and
North
I can speak
America
on
all the
that
way
side
down
as
to
too.
South
I can
America.
I can speak on that because my father is native and he's from Alabama, but he was in Arkansas prior, and where his tribe was pushed into Alabama. So it is not a matter of why African Americans aren't tied. It's a matter of how many times they were blended on this turn. The Alaskan natives weren't, they were under Russia for so long that they only know the Russian way. They were even taught to not use their mother's tribal knowledge because she was a savage, and they were taught that. And this is also in books. Anytime they danced like their mother or did anything that was uncivilized to the Americans and the Russians that had them in captivity, they would stop them. And that is why they brought churches over here in schools to teach the children to stray away from their mother's ancestry, which they acknowledged as being uncivilized to them.
What does that have to do with the Spirit Cave Money, Mummy, Kennewick Man, Lucia, and all these other people that are connected to natives, connecting them to these ancient civilizations and not us as African Americans?
Because of the
That's
fact
way before Alaska.
way before Alaskan. But if you look at who is called the natives, 200 of those tribes are in Alaska. So how is Alaska given such rights when they were only in captivity for three
Wait,
years?
there's more than 500 tribes now in the
Yes, and
United
two
States
exactly, and 200
alone.
of them happen to be in Alaska, where they were Inuits and they were under Russia control.
I don't know about that.
You can look it up. You can look it up. It's definitely available for you to look in under Britannica. Um, Russians,
Well,
whatever
I'm
their
not talking about like the Inuits. I'm just talking about
you can't just
the
tell me
rest of North America. The rest of every North American is an Inuit. That's only
Is
the
not they're not,
Alaskan. That's
but
only
the
the
terms that
Alaskan
we're
natives.
But the terms that we're seeing today has been derived from tribes blending. Again, the Shakora was the original tribe met by the Spaniards. They took an individual from that tribe to Paris to show them to the European people for them to return and assist with him taking over this nation. But so even the natives in the East Coast are a blend of Spaniard. And that is why when the Spaniards decided to leave here, they went to Dominican Republic and dropped off a lot of the natives that were here, and that is why the Katawawa are also in DR as well. So it was more or less a blend of all nations. Some people did keep some of their native, but some people are practicing uh, things that they were taught by Russians. They're not even practicing their actual tribe.
Uh, I don't understand how y'all say the natives helped the white man take the land when they've faced genocide during those times and slavery too. They was enslaved, so I'm confused when y'all said they helped.
I never said that they helped. I said that they were in slavery under Russia in Alaska the entire time when the United States purchased them 3 years before the Emancipation Proclamation that
All
made
of the natives, you
Alaska.
saying all of the natives were in Alaska?
If they
All of them
no,
in
they were
modern day, uh, all of the natives that you find in the United States today came from Alaska, and they was a part of the Russian part of
No,
Russia.
I'm saying that there were natives on the southern eastern border, closest to the equator, that were darker, and then there were natives up top in the colder area. The Spaniards took over the natives of the south, while Russia took over the natives of the north, and that they blended with the both crew. So that's why you have Spaniards that look dark, or African American people or natives that were dark because they had Spanish bloodline in them. And that's why you see some Alaskans that are light skinned and have bone straight hair. It's because they were enslaved by Russia. So they're pretty much the same people, but they were scattered about, and a lot of things were erased from them and taught that was savage behavior because it reminded them of the mother. That is why the men were taken into captivity, or the sons, and they forced the women to have children with them so that they can wash that blood away.
I'm still not seeing how you are proving. Like I'm trying to see like because like even with the mound builders, let me try another people like. Even with them, when they looked into their haplogroup, it was a X haplogroup, X2A, which is a haplogroup that is specific to Native Americans. It's not found in Europe and it's not found in Asia. So once again, I'm just like, what do you mean? Like people, like natives were throughout the whole continent.
Yes.
it wasn't just Alaskan natives, and they came down here and conquered us. There were natives of different complexions, all the way from North America, all the way down to South America.
Correct, but they were different colors as well. But I'm saying, according to whomever put them in captivity, is where they're going to begin to start looking. So if you were a dark native and you were captured by a Spaniard, you're going to start resembling and taking on the cultures of that Spanish people. Same thing as the ones in the north. They were captured by Russia. So they adapted Eastern Orthodox religion and they adapted whatever the Russians told them was civilized.
I think they were capturing all natives. I don't think if they were like, "Oh, you light skinned or you dark skinned."
That's
I'm
not what I'm
kind
saying. It's
of
not it's not relative to skin color. What I'm saying is it depends on who conquered you. If you were conquered by a Russian, you're going to be also impregnated by a Russian. If you were captured by a Spaniard, your children are more than likely to start to begin to behave like a Spaniard. It's not about what color the people were that were enslaved. It's about who put them in slavery to make them go their way.
go their way and do what?
As far as religion is concerned. So it was about religious beliefs.
Okay, let me. So, what is your claim? Because I'm confused.
My claim is that dark people were here. No matter what the Constitution or the United States labeled them as throughout history, they were still here. And some of them were blended with Spaniards, some were blended with Africans as well, but they are still of native blood, being that their ancestry started here. The Alaskan natives were also in Alaska, which is now America, but it was not America before 1867. So they were not natives here. They did not go through the struggles of what the Indians on this land went through because they were in captivity from 1500s to 1867 under the European people. And that's the difference. The difference between a native from Alaska area, if they migrated down, which I'm pretty sure they did, they were under a different slave owner, which was Russia. So the problem is people are fighting over who was here first when it doesn't matter. It was about who captured you first.
Oh, wow. Well, if you're talking about when people say melanated people or people with dark skin, I just say look up Amerindians if you're looking into that, because Native Americans do have dark skin as well. I don't know why uh, people don't know that they can get as dark as us, just like Indians, Australians. But that doesn't mean we're Indian. That doesn't mean we're Australian, and that doesn't mean that they are African or African American because we share the same hue or maybe even the same phenotypes.
Okay, so the Seminole were in Florida. After the Indian Removal Act of 1830, not only did they force them inland upward into the northern um, Americans, but they also forced them by boat to Dominican Republic. So they also carried native blood. However, they were taught under a Spanish rule, therefore they practice Spaniard behavior. It doesn't take away from the fact of where they came from or how they looked. It takes away from how they behave, what they eat, and that will evolve and affect you as a human. So when they say people, where people evolved from, the people evolved around the equator because that was the closest proximity to the sun where where life forms, even animals form, even algae form. So if we evolved from algae from the ocean and plants were first, we had to evolve from something. What it was, we don't know, but obviously it started way back from algae and water. That was
Evolution started with a single cell organism, but as far as like where Homo sapiens evolved, they say we evolved in Africa, and that's where the earliest signs point to. And
I would disagree with that because
what
Saint
evidence do you
Helena, yeah,
have?
Saint Helena is the oldest rainforest. That is where a lot of life started and it's very ancient. So I
We're talking
wouldn't
about
agree
Homo sapiens. We're talking about Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens are 300,000 to 340,000 years old.
exactly. And plants are older than that. And we evolved from plants were actually on the earth before any animal. So once plants evolved, they had to evolve into an animal, and we had to evolve from that animal. Whatever animal it had to be at the time of that evolution, we essentially evolved from algae to plants to animals. Humans were all over the place. There is no one
That
human
is,
on earth
wait,
at
hold
one
on. That
time.
doesn't matter. When we're talking about plants and animals are everywhere. They're on every continent. They've
And so were
been around
humans.
for the same amount of time. We are
So were
specifically talking about humans, Homo sapiens.
exactly. So
Where did
if
they come
plants and
from? Where did they
animals
derive from?
so if plants and animals came from a single organism and they sprouted to make animals and other plants,
But there
humans
was a supercontinent at one point, so I don't understand why people even bring that up like that really matters. All the
it doesn't because
continents
the
were
equator
connected at one point
exactly, and
when
the
plants
equator
and
was
animals
still
were
there.
around. So, like,
Exactly.
saying that plants and animals are older in one particular place doesn't really matter
I
because
never
the
said that,
continents were connected at one point. I know you're not the only one who brings that up though.
but
So
I
when it
never
comes
said that
to it,
plants and
it's
animals were
about
in one
showing
place.
where humans come from. Because I can bring up the bobo tree, the tree of life that is found in South Africa, which produces a super nutrient fruit. It's over 200 million years old. It was around before the continent split. So, like when we talk about
Exactly.
old trees and old plants, best believe Africa has that too. That can like point us, like still point us to coming from Africa. Like,
Exactly. So Pangea is older. Plants and animals were on Pangea, and so were Homo, whatever it had to be at that point. We just simply evolved from whatever it was during that time. It may have been a
There was
mixture of
nothing to
whatever.
eat during the time of Pangea.
yeah, and there wasn't there. Pangea, that we talking about dinosaurs.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Even if they were around, shoot, I don't even think they were around. But yeah, humans definitely weren't around. That's 250 million to 500 million years ago. Some of them even get older than that. Some of them get to like billions of years ago. But that's why we try to stay. Let's just stay on with when the continents are split and Homo sapiens were evolving in Africa and then we got to all the other different continents. Because if we keep like trying to get into like when continents just first arose and like the first plants and all that, it's like all that really doesn't matter because like we had the supercontinents, we had dinosaurs, we had a lot of different periods of different animals, marine animals, and all that. So all that matters is when Homo sapiens first arrived to the planet as we are today.
No one can go back and say when that occurred, though. No one can say when humans or Homo sapiens or this evolution of mankind came to Earth. No one
Well,
can
they
prove that.
use archaeology and they use archaeogenetics as well, which is ancient DNA. So they can trace our lineages back. Using tracing our mutations and our variations and everything like that, and also combining that with ancient DNA and modern DNA, so they can trace it. It is possible.
Yes, but you're giving credit to someone who you just discredited by stating that you don't believe the dinosaurs were here. So if you don't believe
No,
that rest of them, you
I
can't
said
believe
we weren't
anything else,
around
right?
with dinosaurs. I said we weren't around with
If
dinosaurs.
if an archaeologist tells you that we were, will that change your mind?
We gotta
But you
see
just said
proof.
you weren't in
No
belief of the
evidence.
dinosaurs at all. But those were the same archaeologists that
Nah,
told you
evidence would
Lucy
change my
was
mind.
first.
Because
Lucy wasn't
archaeologists have been
first.
wrong, scientists have been wrong, people have been wrong before. You double check people. You got multiple sources.
Now, what do you mean Lucy wasn't first?
She was not. There are older remains
Yeah,
than
there are older
Lucy.
ones. You have Artie. Artie is older,
Every,
Exactly. And
every time
but
they
still
find
in
a new,
Africa.
every time they find a new something, they re-evaluate the information.
And that is what I'm saying. Humans did not evolve or become who they are in one location. Several humans, just like several plants and several animals, started to evolve and branch out at the same time. There could have been a human in what is now called Africa in the Americas without even knowing that they were even human. They
Do
just
you
knew
have
that they were
evidence
a
of
part
that?
of the wild kingdom.
But okay, so you got evidence of that.
That's called multi-regional. That's the multi-regional theory, but the out of Africa theory is the
I have
dominant
most.
theory
I
because that's where
believe
the
that
evidence
because
points.
plants don't evolve on
It's
one
not
point
about
on
what you
one.
believe; it's about what you can prove.
I can prove that because plants do not come from one
We're not
plant
plants,
from one
ma'am.
continent.
Ma'am, we're not plants.
However, we provide carbon dioxide for plants to live, and plants provide oxygen so that we can live as well. So we are codependent on each other.
Ma'am, plants were here before humans were even on the scene. So that's not true.
Exactly. So when plants were here, there was not just one plant, there were several. So why can't several plants be on the earth and it not be several humans? Why does it have to be
Because
one location?
we're not plants. I don't know why people
We are
this isn't the first time we
codependent to
got this
plants,
conversation.
though. We are
The plant
codependents of
a plant
plants.
is a plant. A human is
We
a
aren't
human.
algae either, but we came from algae. Are we not? So it was just not one ball of algae that evolved onto Earth. So if we're from algae and algae can't form the plants, what makes you think that it was just one human that was produced in that time? There had to be several because it was a lot of algae
No,
evolving into plants.
it doesn't have to be several. You have to prove it. You're just talking. You could be right, you could be wrong, but you have to produce the evidence. See, on my channel, we don't just talk about, oh, I believe. Don't want nobody, none of the people that watch me give a fuck about my beliefs. They care about the shit that I can prove when it comes out of my mouth. Am I lying, chat?
So you can prove that you came from algae, but you believe it. You believe that because someone told you that. Just like you believe
When,
that plants were here
when,
first. You
No,
can't
because
when did
it's
prove
a
you
that.
ever hear me
You
scientific
say,
cannot
theory.
prove it and you can't
hold on,
prove it.
Bethel. When did you ever hear me say, I believe I came from algae?
What did you say that plants were here way before humans? You believe that? You can't prove that.
I can't
I'm not
prove
gonna
that
say the
plants were here.
algae thing.
Okay, I got it.
By the same evidence that I can prove that we are codependent to plants. By the
Yeah,
same
no, we
evidence that
know
I can
that.
prove that there were several plants that sprung up from Earth. Therefore, obviously, if plants weren't the only thing that sprung up by a lot,
But
then
y'all
obviously
can't
humans did
prove
the
that
same
Homo
thing.
sapiens were over here. That's all we ask. Especially when people are erasing other people. You know, like you gotta have proof because a lot of people are just causing strife to try to sound cool and be a part of something, and they're not even being a part of the culture. Because we tell people all the time, just be a part of the culture. If you really think that's who you are, then stand up for what the natives are standing up for, land back, water, and all that stuff, and just be that. But like like people doing all this stuff is really crazy, and no one really has any evidence. And when I keep bringing up when it comes to ancestry and genealogy, in which everyone keeps talking about, I tell people just look
Okay,
up
so I got
Daryl Dusty Crawford.
I have a question for
Daryl
Vanta.
Dusty Crawford.
Vanta, do plants release carbon dioxide?
Yeah, yeah. I
So
mean, no, no,
therefore,
no. Wait. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait. No, no, no.
so therefore,
We release
plants are
carbon
not codependent
dioxide.
on humans
We
to make.
release CO2, and
Yeah,
trees
so
breathe it in.
they're not codependent on us for carbon dioxide, right?
Nah, nah.
Okay.
But
I
yeah,
think
we
you should.
we
I
need
think you should
plants
look
and
that
trees
up.
for the oxygen
And
that it
they use
releases.
the carbon dioxide that we release allows plants to also be in
They
health.
release
I would
carbon
say it's
dioxide now.
beneficial to them. I'm not gonna say it's beneficial to them.
But I was about to say Daryl Dusty Crawford. He has the oldest genealogy and the oldest ancestry, going back 17,000 years, and his genealogy traced back 55 generations. So that's all I'll be saying with people when people like you said all the natives came from Alaska. He is one of the natives that is a Blackfeet Indian and is from Montana, and they've been in that region and
Where
they've
did they
been up there. They've
migrate
been up
from?
there.
Yes, and that's not true because native native terms were not Blackfoot. Listen to that. That's a European term. Spanish was already in
Yeah,
charge.
I know
So
that.
how would the Spaniards say Blackfoot rather than Negro foot? Why would they say such a thing? That was what the European colonizers started to call them. Those terms were not here prior.
Yeah, they know that. They know that. Yeah, we know that that's
And the
not
Catawba
their
were
original
not
tribal
the
name.
Catawba were not the Catawba. They were the Shakora. That was the state. That was what the state of South Carolina was named prior to the Europeans taking it from Spain. It was Shakora. And what they did was force them. And they said, "Hey, you can't stay here. You have to go to, with that tribe." And that's where the Catawba came from. The Shakora that ran off with them started to create a new tribal, and it wasn't, no one can really trace what tribe was there first because they blended as they grabbed them. They did not treat them and say, "Hey, we're going to keep you with your family." They did the same thing as they did to Africa. They switched everyone up and blended them accordingly. The Spanish did the same thing. So even a person from Catawba is a Navajo mixed with a Cherokee, mixed with a Shakora, mixed with a Seminole. It's several different mixtures, and not to mention a Spaniard. They're also mixed with Spanish.
But guess what?
That's
No matter how much you mix, your haplogroups will still tell you where you are from. What people that you are connected to, what continent at least that you are connected to. And you have certain DNA markers that are Native American markers. I suggest you look this up as far as like the matrilineal line is A, B, C, and D, and X as well. And then with the patrilineal line is C and Q. So if you belong to these haplogroups, it's more than likely placing you in the Americas. So like even okay, let's say if everyone was mixed
but
up
look at what you're
and
saying in
everyone
the
was confused,
Americas.
you would still be able to identify. They still would be able to identify what continent they come from, even though a lot of the linguistic and culture has survived. Just like even with us, we still have some African customs.
But look at what you say. You said the Americas. Alaska was not the Americas until 3 years before America purchased them
No,
from
Alaska
Russia.
has
So
always been
they,
America.
no, they were not. It was
Alaska's
Russia's
always been America.
territory. No, it was
No, I'm
not
talking about it's a
1867.
part of the Western Hemisphere. It's always been a part of the Western
Yes,
Hemisphere.
but I'm saying who had control over it was Russia. It was not America, the Europeans. So they were not a part of what we call now the Americas until 1867. They did
See,
not.
this
The
is why
people
we got
on
to
that
stop doing
the
all
people
this. But
the
that
people.
doesn't really matter because Alaska has always been a part of the American natives. It includes it's included in Native Americans. You cannot exclude Alaska, so it
I
doesn't
can
matter
exclude them because
who had conquered it. Like that doesn't matter.
I can, because with that being said, if Russia was there and had them enslaved as Russia did and breeded with them, then they aren't a 100% native anymore because of their Russian slave owners forcing them to do what the southeastern Spaniards forced those natives to do. And they also took away a lot of their tribal beliefs. If you were caught dancing or celebrating in your mother behavior, they would tell you to stop doing it because it was called savage behavior. So they don't truly still have 100% of their heritage. And even if they did, Russia owned them until 3 years. They were not in captivity in the Americas. Therefore, they did not suffer the issues that the Americans before 1867 suffered. They did not. They came at the end of the war and they were given homage after, when they were only under Americans' belt. It was like a stepfather situation. Russia came over, did what he did, went back to Russia and sold those people and their heritage to America. America claimed them, and 3 years later, they became a part of American people. But they were slaved and they were indoctrinated by the Russians the entire time. That is my point.
Wow, that's that's crazy. I don't know how you think like all so. This is what I keep asking you. So you telling me all the Native Americans that's in North America right now that we consider United States
Not
were
right
all
now. We're talking
trained
about
and
pre
enslaved
1867.
by Russia and they were brung to the Americas to trick African Americans out of their land. to
I
help
did
these.
not say that. I said that America themselves did that. They purchased a land that they knew had been Russian ransacked, and they made that a part of the Americas when it was not a part of the Americas, when all of the travesties that we were going through here was actually going. They only became Americans at the very end, which was 1867. The Emancipation Proclamation was signed 3 years after. So therefore, anyone that was living in Alaska at that time did not suffer from the hands of the Europeans. They suffered from the hands of Russia. Their time, their heritage was taken over by Russians. Their children were taught to act and behave as Russia did. That is my point. They were slaves of Russia. They were not slaves of the European American people.
Uh, got Canada was colonized. United States was colonized. Mexico was colonized. The Central America colonized. South America colonized. All by the Europeans. They killed a lot of people with disease. They also put a lot of people in boarding schools. So I don't know what you mean by people weren't going through anything. That's incorrect as well. Even in Canada, they had just like they did with Henrietta Lacks when they took her cells and they used them to further science. They did the same thing with Native American children in Canada, in which they purposely made them malnourished just to see what nutrients people needed. They used children to make a nutrition table. So I don't understand where you're getting your history from.
It's
They was
right there in
not taught. They
Britannica.
were
You can
not
look up.
taught to. They
You
were
didn't
not
mention
taught
Alaska
to.
of all places. You left that portion off. You mentioned every place else except Alaska, which is now called the United States, but was not the United States during slavery of the actual Europeans from Britain.
But then you
These
say
were
you don't
slaves of
believe that
Russia.
the Alaskan natives, you because if you're not saying that they trained the Alaskan natives to come down here to help the white person steal the land, I don't
No,
understand why
that's
you
not
bringing
what I'm
that
saying.
in
What
there.
I'm saying is,
So I don't.
once America purchased Alaska, it allowed them to come onto the lands, and it allowed them to take in native citizenship because they were technically Americans after that purchase. But prior to that purchase, they were Russian. They were Russian slaves, and
Who
you
were
can look
Russian
this up.
slaves? I'm confused. You saying all Native Americans today that live
No, no, no. I'm
in
saying
America?
whomever was on the place that was is now called Alaska, which was called Unalaska. They were Russian slaves. They migrated, of course they did, but that is no different than the people
So
on the
who are you
closer to
saying
the
those people
tropics.
are today? That's what I'm trying to get. Like
The
who are those people?
Inuits, the Eskimo, the Inuits, and they also developed new tribes there as well. They developed their own tribes as they were being ransacked through as well. It did not stop them from going with another tribe group just because they saw somebody that was familiar and they're scrambling. They gathered again and started new tribes and started changing the names even more.
So you're just saying that the Inuits are the people that you were speaking of, and that's
Not
it.
just the Inuit, it was three tribes. It was three different tribes that were there. But again, once Russia came in and started breeding with them, they dispersed and started doing what people would do when they're being held against their own will. They started, binding with each other, making new names as they were
Shipped around where.
shipped around the continent. Well, not the continent, excuse me, shipped around Alaska to perform different tasks. Or if if when Russia decided, hey, we're going to start
So
breeding
you
with them,
native
they
to
would
Alaska?
native to Alaska, which is now called Alaska after 1867. Prior to that, it was called Unalaska, which
So
whom
that's
owned
where
it.
you saying you're native from?
No, I'm not at all. No, 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 no.
Okay, okay.
However,
Why are we talking
however,
about
with that
Alaska?
being said, it's not a possibility that
Okay.
an individual from my family could not have migrated themselves to
Why are we
Alaska.
talking about Alaska then? I'm confused.
Because showing you relevation in what happened to history. I'm not saying that the Alaska natives are not native. I'm saying that land was under Russia's attack. So if you were there, if your ancestors were there prior to 1867, you have a Russian beliefs, you have Russian heritage, as well as the people on the southeastern coast. If their relatives, they can point them back after 1500, they're more than likely to have Spaniard in them. So no one is 100% anymore because of the breeding, the mixing. If a country owned a certain amount of people, they could ship them down to the Bahamas with no problem because that was their property. So then what happened? They started to breed with those people. No one is 100% anymore.
I ain't gonna lie though. I don't get. So what's the problem? So you just saying that they were colonized by Russians? That's what you were saying. They ain't just.
Alaska was. That area was colonized by Russia and Britain as well, some Canada as well. So their
So what does
influence
that
came
have to
from
do with
Russia.
us though? What does that have to do with African Americans and current day Native Americans?
What it has to do with it's not something, it's more or less the beef between the two. Like there, people are beefing between who is here first when it's not about that. It's about who captured you first, because that is where your lineage start changing. No one is actually practicing anything from those times because again, the
And where were
captor.
your ancestors captured from?
My ancestors were in Arkansas. To as far as I can go back. Prior to that, they could have been in South Carolina. That is where my mother was born and raised. However, I don't know what part of America
One
she
of the
was on
biggest
because there
slave
was no
ports.
such things as states back there. So to be safe, I can say she's from Florida because Florida was actually a part of South Carolina until they started making Florida smaller. If anything, we're all from Mexico because Mexico used to be this land. And then the states came. So no one can say, oh, I'm from here. My people were in Arkansas because Arkansas was not Arkansas when these people were here.
So you're American descended and not an African descendant. That's what you're
No,
saying.
that is not true. My mother is Geechee Gullah and she's of African descent. My father is of American descent.
What is
I
American
got a
descent?
full scholarship to go to Tuskegee because of my father, not my mother. My mother is from South Carolina. However, she married my father, and that is the way we were able to go to this school for free because of my father's lineage, not my mother's.
Where's your father's side from?
Well, when we date back, he's from Alabama, but they migrated from Arkansas. Now we can't go back that far because keep in mind, again, Congress burned the Native Indians records in 1932. You can look this up as well, and they didn't start uh, printing it again until 1934. So a lot of heritage is lost because of Congress demolishing it themselves and also writing that they did it
That,
right there in your face.
we just get mixed up because a
Yeah, it
lot of
could have
people
been
say trace your
Afro-Indigenous.
family back to the 1700s, and now you're saying that a lot of people you can't trace your stuff because Congress burnt their shit up.
Congress burned a lot of records, and then what they did was they stopped reporting it, and then in 1934 they started again. I'm not telling you something I thought or believe. I'm telling you something that I read on the Indian Affairs website myself.
So you can't go that far back on your father's side because they burnt the records, right?
I can't. Can you repeat that portion? I'm sorry.
I said you can't go that far back on your father's side because they burnt the records.
The only thing that I can prove on his side is through his blood. So I can't go back and say, well, he came from this place to Arkansas and then to
Okay,
Alabama. No, I
when you
can't.
say
I
blood, what do
cannot.
you mean?
What did you mean?
When you say his blood, what do you mean?
I'm meaning that that is the way that we were given free scholarships to school because of us doing our DNA through my father's side.
What's
Okay,
your
so
DNA
how did
say?
you do his DNA?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? How did I do his
Like
DNA?
23andMe, Ancestry.com, what?
No, actually, my father has his his family records with him from where it started from. So what we did was we went back and found our great grandmother and all of that good stuff, and then of course we took blood tests.
I got what I'm asking you. What blood test?
I'm not sure what blood test it was. This was years ago. I'm not sure if it was. There was no ancestry.com when we did these things.
I don't want to ask you for all your personal information, but I because we really because I see what you're saying, but it's like at the same time, like even when you get into freedmen and all that, like some of them were Afro Indigenous, some of them just were runaways, like maroon and
And I never said
just like.
that Arkansas was Mexico for the two people in the audience having selective hearing. I said there was no name to this land, so we don't know. It could have been Mexico was a lot larger than what it is given now, and a lot of Native Americans are in Mexico, but they aren't given the same rights as Americans, which they actually are. They're American. And they're native here as well. Just because someone ran them to that part of America and put up an imaginary border does not take away from the fact of who they are.
But we have to be honest in defining who we are, defining that African lineage and defining that native lineage,
And
and
I say that
understanding
on
that
both parts.
it's that like okay, I'm Afro Indigenous instead of people trying to say I'm the Aboriginal, and
And I
everyone
agree
else
with you
here.
of that because there is no aboriginal when it comes to humans. I don't believe that there was one human and that human divided itself and started making mankind. That's impossible. They would have had to breed with some type of animal to create other humans' life. So I don't believe
Well,
that either.
that's not how they
I'm
believe it
just setting the
happened.
narrative on both sides. Both, both people are coming back
You
at
gotta
each other like,
prove. You
"Oh no,
have to
we're
prove
not
the
the
side.
natives. You're not the natives." It's like Native Americans were here, and it depends on who put you in captivity. Is how your genealogy, looks right now. And since we can't go
Well,
back
they
that
can
far,
prove that they've been here. The only thing is, African Americans, people who claiming to be native, like we don't have any evidence like pointing us back to any archaeological sites, or we don't have any archaeogenetics that proves and traces us back to this continent. It traces us back to Africa. But if you have some native lineage, and because we mix, and that's all cool. No one's taking that from anyone.
but everyone is mixed. That's the point. In order to say if you must
Yeah,
prove
but
this
a lot
because
of us
your
are mixed
lineage
with
comes back from
different
Africa,
things. Some of us
then
are mixed with white people more than anything else. Like we have more
yeah. And
white
with that,
white DNA within us than we have native. That doesn't make us the original Europeans. You know what I'm saying?
if we were not looking at color, a Spaniard is from Europe, but their skin is pale. So when we're talking about black
Well,
and
I
white
know about
here,
Cheddar Man, but even that's been debated. But yeah, I know about Cheddar Man. I know about Southern Europe having a history of having dark skin. So I'm not really tripping on that. But it's just like still, just because you have dark skin, that doesn't mean that that's your people. You know what I mean? We still have differences genetically and culturally.
and that's going to make a difference as well. Your cultural differences is going to make a different human because of the fact of what you practice within that culture is going to change the people that practice that culture as well. So I'm not saying that hey, uh, I'm saying looking at it from my perspective, not just my perspective, historical facts. If the Emancipation Proclamation was founded or signed in this year, and 3 years before that Alaska territory was under Russian power, then technically they were not a part of what America was doing to the natives on this turf. That is what my point is. So if we're going to say native, we can't say native to this land because they weren't native to this land until America actually purchased them, which was in 1867. They were native to Alaska,
Uh,
which was under Russian power. That's
no,
all I'm saying.
oh no, they were not purchased. They did not purchase people. They
They
probably purchased the
purchased
land,
Alaska, the
but they
entire
did not purchase
place.
people. You making it seem like they. So you saying they purchased the people? They purchased the land. They had this big scheme to have all the Alaskan natives come down here and take over.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when they purchased that land, they purchased the people of that land and created them, made them American. Before that, they were not called Americans. They were Russian slaves. So once America
But
stepped
they
in
were
and
still
purchased them,
natives. They
they
okay.
wrote,
So
it's pretty much like a
first
stepfather.
America colonized them, and then Russia colonized them. But they
No,
still native to
Russia
this land.
colonized them first. The ones in Alaska, they were
Yeah, I
colonized
said.
first by
Yeah,
Russia.
yeah. I meant to say first for both of them.
So with
But
that
I'm
being
like,
said, if your
that
father and
doesn't mean
mother
nothing. That
created a
still doesn't
child,
mean that even if what you're saying is true, and Russia colonized them.
yes.
That's
So if your
the
mother and
Inuits
father
are
made a
still
child,
native to this land. They've been over here for a long time, and they
if
have
your
proof of
mother
it.
and father made a child and raised that child up until the age of 40, and this is just an example, so don't take this to heart, and then your mother and father divorced, which is what Russia did with the Alaskans, and your father left, and then a new father came in, which happened to be America, and started raising you in 3 years, and then gave you his last name 3 years after they freed the rest of the slaves, then aren't you still a stepchild of America that was purchased and bought to be of that family? That's what I'm saying.
Uh, well, I still don't really understand how that ties into what we really talking about.
I
Because I
read that
mean,
in the
a
book
person can
before.
be colonized, but they still native. But that doesn't have anything to do with like like the natives here, here in the United States when people were dealing with people trying to say that they're true Aboriginals. I'm confused what the Alaskan Native thing has to do with any of that.
It has to do with from where people came from, who was their ancestral genealogy, where did it come from. If the Spaniards attacked on the East Coast and they took an individual back and then they came back and started blending with those people, natives on the East Coast are a breed of Spanish and native blood together. With that being said, once they took those natives to Dominican Republic, people were taken from boats from Florida to the DR. And guess what? They are still native to this land, even though they're in a place called Dominican Republic, which is under British control at this moment. But there's still American blood in them, even though they're on a completely different island as we are now. But they're still of our kindred, being that they were here during that Spanish invasion.
So where are African Americans from?
African Americans are from the terms that people gave them, being that you don't have the option to choose what race you go in. When your mother had you, she didn't have a choice to say you were an Indian because it wasn't on the log. You are what someone presents to you. If you don't have any other box to check, you're going to check what's available.
Are African American of African descent? So African American of African descent.
Some are, they are. Some are.
Majority of us are of African descent.
But when you look at someone and you see that their skin is dark, you assume that they're African American, not knowing who their heritage happens to be from. Therefore, you can't say majority of us because you don't know majority of all of the African Americans that are
They
here.
have done studies. People have traced millions of people have traced their lineages and family members back to Africa. Like
So
that
millions out of
really happened.
20 million is still not all.
Well, it's 40
See,
million of
it's
us,
a
but
portion.
still people taking DNA tests, all that. It's a
I
large
never said that
percentage of
slavery
people.
never happened. I'm saying slavery happened, but it happened all over the globe. And even people that are from the North were enslaved, meant they were enslaved by different people. I'm saying that Russia enslaved the world, Europe, Britain, the Portuguese, they all enslaved the world. So of course, if the Portuguese were in Africa in 1400, of course they took people to other places to make them start working because that's who they used to harvest the land. The same thing the Spanish did when they arrived here. They took people away from here back to Paris so that they could study them and come back in boats and fleets of boats to take more people off of this continent back to other places. So they pretty much spread everybody all over the place so that they can control people. So it's
Can
not
I ask you a
about,
question, sis?
yes.
Have you ever heard of serfdom?
Can you say that again?
Serfdom, serfdom, serfdom.
Serfdom.
Yeah, serfdom, serfdom.
Oh, FDOM, serfdom. No, I haven't heard of that. What is it? I would definitely look it up because I'm definitely a person that likes to look up stuff.
Yeah, please take a look into that because they got the history on their slavery, and that's what their slavery is called, serfdom. So if you look up serfdom, you can dig all in there, and they'll show you what they did with the people. I hear what you're saying. America's saying happened, but listen to the Russian and see what they say they did.
What did Russia say they did then?
I'm telling you, look up the serfdom. So do the work. Look up the serfdom. This way you will have the history.
I'm asking you to look because the information that I receive is from pretty much some of the sources that you're calling out, which is Britannica. That's what you have pulled up. And it also states that Russia had the Inuits of Alaska in slavery until the 1800s when he decided that the fur that they were producing was not selling. That's why he walked onto American turf himself to start selling here.
Right, but they couldn't substantiate any of that information that that person brought. That's why I brought up the information of who it comes from. It comes from Kano. That's the person's name is Kano. And he was just against reservations, so he began to write these doctrines like this. That's all.
So
He
is
didn't have a PhD.
Britannica, so is
Hold on. He didn't.
Britannica,
Right. You talking about the stuff that I put up. You said the stuff
that's
that
what I'm
I
saying.
put
Is
up.
this coming from Britannica? That's what I'm asking.
You said the stuff that I put up. I didn't put up
I'm
no
asking.
Britannica.
No, I'm saying. Well, I'm looking at the back, the board here that says Britannica, and it
Oh
says
no,
free
that's not
African.
me. That's the host.
Okay,
That's the
okay.
host.
My apologies. Okay, so where is this source coming from? Where can I look at this source? Is it Wikipedia? Is it Britannica? Is it an actual PDF book that I can pull it up?
No, you can just type it in. You can just type it in. Serfdom, Russian serfdom,
And is that going to
and
come
they'll
from
show you the
Wikipedia
comparison
source?
between how. Excuse me.
Is that going to be a Wikipedia source?
I gave you the source. The source name is Canon. I gave you the source. Hold on. Get to it for you.
I'm logging into my PC
And this is a
right
book.
here.
I'm on a PDF book. This is a book. Here's the book right here. This is the person producing a lot of that information in this century. Well, since the 19th century, this information coming out like this, and it says by Ken.
Okay, and what non-reservation is 19th century.
Right. So now the way you would do that is you look up the people that call themselves the non-reservationists. See, when a person does this right here, it's called a pen name, but you can still go find out exactly who they are. So I'm
Again,
just
that's 19th century. 19th century. Taught from someone else prior to the 19th century that was taught to someone else prior to that century and going forth. So 19th century is definitely a lot of misinformation going to be there.
How far back
no,
in
no, 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 no.
genealogy though?
This book doesn't dispute what you says. It agrees with you, but it has been disputed. Is what I'm saying. It has already. These things have already been disputed. That's what I'm saying. So I went
So
to the places where you speaking what you speaking and where you say you got it from. I went and got the doctrine. I got the PDF file of the doctrine, not what they hold in the actual doctrine. and the
Okay.
doctrine disputes this.
So when it comes to doctrine and indoctrination, which are pretty much
Sis, we're not
the
gonna do
same.
that, sis. We're not gonna do that. You use something too, so yours is
That's
part
what I
of
was about to say.
Hold
I'm
on,
about to
your
elaborate on that.
right, but yours is part of indoctrination too. So that wouldn't be a good stance because you're using something and I'm using something. So that means
That's what I was about to say. When it
you have to
comes
use
to
the same logic against your information.
people rewrite writing history and putting things on paper, is going to change because of the translation of that knowledge.
So I told you
Um,
go listen to the Russian so that you don't have to go through that. Go listen to the Russian because they wrote
and,
down what they did with their slaves.
and
So
what did they do?
go read it, sis. It's not that
What
hard. It's not. I gave it to you. I gave you the info. Search them. I
what
gave
did
you.
they
That's the
do unless
info.
it's translated in English? Because do you speak Russian?
You can translate it. They got translators all over the place now, online. Translators with no problem. You can just put that whole book in. It will take the whole book. It's called the AI reader, AI generator reader. It'll take the whole book and put in whatever language you want it. So this ain't hard nowadays. We get right to the bottom of it.
I can understand that, but you're saying that was debunked. How is something in history being debunked when it clearly shows you that when America purchased Alaska,
It told you. It don't clearly shows you. It told
it
you. It
but
just
you can
told you
look up.
something.
So Alaska's going to deny that they didn't sell America. They're going to deny that they went to Alaska with the Eastern Orthodox religion, which is a lot of Russian belief. So they're
You're
going
gonna
to
have to
deny
do
that
that
with the
research.
fact that a lot
Because
of
you're not
Russians are
taking my
right now
word.
here in Alaska. How many Russians are in Alaska?
So what it is I don't want you to take my word. That's why I gave you the information. You're making it combative. I gave you the information on my stance. I'm showing you what I have. I don't have nothing to do with the situation. I was showing you a stance that just as well as you say something, somebody else says something opposite. This is with everything that
Exactly.
exists. So it don't make none of this stuff concrete. None of it. So when we
But
sitting
if
here
you look at
taking
where
these
people
stance,
are today, if you look at where people are today, it can give you a walk to where people came from in history. Africans that are here, African Americans, people that are in Alaska, there's a lot of Russian population in Alaska. Why is that? Because they were there first, putting them in slavery.
like I said, for the information that you brought out, I gave you some information that you could take a look at. I try not to be rude about it. I try to just slide it to you. You don't want that. You want to be combative with me. I was just giving you some information, sis.
I'm not
That's
combative
all.
because
And
I'm not being
it is
insulting. I
combative
was
to
just
tell me to get the information for you and all that. Like I wasn't just handing you some information.
But you
You
gave me
was.
a title. I pretty much I gave you the place that I got the info as well as the dialogue. So that was unfair from you because I asked you genuinely, where can I look this or what does it say? Because I'm not able to look it up. But being that you have access to it, you were being combative with me, telling me, well, go look it up. When I didn't do that to you, I gave you not only the place where I found it, I also gave you the dialogue in that scripture or whatever you want
I
to call
get.
it at the
I
moment.
gave you the book. I showed you the
But
book.
you
I'm
didn't
showing
read
you the
anything
book.
about what they did. When I said what happened in Russia, I said exactly what I had read, where I got my source from, and exactly what occurred to why I'm coming with these, my perception. When I asked you, you turn around and told me, read it for yourself. But I came to you and opened up the book
Nah, you
for
wasn't
you.
talking to me, sis. You was talking to somebody else. This is Patar. You was talking to my brother
But
Veggie.
I was talking to the entire amount of people in this room. I didn't say everyone listened to me except for you.
Nah, they wasn't here, so I stepped in to speak because they wasn't here. And I've been here the whole time, but I stepped
Okay,
in
so
to
you
speak to
heard it.
give
I didn't
words.
tell
Hold
you
on,
that
sis.
you couldn't.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. You keep doing that. That's kind of rude.
Yeah,
I
I was
stepped in to
listening
say
to
a
his
few
live.
words so it won't
That's
be
why y'all
dead
didn't see me
silence.
on the screen.
I
That
said
man
I
still he
spoke
trying
so
to
it would be
say
dead
that
silence.
the Cherokee people are the black indigenous and all African slaves came over here to America. But what he's not telling people, if there was no African slaves during America, how the hell were the Cherokee Indian enslaving slaves from Africa?
Because they weren't called the Cherokee, they were called the Socorro.
I don't give a shit
There
what
was
that
no
was.
Cherokee.
How far back your genealogy go back? Because I already said how
Those
far
so-called
back the
five
Native
civilized
Americans went back.
tribes that these black indigenous people keep trying to associate themselves with had African slaves. They can't deny it.
I can say this, and I can't speak for everyone regarding whatever, however they may feel. I can only speak from my own experience in life. So, as far as slaves, quote unquote, everyone was enslaved at one point.
I
With
don't
that
care
being
about
said,
that. I don't
with that
care
being
about that.
Got to do with anything.
I understand that. So what I'm saying is people that were enslaved from someone else. So if a Spaniard was over you at that time and they told you to take in someone that looked like you to become a slave, then you're going to do as he says, because more than likely he's going to be holding your family in bondage. So there was no, oh, I'm not going to do that back then. It was do it or else. So it's believable and it's understandable that any person could have come over here African if a Spaniard had said, "Hey, you're going to get these people and make them
That has
your
nothing
slave."
to do with the Cherokee people having slaves.
Okay, so as far as Cherokee is concerned, Cherokees sided with the British and they decided to start fighting the Native Americans that were in Arkansas to take over that land. They enslaved those people with the Europeans, and that is why there was a war between the Catawbas and the other indigenous people because they took the side with the British at the time to enslave them.
The native people of this land will start having civil wars with their own tribes
Yes.
because some of them wanted to be part of the slave trade and other ones didn't. And that slave trade included black people from Africa. All them motherfuckers was not indigenous to this land, dark skinned people.
Correct. And not all of them that were then categorized as black were exactly that as well. Because once the Spanish came here and told the natives, hey, you will put these people, certain people, in slavery, that could be someone who was all the way in Arkansas. They were to do it because more than likely they were holding their family in hostage and say, you will put them in slavery or I'm going to kill a certain amount of people here.
Okay, so
So, yes,
you
that's
have to
true.
show me, you got to show me that over here in America, where the indigenous people were like the white man came up to them and was like, look, we got three of your sisters enslaved. In order for you to get them out of bondage, you got to go enslave these people. And they're like, okay, I do it.
That's called what's the term that we use for that now? Jesus, like my mind is all over the place. That is called a hostage situation. People do that all the time.
No,
Give
I
me
want to
your
see that.
money
I
or
want to
I'm
see that
going
with
to
the
kill your
indigenous
children.
people.
Do
I want to
this or
see
I'm
that with
going.
the indigenous people of this land. I don't care about nowhere else. I want to see that with them. Because from my understanding, the indigenous tribes that were taking African people as captives had free will to do so. There wasn't, oh, look, they got my sister and my mom and my grandma. And they told me
What year was this?
if I don't enslave you, then they're never going to give them back. So I have to enslave all 10 of you African people. I'm sorry. I got to do this to get my family back. And
Would
then
you not do it?
no, you have to show me them doing that here.
I mean, as a human being, I mean, humans have not changed too much. If someone came in, God forbid, and took your children and said you must go across the street and put your neighbors in enslavement in order to get your children back, would you not do it?
Look, ma'am, you're trying to change what I'm talking about. I'm asking you to show me the indigenous people here doing that.
I
And you
just
say,
told
well,
you about
if
the
they went,
Cherokee.
if they grabbed your family and the people across the street, would you go do that? I'm talking about showing me where the indigenous people here were doing that. They're
I
like,
just
look,
told you
like
about
that,
the Cherokee in South
brown girl,
Carolina.
your grandma, your cousin, your uncle, and your brother. I got them in the back of the truck. Now I need you and the rest of your tribe to go enslave these other people. You have to show me that here.
I just told you about the South Carolina with the Spaniards when it was called Shakora, and how they came up on ships and with boats in that time and lured the children off to shore by presenting them with items and gifts. And once the children got aboard and familiarized themselves and returned that niceness, that is when they started taking them and attempted to leave with a boat full of the Shakora at the time children.
Okay, okay.
That was a people.
See, let me explain to you the chattel slavery that the five tribes practiced. Okay, so it started in 1830. All right, and
No, it
these were
didn't. It's 300
the
years after the Spaniards were
no,
here
no,
teaching
no,
them
no, no.
slavery.
Listen to me. The five tribes started practicing chattel slavery in 1830. Okay, so it was they already were known as the Cherokee. They already were known as the Choctaw. They were already known these names. The Seminoles were a little bit different from the other four. They practiced more of a kinship slavery, but they still bought slaves, so it was still considered chattel slavery, but they weren't beating slaves and things like that. They allowed them to live on their lands, and they still had to pay a tax. But the other four tribes, they were practicing full on chattel slavery, and they came to these deals with the white men. Some of these white men married into the tribes, things like that, and they came with these deals because initially it was for to like protect their lands, but then they got greedy and they started using these slaves in these larger plantations. There were smaller slave owners that had only a few slaves that they worked in the field side by side with, but the larger plantation owners that the natives ran, that those native tribes ran, they were practicing chattel slavery. And then when they brought their slaves with them during the Trail of Tears, and then even after the Emancipation Proclamation, they didn't want to let go of their slaves because of the fact that they did not have to follow the 14th Amendment, 13th Amendment, and 15th Amendment, I think it was, because they were on sovereign land. So it took a little bit longer for them to actually let go of their slaves. And then it took like another 30 years for those tribes to be put on the rolls,
The
to put their slaves and their freedmen and their and any mixed children on the rolls. So
1830 is way, that's 300 years after the Spaniards were here. So they had already
yes.
started to force the natives to do things in their
No,
way.
ma'am,
So by the time the
ma'am,
1830s
ma'am,
came and the
ma'am. They
Indian Removal
started
Acts came, then they started to adapt what European taught them, which was chattel
the
slavery. The
they
Spaniards had already been here 300 years prior to this
the
such
Spaniards
chattel
weren't
slavery.
the Spaniards no, the Spaniards weren't in they weren't no, that had nothing to do with the Spaniards. What we're
Why
talking
not?
about when
Florida
chattel
was under
slavery started,
Spanish control.
they were not under
Florida was
the
free. Look at
no,
this.
ma'am.
Florida was free in
T
1693 because if you went to Florida where the first underground railroad was, you would be
T
free if you were a Catholic. So
T
yes.
no, ma'am. In 18 and around 1830 is when they started when those five tribes started practicing chattel slavery, and they did
Why?
so.
The
And
question is
they
why?
listen
Andrew
to I
Jackson's Indian
hold
Removal Act.
and they started doing this because initially they were trying to hold on to the lands that they still had. So part of their treaties that they made with the white man were if they practiced the slavery and enslaved African Americans, they can hold on to their land because they can make money, and they can hold on to their land and use it for cotton, tobacco, all that stuff. So those fight though in the Seminoles, they weren't practicing full chattel slavery in the fact like how the other four tribes were. It was like I said, a kinship slavery where they allowed their African slaves and their freedmen to be on their lands, and they fought wars together. They did. They worked together and stuff like that. But they still required a tax to be paid by the Africans that were on their lands, even though they fought together and intermixed and things like that. That's how you got the Black Seminoles. But even
It
after
gives
that, hold
that
on,
was
but hold on, this
1830.
hold on. Yes, they were practicing it. It wasn't a very long time. It was about 30 or 40 years that they were practicing slavery. But yes, those five tribes did make deals with the white man to hold on to their land. And part of those deals were, and in order to make money for their lands, was to practice slavery.
And
They
as
did,
well as a part of as well as a part of
but it,
their agreement to Spain, they were also to leave South Carolina and go to
this had nothing
in
to do with Spain. Spain was already gone. This had to
Spain was
do,
not gone until the 1800s. Spain was still in control of Florida while the
we're
Gulf
not talking
wars were
about
going
Florida. We're
on.
not talking about
It's a
Florida
part of America. Why can't we not talk about Florida?
because,
If South Carolina was a part of Florida, why can't we not talk about it? We're talking about
but Spain,
America.
but when you're talking about the East Coast tribes, they were all up and down the East Coast, not just in Florida.
But I'm telling you from whom had them into slavery. If you're going to talk about 1830, the Spaniards were already here enslaving people 300 years
Not
prior to
everybody.
that.
Are you trying to make claim that all Native Americans were enslaved?
I did not say that. I said
Okay,
in the
so
state of
they weren't.
Florida, which was
Okay, but they weren't all enslaved, and the Cherokee were not enslaved by anybody. And there were many tribes that were not enslaved by the Spanish, and the Spanish mostly enslaved everybody in Mexico and South America, and in the islands. So when we're talking about over here in the United States, the slavery on Native Americans had already ended, and it had even ended earlier in Mexico and all of those places too, because of the fact that Native Americans were dying off so quickly. This is the whole reason why they started bringing Africans over here, because Native Americans were dying off too quickly, and on top of that, they knew these lands, so they were running away all the time, and they couldn't catch them because they didn't know, they couldn't find them because they knew the lands, they knew where to hide, they knew where to go, they knew where to get protected. So a lot of these, so they stopped enslaving Native Americans after a while. They stopped that back in like the 1700s, early 1700s. Native Americans were free. They were just fighting wars and battles with Europeans all the time.
no, they weren't free
Yes,
because if
they
that's the
were.
case,
Man, how are you
Alaska
going to
has
tell?
natives. They were enslaved until 1867. So how is that possible?
We're not talking about Alaskan natives. We're talking about,
They're Americans now, so why can't we include them?
because when that's
Florida was in control of
Alaskan natives
Georgia.
were not down in the southeast and in the east coast.
So guess who was Floridians? And guess what? They were in the control
Do
of the
you know how
Spanish.
many tribes were in these lands? T.
You don't know because they were blended and changed the name several times.
There were
You're
over
saying Cherokee when Cherokee derived
T
from Chicora.
There
It's
were over
saying
a
Cherokee
thousand
because we're
tribes.
saying Cherokee.
Exactly.
There were over 1,000 tribes from Alaska to California to the Southwest to the Middle Plains to the East Coast to the Southeast. We had over 1,000 tribes all over. It wasn't like there was a group in Alaska and then a group in Florida. No, they were all over the place. There were
That's not what I'm
thousands of
saying.
tribes. And so these tribes, when we're talking about chattel slavery, these five particular tribes practiced chattel slavery because they were in the southeast where slavery, they were even part of the Confederacy. A lot of them fought for the Confederacy because they wanted to keep their slaves. You
Also,
did
you keep
have
bringing up the Spanish, the black conquistadors arrived with them in conquest.
yeah,
So we have to remember that as well. Uh, and then they would have been like, "Oh, this is my people," or something like. We would have recognized other people like us if there were other people that were just like us when we came over here. Juan Garrido had a Native American slave. He was a black
This
conquistador. And
the
then you
Spanish
also have
recognized
Juan
that by calling
Cortez
them
as well.
Negro. The Spanish recognized that by calling them Negro back in the day. That's what the term was. And then when America came in and translate that to black, that is where it came from. So the Spanish recognized dark people. That's where the term Negro came from.
We've been interacting with Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, Africans. We've been interacting with them, and we came in help in the conquest of the Americas.
there was a whole reconquest. It was called the recon. I can't say it right now, but anyway, there was a whole reconquest of Spain. Initially, North African Muslims went up into Spain and conquered Spain, and they conquered the indigenous people of Spain, and they conquered them for 700 years, and then the Europeans came over to Spain, and they got into it with with all of the North African Muslims that had been there, and then they got into it, and then when they decided to come out here, they did bring black conquistadors with them. There were black conquistadors that came and helped the Spanish fight indigenous people in the islands in South America and in Mexico. And then when we're talking about, even when we're talking about in the United States, there was all kinds of Native American tribes all over the place that didn't even come in contact with Europeans for a long time until they started moving west. And then there were multiple battles. There were multiple uh slaughters of Native Americans. Look up the Sandy Creek massacre. There was like all kinds of things that were going on. But when we're
as well
talking
as
about,
indoctrination, because a lot of Native Americans were told not to practice their own tribal behavior because it was seen to be as savagery. So a lot of that tribal religion, or what have you, what you want to call it, spirituality, was lost back then because they were taught not to do it.
yes, there that happened. I'm not as an indigenous person, yes, that happened. That happened all over the Americas, all over the place. But when we're talking about these five specific tribes, they, out of thousands, yes, but these five specific tribes did participate in chattel slave. That's why they were called the quote unquote civilized tribes, because they were more civilized because they were practicing slavery.
But
They turned around and started doing this. That is why
again,
they
this
were
was
called that.
after South Carolina was under Spanish civilization. 300 years before the Europeans came in and said what another, what their perception of civilization happened to be. So they were already enslaved by Spanish. So when the Europeans came over to take over what they took from Spain, they said, well, hey, the people that conquered us are more powerful than the people, or less powerful than the people that conquered us. So now we have to go their way. So they did 1830 is when um, Andrew Jackson signed the Indian Removal Act. Of course, they're going to be a part of that because they were forced to leave their lands. Of course, you're going to enslave other people, even if they're
But
your own
no,
people, because you're trying to do what?
the
Go
five
with what?
tribes,
Who's in charge?
the five tribes literally brought their slaves with them on the Trail of Tears. They
The five
literally brought their slaves with them there were slaves that died on the trail, African slaves that died on the Trail of Tears. They were already enslaving those five tribes were already enslaving African Americans. And everybody
from whose command? From whose command?
what do you
Because if the
mean? They did
Indians
it
were
on their
free,
own.
why would they have to fight back for
They
their land
had
if they
a
were free people?
they made deals. They made deals
You don't make a deal if you own the land. How are you making a deal on land that belongs
because
to you? You
they
fight
were
them.
trying
You don't
the
make a deal and
Europeans,
sign off and fall down and say, well,
because
I'm going to
War.
go with what you
the
do. I'm going to fight you back because it is what
no,
belongs
no,
to
no, no,
me.
no, 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 because the Europeans were trying to take more land, and instead of trying to take more land, they said, "Hey, how about we go ahead and we're going to participate in slavery. We're going to go ahead and do the slavery thing, and then we can sell slaves to you. So we'll capture freedmen that come out here because they were living together, they were mixing together before they started practicing slavery. But then they were like, okay, well, we need money because you guys keep trying to take our lands. So we'll just pay you guys off, and we'll do that by capturing slaves and then selling slaves back to you guys, to Europeans. That's what they were
Okay,
doing.
so I can respect that. So with that being said, if they were blending, which as you just said, they were blending with each other after the Spanish had blended with them on the East Coast, they were also blending with one another. So they were of blended blood. And back to
Not
what I was
all of
saying.
them blended. Not everybody mixed. I mean, you're acting like everybody was just having like these free for alls. Not everybody was mixing. Some freedmen, some freed slaves, some runaway slaves just were had protection on these lands, but they weren't necessarily mixing. Some did mix, but not all did. And with that, like I said, because of that, you did have opposition groups and abolitionist groups within those five tribes. Yes, you did. But you had those, you did have slave owners who were Native American slave owners who literally enslaved and had large plantations that were making a lot of money off of it. Now,
Yes, and a
did
lot of
they,
them
now
had
hold on,
slaves that
hold
were
on. I will
actually
say this.
Indian.
Hold on. I will say this. And please stop saying Indian because we're not Indian. But I will say this. They unlike with the Europeans, um, they were able to profit off of slavery up until even this day. They those native tribes, they in a sense they did it for nothing because they didn't have any long-term profits off of it. They basically screwed up. They did what they did. They were in the wrong for what they did. They did it for the wrong reasons, and they didn't get nothing out of it, and it hurt a lot of people. And it even hurt people
It
that were
did.
mixed within their tribes. And this is why you had opposition within the tribes as well. So the history is very nuanced. And yes, but you're conflating timelines, you're conflating a lot of things that happened, but they happened. And you we can't make excuse like indigenous people do not make excuses for what those five tribes did. We should not make excuses for what those five tribes did at all.
I I'm not making an excuse. What I'm saying is if these people were already in captivity from Spaniards, they're going to do what the
They were
Spanish
not
told
in
them to do.
captivity when they started practicing slavery. They were free.
1830, yes, they were. And if
No,
they
they were
weren't free,
not.
why
They
were they taken
stopped
in
this
boats to DR?
they
If they were
stopped
free people, they
they
could have
were
stayed
not
on this
taking
land.
Native Americans over to DR in
Yes, they
1830.
were. You can look this up. There was a boat that was headed to DR. They stopped to gas up, and a lady jumped off the boat and went back to Florida to her Seminole tribe.
If
Then
they
she was
stop.
Several other
probably a
people did
black
the same
Seminole.
thing.
Then she was probably a black
Same
Seminole,
thing.
not a Native American. She was probably a
How
black
would you know
Seminole.
that if you weren't there to test her blood to say what she was? And if that being the case, why are the Catawba in Dominican Republic as of today if they didn't take some of these people over there? How are they
They
over there?
they
Did they
were
swim?
they were because they
They
took
were
them
taken in
early
boats.
on. They were taking them early on down to the islands from the north. They were bringing them down early. But the problem was, like I stated before, indigenous people were dying off too quick. 90% of our people died off in 100 years. 100 years it took 90% of our people to
But
be
as you're
exterminated off
dying,
of
you're
this earth.
also breeding as well. So even if you are
You're
dead,
No,
not
we
you're still
listening. That's
weren't.
what
creating
she's saying.
children.
No,
You're
we
still creating
weren't.
children.
She
No.
said, and that
Disease. Disease
Disease.
kills men,
say it
women,
again,
and
because I
children.
don't think she heard
They
you, bro.
killed mostly men and breed it with the women because that is
She
how you
said
get rid of
No
certain
90%,
societies.
disease.
90% of the people over here died within 100 years.
So if
It don't matter
90%,
how
and the
many
and
kids.
the
It
last
don't
and
matter how many kids you pumping out. If you're losing your kids because people are taking your land and the diseases, you're not going to reproduce your population faster than the diseases are wiping you out or people are exterminating you off your land. That's not
how
going to
many
happen.
children can you have in 100 years? That's the question.
we didn't have a lot. So this is what they did
How
with
would
the
you know
Spanish.
that? How would
Because
you know
she's
that?
part of the. Oh my God.
Ma'am. So 90% of our people were killed off, and the 10% that were left, yes, many of our my ancestors were raped to have their children. Many of our great, sorry, were to have their children. Many of those ancestors were forced into marriages to have their children, to breed out the native bloodline. But that was not happening up in the United States. That was happening more in Mexico and South America and in the Caribbean. And then they were committing paper genocide against us as well. So they basically were.
You cut out there. I don't know what happened.
So all of this stuff happened. What do you, this is my history. Yes, I've looked into my history. This is what happened. So in 100 years, 90% of our population from Canada to South America and in the Caribbean, 90% of our population was extinct. It caused climate change.
Also, it's a thing called population bottleneck that that you can see within the Native Americans that occurred in the time frame in which the colonizers came over here, in which it impacted how diverse the population was, because Native Americans, there were, like she was stating, they killed almost 100 million of them. So a lot of that diversity that you would see in them, including the skin complexion that a lot of people obsess over, a lot of that diversity was taken away. And once again, when you look into the population of African Americans, you do not see that population bottleneck occurring in us. We still have a lot of diversity within our population. But with Native Americans, you can see that a lot of their diversity went away at the same time period in which the colonizers came over here and genocided a lot of their people. So
And
that's another
here
thing people have to take into account.
and here's a source for you from NPR. uh, s- uh, Slavery ended, the legality of enslavement of Indians ended as early as 1542.
How is that possible if Florida was free in 1639? Who were they enslaving if they
Africans.
didn't bring Africans here until 1617? That's only 20 years.
No,
That's
there were
false.
Africans being brought here before then. They were being brought into the Caribbean and South America, and then they started bringing them up.
As early
What
as the 1500s, they were bringing slaves and indentured servants over here from Africa.
And this is done by Portuguese, which landed in Africa in the
Portuguese
1400s.
and the Spanish. The Spanish crown, I just read it, as early as 1542, the Spanish crown outlawed Indian slavery under all circumstances.
If that, how can they outlaw something and then turn around in 1693 and free the people and say, if you come here, you can be free if you're a Catholic? That's a contradiction of that very statement.
What do you
Well, they were telling them to escape from other colonies, from the British. They were saying, listen, if you escape from the British and you come pledge with us, you fight with us and switch to our religion, you can live here free. And, all you have to do is pledge to us. You can get your freedom from these other colonies that have you enslaved, because we are competing against them. They weren't getting along over here. The colonizers were beefing with one another. So
Neither
it was
were
like,
the
look,
Native
coming down
Americans.
here, pledge to us, help fight the British, and we'll let you have your freedom. That's how you have Fort Mose.
If exactly, with that being said, if they were freeing them in Florida to become a Catholic, as I stated, it was about religion, and religion does influence people regardless if they see it or not. It does influence
It
people.
was
What
about
I'm
religion for them, and for the whole thing. Like that's what they were doing all this from. That's what they were using. That it wasn't about religion for us.
here?
For
Let me
Native Americans, they were trying to put that on us.
and let me read this to you because it wasn't, like, again, it wasn't all Native Americans that were enslaved. So, it says here, this is from Brown University. Between 1492 and 1880, between 2 and 5.5 million Native Americans were enslaved in the Americas, in addition to 12.5 million African slaves. When natives had been forced into slavery and servitude as early as 1636, it was not until King Philip's War that natives were enslaved in large numbers. In 1675 to 1676, war pitted Native American leader King Philip, also known as Metacom, and his allies against the English colonial settlers. During the war, New England colonies routinely shipped Native American as slaves to Barbados, Bermuda, Jamaica, the Azores, Spain, and Tangier in North Africa. While Africans who were enslaved did not know that they would be taken, Native Americans understood that they could be sent to Caribbean plantations and face extremely harsh treatment far from their homes and communities, according to the study. Fear of this fate spurred some Native Americans to pledge to fight to death, while others surrendered, hoping to avoid being sent overseas. Um, let's see. Even contemporary official histories of the war all point to the same thing. Indians were enslaved in mass and either distributed locally or sent overseas to a variety of destinations. Studies in native slavery have opened up in recent years, Fisher said, with award-winning books, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, let me go back. So yeah, there were people who were enslaved, and they were enslaved for a while, and up to like even the 1800s. But it wasn't everybody. There was still a lot of treaties that were already being written. There was a lot because they couldn't, part of that was because they couldn't keep them enslaved. They either were dying off or they were running away from plantations because they knew the lands. They were able to escape much easier than Africans were because we knew the lands here. They were able to find other tribes to hide out with, and they couldn't find them. They couldn't track them like they could Africans because Africans did not know the lands, which is why it was much easier to enslave Africans here than it was to enslave Native Americans.
There, that part when you said that they went to other tribes. In the 1500s, the European settlers forced, I'm going to say force because I doubt that they said, hey, I'm going to want to do this to people. They forced the now called Cherokee to enslave the
No,
Iroquois.
they didn't.
Yes,
They
they
didn't.
were forced. They were forced to do it. They did not do it because that's what they wanted to do.
Did,
They did it because they were forced to do so. Their
did you
form
know
of
that the
slavery was
Cherokee
indentured servitude, which is someone working for you, but they did not treat them the same. They had slaves, but they did not treat them with the same ideology as European treated them. They treated them as indentured servants. Being okay, you can come live with our tribe. We're not going to treat you like dirt. You're going to learn our traditions and our heritage and take them back, or you can do whatever you want to. But if you come here on this territory, you are to practice what we practice. And if you want to be a servant here and work with us, that's fine. But they were forced again by Europeans to go into Arkansas in the Middle East, the middle of America, or what we call the Midwest now, and take the Iroquois into slavery, and that is why the Cherokee
did
or the
you
Catawba was taken from the list in the night in a couple of years ago, and they were just re-entered on that list because they were told that they had to do a public apology when in fact the United States apologized to them.
know that the Cherokee before colonizers came were already practicing kinship slavery?
They were not practicing chattel slavery that was
I
taught to
said
them.
kinship slavery before colonization. Yeah,
Indentured servitude, let's call it that, because we're
that's
not going to use the term Indian here, which seems to be an
no,
issue.
no,
But
no, no,
you'll
no,
go to
no.
a website to say that Indian affairs, that's still
That's
contradictory.
because it's a legal term, and that's how the treaties are
Okay,
written.
so if
That's
it's a
the
legal
reason
term,
why.
it should not be an
But we
issue when
don't
we're
call
speaking of
ourselves that.
people.
We only use that term when we're speaking on legal terms. We're not speaking on legal terms. But
Some
what
tribes
I'm
didn't
saying,
call themselves Catawba until they were forced to
uh,
move out of South Carolina and become a part of another tribe. They
but
called themselves the
okay,
Socorro
but I'm
because the Spanish gave them that name. They didn't even use
T T
linguistics back then.
T. Yes, before colonization, many tribes, many tribes practiced what they called a kinship slavery. It wasn't an indentured servitude. It was a kinship slavery, meaning that they worked side by side with their slaves. The women basically decided the fate of the captives. So it was either death or the kinship slavery. The kinship slavery was about you worked side to side with your master, but you weren't allowed to go back with your tribes. You weren't allowed to participate in ceremonies or things like that, but you were able to have a home, your own home. You didn't have to live in the home of your master, but you had your own home, and and you know your own stuff. But and basically it was assimilation into the tribe after so many, after however long that the women decided that you can now participate in ceremonies and you can now be considered family and part of the tribes. That's what they were practicing before, and many tribes did this all throughout the Americas. That was what, and then you also had tribes that were not practicing that. They were very cruel with their slaves, very, very cruel. Like we had tribes like that in the Southwest that did that. So what I'm saying is that the slavery was not nothing new with tribes, but when Europeans came here, it became a whole different thing and a whole different attitude. So when you say forced, a lot of these tribes that were enslaving other tribes, it wasn't necessarily by force. This was something that they were already doing to each other beforehand, but they weren't doing it in the, like you said, in the way the white men were doing it. But again, this was not nothing new to our people, and how our people did things before then. I mean,
Okay,
even
I
when we
can
talk
respect.
about, like, even when we talk about the Maya and the Aztec, it was they didn't have a kinship. They were more of an indentured servitude, and they did practice. It was the same thing. You either were sacrificed or you worked, and you weren't. It wasn't you were working side by side by your master. You were working for, and then you worked for a certain amount of time until you paid off your debt, and then you were able to leave. So
And
that
that
was
was
more indentured servitude, where
everywhere.
kinship slavery was kinship slavery was more of the fact that you were assimilated into the tribe, because they didn't want you to go back to your tribe, to the other tribes, and give them information. They didn't want them to come back and bring other tribes back in war with them. So it was more of assimilation into the tribes. So yes, there was many different forms of slavery practiced throughout native tribes all over. There were tribes that didn't practice it at all. There were tribes that didn't believe in it at all in any form or fashion. There were very, very, very peaceful tribes. Most tribes were very peaceful and didn't do any of that stuff. And when they came, they didn't even like to fight or war with people. When we talk about the pueblos in the southwestern part of the United States, those tribes, they just would move to different places when they encountered issues with other tribes, and they would move. They started off further down south, and many of them moved up to where we now know as the Four Corners area. Because, and all of those, um have you ever seen all of the apartment, like in the cliffs? Those were the Pueblo tribes. That's what they did. They were able to build their homes high up to protect themselves from tribes that were coming after the other tribes, because they were more of a very peaceful people. So when we're talking about indigenous people, we are not a monolith. There's so many different tribes here, so many ways of practicing things around everywhere. So when we fast forward to European colonization getting here, how the Spanish colonizers and when they stopped enslaving us was different from when the British did it. And then on top of that, then you had those five tribes that did commit chattel slavery. And the Seminoles were slightly different from the other four, because the Seminoles weren't actually forcing their people to work or anything like that. They were like, you guys can just have this part of the land, do what you want to do, but you will have to pay as a tax to keep safe here. That's what the Seminoles were doing. The other four were practicing full on chattel slavery. They were selling and buying and doing all of that. Now, some of those tribes, out of those four tribes, I can't remember which ones, but some of those tribes did allow their tribes to learn how to read and write, because they were using them also as interpreters as well. So there was many different things that were happening again. And in those tribes, you also had abolitionist groups within the tribes, and those abolitionist groups were not in favor of practicing chattel slavery, and they went in opposition of their own council and their leaders and things like that. So it's very nuanced history across the board. But what I'm telling you is that you're making these claims about Florida and Alaska and all of this, and
That's not
there's
a
so much
claim. This is
more.
factual information that you
Yeah,
can
but
also look
it
up.
wasn't just
It's
Florida
not a
and
claim.
Alaska. Tribes had been here for thousands of
And I
years.
didn't say that. I said what is documented from coast to coast, and I was speaking in relativity to the coast of Florida and the coast of Alaska. So that we can get an idea of what happened. And I never said that they weren't practicing slavery, because they obviously were, but it wasn't in the same term that European taught them. In 1830, they had to be taught that to practice such, because they weren't doing it before. And just as they were slaves or slave owners up in Russia, Russia had them in slavery up there as well.
I'm getting a headache.
Again, chattel slavery was taught by Europeans to the people of this land, as if they were taught to every other land a different form of slavery. So you are saying that they had chattel slavery in 1830, but if they had already been here prior, what were they practicing before then? A different form of slavery, but they were still blending. The five tribes that are a part of history right now weren't even that name prior to the Europeans coming over here and changing their names.
Of course, and even today, the Cherokee and almost all of these other nations, they only say their quote unquote English name when we're talking in general terms to people. But when they're talking within their tribes, they call themselves by their tribal names. The vast majority of these tribes do. But when they're talking to outsiders, people outside of their tribe, they will say who they their English name that was put on them. So it doesn't, regardless of what they were called and who they were called, they knew who they were and they called themselves what they called
They
themselves.
didn't have a name because the Spanish gave them their names. They did not speak they did not speak language like we are doing right now. So there was no name. It was a sound.
No,
There was no I am a
they
Cherokee.
they
There was
had their
nobody
own
calling,
language.
walking up saying I'm a
Are
Cherokee.
you saying that the native people did not have languages?
They did not have the language that we are using today. Therefore,
Of
the
course
terms
they
and the
did.
names were
Of
not what
course
they
they
called
did.
each other. So I'm not going to, if I was in 1300, I'm not going to come up to you and say, I'm a Cherokee because there was no such thing as that name.
They would call themselves Cherokee based off of what the Europeans were uh translated their names to, and this whichever European you want to say, the British, the Spanish, the Portuguese, whomever, they're all fucking Europeans. At the end of
Yeah.
the day, when they were speaking to people who were not from their tribes, they used the term Cherokee. Even to this day, people who are in the Cherokee nations, people who are in the Sioux nations, people who are in the Pueblo nations, they use their own names, what their tribes always identified as within their tribes. That's when they talk to each other and they say their names to each other, they say their original names. But when they're talking to outsiders, they will say their English name because it's much easier for people to pronounce the English name outside of their tribal name, their actual tribal name. So it doesn't matter what they were being called. Regardless, they knew who they were, but they were still, it doesn't dissolve them from what those five tribes did and what they
Of
were
course.
practicing.
It doesn't. But if they, if the natives of this land were not calling themselves a name, and the Spanish or European, whatever you want to call them, this Portuguese, the Spaniard came here first and gave them that name. So then they became the Shakora. So then once they started dispersing into other places and blending with other tribes who did not call themselves these names that were given to them, they became a new nation. And that is why there's so many different names here, because it was a blend of different people creating new nations, but then being relabeling by the person who had them in captivity.
Regardless of the different names, I mean, tribes were intermixing way before colonization. They were already doing that. That's how they, when you talk about like tribal wars and stuff, many of the tribal wars that were happening in order to bring peace was to intermarry with each other. And so they would mix and they would create larger nations and maybe even change the name of their tribe at that point. There's a lot of different things that go on. But or they would combine the names of their tribes in their language, and then again, it does whatever the English translated their names to be, or the Spanish or whomever translated their names to be, is what it was. And so they took those English names that were given to them, and then they just, that's what they used to talk to the English and to the Spanish and to the Portuguese and to the French and to the Dutch and every other freaking European that came over here, the Russians, whomever, all of these people. So whether they were blended or not, they were still one nation. Regardless of where they, how they blended and how they ran away, they were still part of whatever nation that they became a part of. And they knew who they were. They knew their actual tribal names. So what they were being called and what they called themselves is two different things and is irrelevant to the whole point of all of this. Because they still to this day will call themselves by their tribal names when they're speaking to each other. But when they're speaking to outsiders, they will use their European given name that they were given so people understand who they are. That's why when we talk to everybody, we'll say stuff like Cherokee or Choctaw or Apache or Comanche or all of Aztec and all these other things.
So
Y'all make
with
it
the
seem
names
like the
changed,
colonizers shaped like our whole reality and like each people and how they comprise, and what they did, and like I don't understand that, but we don't want to, give them credit for. actually doing what they said that they did during the transatlantic slave trade, but we'll believe this whole conspiracy that Russia was in control of Alaska and they made the Alaska natives do this and that, and then the other colonizers were in control of all the other natives, and they did all this other stuff to us, and like I'm like I just don't get it.
You are in a land where Christianity is was taught to you. So the colonizers did provide that as well as your education is concerned. So if that be the
Well,
case,
Central Africa has the second oldest church compared to Ethiopia. It was brought to them by the Romans, but I mean, so yeah, well, I mean, as far as our ancestors, I mean, they were either Christian, they were either practicing Islam or Judaism or African spiritual systems. But yeah, as far as like, yeah, some of our ancestors, we were introduced to Christianity during slavery.
a lot of them were they had missionaries on boats for Pete's sake, teaching them that Christianity is the way, the truth, and the light. That's why they boarded the Queen Elizabeth the First's boat called Jesus of Lebec, excuse me. So it was a fleet called Jesus to come to bring them to the Americas, saying that was the truth, the way, and the light. That's why the term Jesus is so hard for people to let go of because it was
Agree.
indoctrined within them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they indoctrinated us, but
Yeah, I want
indoctrinated us,
to
but
stop for a minute, so
with religion, I'm not fighting that.
I'm gonna go watch Wakanda Forever.
Yeah, I'm not
I
discrediting.
will never watch that.
My
I'm
head.
not discrediting anyone saying that this
Why
was
not?
this and this was that, and saying that
'Cause my
people
point
from
is,
Africa was
my
here
point
first, because
is,
that's impossible. It's
It is
impossible for
still
one
correct.
human being to be on one continent at once, and that's just my belief. I was coming in to say that there were people on all continents pretty much probably at the same time or closest to the equator, and then they migrated in different places, so no one can say the first person here was of this descendant because humans were all over the globe and they migrated in different places. So I can't give credit to anyone saying that they were first, because even with what I was taught with Lucy, she wasn't first. I find other people that have found bones that were older than she. So that lets me know that people had to be here before Lucy. And not just in Africa, they were in every place. The now
you
Americas, they
gotta
were.
prove that though. That's what I'm saying over here with
No,
you
she can't
about our
prove it.
belief.
And she's saying they can't prove people over here. Yes, archaeology and archaeogenetics. They can prove that it's linked to modern day Native Americans. They can prove it. When you look up the Spirit Cave mummies, they are linked to Native Americans.
And
When
my
you look
father
up
is a
The
Native
Kennewick
American.
man,
My father's a Native American, and his
Lucia,
siblings. Okay,
Yeah,
my
but
Lucia,
you
father
said
is a Native American.
you can't go back that far to see if his family didn't come from an African boat.
I can go back farther enough to see his grandmother and her pictures, and she definitely
That's
does
it.
not look of African descent.
That's it. Lookership don't count. You ain't got his great grandmother, his great great grandmother, his great 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 grandmother.
I have his great 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 grandmother whose name was Annie.
You just told us you couldn't go back that far.
I
and you
said,
said
as
it was
far
an
as
archaic
pictures are
human over
concerned,
here. What archaic human did they find over here? What early human? What pre-human?
they
Like
haven't found anything because the United States is covered with roads and buildings. If they allow people to actually dig, then they probably can find a whole lot.
They do dig here in America all the time.
They don't
you
dig
gotta you gotta
everywhere. That
dig
you
to
can't
do
go dig under
construction.
your
How
house
you
right now, can you?
how are you gonna
You have
dig
to dig to
everywhere?
do construction.
Exactly. That's
You
the
have
whole
to
point.
you have to do landscaping to do construction. So
Exactly. You have to get a
they
permit
are
Anytime,
in
moving.
order to do that.
anytime
So they will
construction
find
is
stuff.
done, they're digging more than 10 feet. So you're
They
gonna think
found a
that
Anytime
lot of
in a
graves.
specific spot. They're not digging everywhere. They're not digging up the entire America to look underneath the
listen now,
surface.
now they're putting up. buildings. They're putting up houses. They're putting up parking lots. In order for them to do this stuff, they have to dig. They're digging more than 10 feet. So you don't think that all the stuff that's in America, that they ain't found stuff and stopped the digging?
Exactly. They stopped the digging. So we can't say what's the oldest human
No,
in
no, no,
America
no,
because
no,
they
no.
stopped
They
us from
stopped.
doing so.
When I say stop the digging, I mean that they're about to construct this building and then they start breaking the ground with the equipment so they can go ahead and build the building. So they've stopped the digging. Let's say they find something on that site. They stop digging for that site because they found something. And then people come in,
Stop
like
construction.
the FBI, the CIA, somebody comes in to determine what, especially when it comes to human remains. They're going to stop digging because they found human remains and they're going to get the FBI involved.
And archaeologists too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
because
they're
they did
going
it.
to
They did
dig
it
under
in New
a
York
church.
when they found those 30,000 skeletal remains of slaves. Like they found a lot of slave cemeteries in which they were about to start building. They stopped construction, had archaeologists and stuff come out, finish the digging, and properly place them in in the places where they can be kept and analyzed.
And then
So
there's also ancient sites that are protected that they're not allowed to dig up those bones
and
because
why is that?
it's Native American, it's against Native American religious beliefs. So like even
Okay. So
talk
with
about
cemeteries, every
like
100 years, the
but see
plots and cemeteries are put other people on there.
like
So
but no
you
no no
can't.
no no because like even when we talk about the what's his name the Kennewick what's his name Vanta Kennewick oh geez my mind just went blank.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah, the
Kennewick man.
Kennewick man. Kennewick man. There was a whole like drawn out lawsuit between Native Americans and these archaeologists and anthropologists on his bones, and then they literally basically when it came to this whole fight. They basically ignored the religious beliefs of the Native Americans. They still ended up testing the DNA in the bones, but then gave the bones back so they can bury them, but there's a lot of like Native American sites that are very ancient and old that aren't supposed to even be touched, and they have been disrespectfully disrupted. There's a lot of places, and some of these places have been hidden by Native Americans just so that way they don't get disturbed because of how many times they have been disrupted and disrespected and disturbed. So there's a lot of things that we don't know and we don't have answers to. Yes, I agree with you on that. And we may never know 100% sure. But what we do have and the evidence that we do have shows what we have now. And that is human Homo sapiens, Homo erectus came out of Africa and people migrated out. And until we find bones and it goes through the proper process, until we find older bones than that here, we cannot make claim that we were here longer than Africa. We can't make those claims. And I, as an indigenous person, would love to say that we've been here for 200,000 years. I would love to say we've been here for 1,000,000 years, but I can't make those claims because we don't have the bones to prove it.
You have a point with that, and that was going to be my thing as far as what is categorized as a Native American. There are tribes that aren't even given federal acknowledgement. The Cherokee,
Those are just
I'm sorry,
those
some tribes aren't giving federal acknowledgement and they can be
are,
removed from the list at will. So that means that there are tribes that aren't even on the
that
list
that
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 were here
that
that aren't given their paid
that is
homage
that
because the
legality.
America has the control over who gets on the list and who is removed from
But
the
but
list.
but but that is legalities. We have DNA to show who we are. My
However, even if your
I'm
DNA
not a
shows who
part of
you
it.
are, if America isn't
So for
identified,
example, I am not a part of any tribe, but my DNA shows I have Native American DNA. I have at least almost 40% American Native American DNA.
you have
So
Native American DNA that the Americas acknowledge. You have Native American DNA that America allows
my
on the list. If America drops your
that are
list, drops that list right now today and say, hey, you know what? They're no longer Native American and decides
So
to
what you
drop you,
getting
you are
into
no longer.
genealogy? That's what you leading to.
No, no,
What?
ma'am. It's not what America acknowledges. This is like
Yes, they
across
do.
the
They
this,
took off the Catawaba,
no,
and
ma'am,
the
ma'am.
Catawaba was had
This
to
is
be
not
put
what
back on the
no T
list.
T. They can't look. They can't. The government can't turn around and say my Native American DNA is no longer Native American DNA. That's not how
But
it
if they
works,
decide to drop your tribe from the list, you will no longer be acknowledged as a Native
ma'am. I'm not
American.
part of a tribe. I come from Southern natives where we were paper genocided.
Do you
So I'm
claim a
not part of
specific
a tribe,
band? Do you
but I'm
claim a tribe? Do you
I'm
claim a
still Native
band?
American.
Do you what is the band that you claim then? What
I
is your
can't
tribal claim?
stand because we were erased. We were erased off of the documents.
So
Southern
what
Native.
tribe do you close
I
what
cannot.
tribe is
That's
your
what you guys
blood?
aren't understanding when we talk to you guys about these things. You can't just go claim a band or tribe. You have to have. You have to
But
have the
you said your
genealogy.
DNA is a part of it, so your DNA goes to a specific name that the federal
No, it does not.
government
Not.
acknowledges.
You cannot. No, it does not. All the government acknowledges is if you have Native American DNA. You cannot, with DNA, you cannot pinpoint a specific tribe. You just cannot pinpoint a specific tribe with DNA. You can pinpoint the regions. And in a region, you can have dozens of tribes in a region. So that's why I can't find out through my DNA which tribe I belong to. On top of that,
That
because
part.
we
And
were
neither can you say which tribes had slaves because they were all a part of the same thing. They were called Indians. You can't say which the Cherokees had Indians because you don't know if that blood was actually Cherokee. The United States
they don't
told you
have to
that
have
Cherokee had.
Cherokee blood. It's literally just Native American blood. Period. It's not
That
specific
part.
to any tribe.
But you just said the Cherokee. You just said it yourself. The Cherokee had the five tribes. As a matter of fact, you broke it down to five.
That has
So you
nothing to
only
do with
said
anything.
five of the
What does that have
thousand.
to do
There's
with?
only 500 that the federal agency allows to be acknowledged. So out of 1,000, if only 500 is acknowledged, that means another 500 is saying you aren't a part of Native America. Is
No,
that not right?
no. Completely incorrect. Completely
How
incorrect.
is that?
The
You
blood
just
quantum
said that
laws.
the
The
Cherokee,
blood
you pointed
quantum
out
laws.
that the Cherokee and the Cherokee only practice chattel slavery, but then you
I
turned around
did
and
not
just
say
said you
Cherokee
can't
Creole.
pinpoint what tribe you're in, but you just know you have native blood. You just said that.
That
Those are your
what
words.
is DNA have to do with the fact that the five tribes practice chattel slavery?
But you just specified that the five tribes. But if the United States is not giving a recognition to the thousands, how can you say certain people are not native when America says that only 500 of the natives are actually recognized? People run to these tribe names because the federal agency acknowledges them, but they don't want to talk about the ones that are hidden right before your eyes because the federal agency does not acknowledge them. They're not
It
on the
has.
book. So if
I,
Cherokee
I
woke
don't
up
think
in the
you
morning and the
understand.
United States said you are no longer natives, everyone else is going to say the Cherokees are not native because the United States said they aren't.
I don't.
The same people that
No,
bought
it
Alaska
does.
and said that they were
No,
natives when they knew that Russia had control over them.
That's
Huh?
not how any of this works. That's not at all how this works. Whether the government says we are a tribe, federally recognized or not, it doesn't matter. That has to do with legalities and land and what they can do on our lands. That's what those treaties are all about. That's why they have blood quantum laws. These blood quantum laws are placed on there by the government because basically what it comes down to is once the last full-blooded Indian, quote unquote, is gone, those treaties are null and void. They get to take over the land completely 100%. This is why many tribes have these is here in the United States. We don't have blood quantum laws and treaties south of the border. We just don't. So when we're talking about here in the United States, this is all legality. Whether they say we're native, whether they say we're a recognized tribe or not, has nothing to do with our actual DNA and our blood.
Okay, so that part. So now that we're getting to that legality, so if an individual does not have a legal name that is on this list, is does that say they're no longer a Native American
No,
just because there is no legality behind the name?
still Native American if they have Native American blood.
Okay, that part. So if they have Native American blood and they still say, well, hey, I'm not Cherokee, I'm not Navajo, I am just a Native American, therefore I don't go to the legal terms, I'm still a Native American, then does that take away their actual history? Or is it the United States only acknowledges certain people, and that's why people jump to, oh, I'm a Navajo from this place, and I'm a this from that place, not knowing that it is a legal term.
Okay. I'm going to try to say this as clearly as possible, and then I'm done with the conversation because I'm getting a headache.
Just
So,
ask you a question, dear. It doesn't
I
require.
no,
Yeah.
I know I'm seriously, I am getting a headache. So this, I'm going to try to make it as clear as possible. All right. So here, when we're talking about legalities and treaties and tribal affiliations and all of these things, there are certain criterias that each tribe has based off the treaty that they have with the government. All right. If the government turns around, these treaties have, once the UN was created, the UN had the tribes went to the UN. The government has to acknowledge these treaties where they weren't before. They have to do that because if they don't, they would be going against human rights violations and breaking of contracts against sovereign nations. So again, so this is why so many tribes aren't being federally recognized because they do not want to add them onto the list because that means that would they would have to give up the lands that they're already using for development to take resources off, whatever the case may be. So when tribes go onto these reservations or into these territories, because not all tribes have reservations, they just have land. So when they go on, when the government goes on to this, they have to seek permission and they have to pay the tribes a certain amount of money to use certain resources to mining rights, all of these different things.
I
That's
can
how the
understand that. I understand that.
Okay.
But
Okay,
again, answer my question for the tribes that are not.
hold on. So, but when it comes to our ancestry, we're not talking about legality. When it comes to our ancestry, yes, many of us had our histories taken from us, but we are those of us that are reconnecting or learning about our histories. We're finding out the truth of all of that. We have our DNA test to show that yes, we are still Native American to these lands. We are still connected to these lands based off of our DNA, our bloodlines. We may not have a specific bloodline that we can connect to with a specific tribe, but many tribes, when we're talking outside of the United States, we don't do that outside the United States. You don't have treaties outside the United States like that. You don't have blood quantum laws outside of the United States like that. So it doesn't take away from people being Native American when they have a specific bloodline. Now, there are people who have Native American blood who have no desire to reconnect or even claim to be Native American. There are those people that are like that. There are people who are actively reconnecting, like myself. And then there are people who have no kind of bloodline, no kind of cultural connection, and are just claiming shit just to claim shit. Then you also have people who were the freedmen or who were slaves that ran to the north or ran to the south, who were protected by tribes who were not connected through genetics, but they were connected culturally. They were raised with those natives. They were taught the customs and the traditions and the languages, and they were culturally connected. There are many ways here in the United States and elsewhere that you can be connected to being Native American. But the thing of it is everybody just wants to assume on how to do all of that instead of actually talking to indigenous people when here in the Americas when it comes to those reconnections, learning about your histories, finding your families, all of that. But at the end of the day, if you have Native American blood, you have Native American DNA, you are Native American to these lands, whether you want to claim it or not. That is just what it is, plain and simple. Whether you want to learn the history of your people, whether you want to connect culturally, whatever, however you do that. But if you have Native American blood, it doesn't mean you're going to get money. It doesn't mean you're going to get land. It doesn't mean you're going to get anything. But if you have Native American blood, your people, your ancestors came from these lands. Period. That's it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no what about them. How about what about this? How about this? But what if this? There's not. That's just plain and simple what it is. It's that simple.
Again, yes, and that's true. However, as I said, if there are 1,000 tribes and only 500 are given paid homage and given respect, the other 500, being that we don't know the name that they would call themselves,
It
is
doesn't matter
what?
about names. If they have their own tribes and whatever they call themselves, whether they're federally recognized or not, they are still a tribe of people that have the same cultural connections with each other, that practice the same traditions, that have the same language, whatever that may be, and they have the bloodline. They have the DNA for here, regardless of what anybody else says who they are. That's why I try to tell some of these quote unquote black indigenous people that are claiming to be indigenous, like if you want to create your own damn tribe, create it. It still doesn't mean that you're necessarily native to these lands. You can create whatever tribe you want to create anywhere in the world, but it doesn't make you bloodline connected to these lands.
And when you
If
say
your
these
bloodline connected
lands,
to these lands and
when you
knowing
say these
you are
lands, are you speaking of Alaska as well? Because again,
the
Alaska
Well,
entire Western
was
Hemisphere.
purchased in
Ma'am, the entire Western
1867.
Hemisphere
They were
is,
not natives to this land
yes,
until
yes, the entire Western
1867.
Hemisphere. Once people migrated
Oh
to
my
this Western
Hello,
God.
Hemisphere,
everybody.
they are
She,
native.
what it do? She
Good
don't even
evening.
like
Good
people from
evening.
Alaska are natives. Like Alaska, Canada, you know,
Hello, everybody.
what it do. Like just because Russia
Nobody
might
want to say hello?
have been over there. Yeah, we said what's up, bro?
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, if it's open discussion, so we can, partake with the conversation. So I think that's gonna be beneficial for everybody to take something. If you don't mind,
You went out, sir.
go ahead, brother.
Huh? That's a sister.
All right. I'll just end with this. The Western Hemisphere, once we migrated here 25, 30,000 years ago and started settling these lands, we became native to these lands, indigenous to these lands. These are our ancestors. This is who our bloodline is. Our DNA adapted to these lands. We have specific DNA to these lands, just like Africa has specific DNA, just like Asia does, just like Europe does, just like the Pacific Islanders do. We have specific DNA to these areas. This is who we are. Our DNA links to those ancient people that came here 25, 30,000 years ago, and all the way from the entire Western Hemisphere, Canada, Alaska, all the way down to Chile and all the islands. Everything on this side of the planet, from the top to the bottom, not just the United States, not just Mexico, from the top to the bottom is Native American lands to the Americas. It's a continent.
Sister, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Who is considered as a Native American? Because when I hear about people talk about Native American,
she said that
I
shit.
only,
I just explained it all, bro. I'm not. I
huh?
literally just explained it all. I literally just said it.
Yeah,
When
because
you
I
have these
only hear Black American, because America, we have North
Yeah,
America,
she just
we have
explained
Central
the whole
America.
Western Hemisphere, bro,
the
is
entire
Native
Western Hemisphere,
Yeah,
Native
but do
American.
you like when you talk about the origin of people, you have to bring three facts. First thing, historical facts. The second one, archaeological one, and the third one, scientific. So let's go to the history. If you talk to any person who has the white skin, they will tell you no matter where they live, they have their grass, their root, which is a continent known as Europe, right? So that's based on facts. Anybody who is considered as white skin, they will tell you that's what they call some of them Caucasian. You might live in America, but you have your grass root, which is Europe. Okay. So when we talk about Native American, because don't forget, Napkins people, they also created the Native Americans,
Nobody
which have,
created anybody.
False.
No, nobody
I
created any.
mean, when we talk, we don't, let's just not talk
You mean the
because
name?
we, no, I mean, please, let me finish. You have to bring, I just gave you three facts. If you want to prove the existence of a people, you have to be connected with those three facts: scientific, historical, and archaeological. So let's
Archaeology
talk
and
about,
archaeogenetics. Yeah, we gave
no,
that
no, no. When I
earlier.
say scientific, you have to bring. You can talk about DNA. You can talk about genetics. Those are in scientific facts. So that's why I say you have to know those three facts
Yeah, we brung
in,
those
in
up
order to
Yeah.
earlier.
claim in order to claim the origin of any race or whatever you claiming. So what the question I always ask, I only hear black in America who claim so bad about, because we have you can be and you can we have a native person, an indigenous person.
What?
Being indigenous and
Bro,
being
been on
native,
TikTok too long.
being indigenous and being native, I mean,
Are we
you
gonna
can
do
look at,
semantics of words and dictionaries and all that shit? Because I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
no,
I'm,
that's why I say if you have it, that's why I say we don't just talk like this. You have to bring facts.
I am an indigenous American. My family, my history, my people are indigenous to these lands.
So
Period.
do you have like anything historically you can prove me right now so I
Yeah.
can look it up myself,
Hey,
find your tribe? I mean,
my
give me
Kennewick
yeah.
facts.
man. Kennewick man. Lucia. Spirit Cave Mummy. We just said this earlier.
I mean, brother, I never ever find anybody who claims to be indigenous, whatever, or native, giving me those three facts. Never. So what was your language? The language, because brown, it's not an indigenous name. Brown is an
Yeah.
English
It's
name.
a
So give me
TikTok
like
name.
historically what, like your tribe. I mean, maybe you have, maybe you are stripped from your language, your names, because the real Native American, they're in hidden reservation. They wanted to kill
No.
all of them.
No.
So
Why do you
I,
guys?
I mean, I want to learn from
Wait. Wait.
you
Wait.
as
Wait.
an
Wait.
indigenous
Can
people.
can I
Okay,
can I
please, I want to learn from you as an indigenous people.
can I ask
Can
you?
you please tell me a little bit in historical facts why you claim to be an indigenous person? Not only going to scientific fact, because I cannot prove your DNA,
Okay, bro, she's
I
not about to
cannot
break
prove
all
your
that down.
genetics.
She already did it.
I
She
already
told
broke
you
all.
where she was from. She told you who her peoples was, what tribe, how her people migrated all over this whole the North South America, bro.
But I understand where those people came live before.
Oh God.
Okay,
Because if you
they
black,
might
if you dark
listen, bro.
skin,
They migrated in over thousands upon thousands of years. They created a new culture. They created new language. There are a
I
new people.
understand. I understand, brother. But
So
where
then,
those people
what?
lived
What
Earth
are you?
before coming to America.
What does it matter? This is what I don't.
No, no. I'm just asking which it matter because I want to know
Okay, no, 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 no. Because this is, I'm so sick and tired of this narrative. It doesn't matter where we migrated from. We migrated.
why.
Please stop, because I'm tired of this narrative. We migrated here. We came here. We
But where
settled.
did you migrate
I'm not
from?
done speaking, sir. We came here, we settled these lands, we created our own cultures, our DNA adapted to these lands. We became the people of these lands. 25 to 30,000
Okay,
years
somebody in the
ago.
comments said
Doesn't
from
matter.
Africa.
No, stop. It doesn't matter where we came from. Wherever in the world we came here and we settled these lands, and our DNA adapted to these lands and our cultures and our languages and everything. And then when the colonizers came, they stripped all that shit away from us. 90% of my people were exterminated from these lands. 90% of my people, you will never know which tribes they were. They are no longer in existence. So I'm sick and tired of this shit. Doesn't
No,
matter where the hell.
that's
No,
not
no, no,
true.
no, no. It doesn't matter where we came from. We are here. We've been
It
here.
matter
We
where you
settled
came
these
from, sister.
lands.
What are you
Are you
talking about?
Native American? Are you
If
indigenous
it
to the Americas?
if it
Why do you
doesn't matter where you came
But
from,
why are
it
you
doesn't
guys
why
matter
so
do
where
you
get
other people
upset
came
care?
when
from
we just
either.
talk about
Why
asking
do
you
you
questions?
care? No,
But
because it
it's not
doesn't matter.
about being
If you
upset.
are
We
not
talking.
indigenous, if you
But
are not
sister,
indigenous to
why are you
you
getting
are not
so?
indigenous to these lands, why do you care?
No, because I
It's not
say
your
because
people.
if you
It's not
ask a
your
white
people. Why
person,
do you
he
care
will
about what
tell
we do?
you he's from
Why?
Europe.
I'm asking
They
you
have a
right now.
glass
No,
roof.
no, no, no,
But
no.
where those not
You
Native American
you
came from, so
are
you don't
not
know your
indigenous
past.
to these
Listen,
lands.
sister,
Why
you don't know
do
your
you
past
care?
history, but
Answer
you
my
claiming the land
question.
that
You do
you don't
Answer
know.
my
even know where you
question.
from.
Answer
Hey,
It
my
doesn't
Well,
make
no,
question.
no,
sense.
Why,
wait,
if
hey,
you
wait.
are
stop
not
She
cutting her
didn't.
indigenous
out.
to
She
these shit,
never
why do
said
you
she didn't
care?
know where she was from. She asked,
That's what
"Why
I
do
was
you care?"
asking the brother.
No,
Brother,
and
hold.
she asked. She's asking you, "Why do you care where she's from?" She never said she didn't know where she was from.
No,
She
he said
always knows.
it don't matter. That's what she said. I say
But that
I
same
understand.
narrative happens
Listen,
when
bro. Every day she has to constantly tell people where her and her people come from. You think
and
she
so
wants to
do
keep?
dark skinned
You think
people
she wants
who
to
were
keep
categorized
explaining
as
the same
African
shit
American.
over and over and over and over and over and over and over again? She just broke it down, and then 3 minutes later, you got up here and asked her to do the same thing she just broke down all over again.
But she
She
broke
did say
down, but she
her.
didn't give any scientific facts, brother.
Yes, we did.
Did all night long we've been talking.
Oh my
But my
god.
question, but at the end of the day,
Because
my okay, no, but at the end of the day,
but I
why
just
do
ask
you
you
care?
historically where those people came before
Lulu,
migrated to America.
why do you
That's a
care?
historical fact you
Answer
don't
my
give.
Okay,
question,
so
bro.
so Pete,
Why do you
they
care
migrated here
where my people came
From
from?
where? From where?
Why?
from thousands of
Answer my
years.
I
Everybody
understand from
migrated.
thousands, but where
answer
We
my
all
they
question.
migrated from Africa though. What does
There you
that
go.
What
matter?
does it matter?
All Homo
but it's
sapiens.
no.
We
The
all
thing is,
did.
it just mean Africa was the first that
That
built.
don't mean
It
nothing.
doesn't mean
No,
anything.
no. But the thing is, I'm not here to tell everybody to claim the Africanities. I'm just saying,
So then why do
wherever you live, you came from somewhere. It's not because I mean
we?
you can
It
be
doesn't
native. It's
matter.
like
My people
you.
are not
I
the
mean,
your people anymore. We done changed. It doesn't matter. So why do you care?
if 10% of the
it's it,
population was taken
it's
away,
this
then
has
you
nothing
aren't
to
your
be.
people
It's
either because it was only 10% left. You said 95%. So if there was only 5% of the natives here left, then you aren't those people either because I doubt that
Yes, they
5%
are.
kept
They
Yes,
blending,
we
still
blending,
have
blending,
are.
that
blending,
lineage.
blending.
Though my people got exterminated during colonization. Those are still my recent
no
ancestors.
Okay,
where
so they were exterminated.
My,
Exterminated.
No, they
I'm
still
still
live on
here, so
within there.
obviously my bloodline wasn't
Exterminated
exterminated.
now.
but
I
what do
Y'all,
you mean
y'all, y'all
still
don't
exterminated? You know
listen.
what you're talking,
She
sister?
said,
When
I'm
the
gonna reiterate
colonization
one
started.
more
y'all
time.
are ridiculous.
She
Like if
said
I'm here,
90%
if,
of
if
the
I'm here,
population of America, of her
But you're not
people,
giving
was
facts,
wiped
sister.
out, bro. Either you gonna let me talk or we're
Oh
gonna have
my
to boot
god.
you. She said 90% in 100 years got wiped out. So you still got populations of her people still being here, whether it's North America, whether it's South America, or whether they're in the island somewhere, they were still here. So they were
And they were
not
still being forced
exterminated.
to breed with the people that own them. They were
It
slaves
does
and they
not
did not have the
matter.
choice
It
if they
does not
wanted to breed
matter.
or
It
not.
does not matter. They were
We were being
Exactly,
still
forced to
sister.
here.
breed too.
we
But
still
it's
have tribes in the Amazon
but
that are
but one thing,
untried.
excuse me. One thing
I'm
I
not. No,
noticed
I'm not talking to you. I don't
whenever
care.
we talk about
What?
this subject, a
Why
lot
is
of
it that
people get
whenever
so
we're
mad.
Hold
talking,
on,
Why?
you
bruh.
I'm
Hold
just
on. You
cut
ain't
asking.
about to
us
Because
start
off?
it's
running stuff.
annoying
Slow
already. It's
down.
really annoying. It's like it's tiring.
But it's
The
not.
fact
You
that
have
we
to bring
let
facts.
go.
Hey, hold
No,
on,
Why do you have to
Makulu,
answer?
chill out.
wait. We can stop all this right now. What facts are you about to bring to the table, Makulu?
Okay,
What
thank
fact?
you. If you
What
let me
fact?
speak, I
And
just said
listen,
in my.
you're not about to take all day running us down the rabbit hole. Get straight to it.
No, listen, brother. It's we adults. We're not trying to
Come on, man. Get
prove
straight
who's
to it. I
right,
don't care about none
who's
of that.
wrong. But the point is, I was just asking you guys. Whenever you claim about your originality, whatever you're from, there's three facts you have to bring to
We already
prove.
said that. What is your
No,
point?
but you didn't prove anything to me. I was
I didn't
Okay,
on
ask
a
look,
you.
comment.
bro. I just asked you. What are the facts that you're bringing to the table? And you're still bringing
Okay,
up. She didn't bring any
okay.
facts. We don't care
The
about that
facts
right
that
now.
I'm bringing
What
on the
facts are you
table,
about to bring to the table?
the fact that I'm bringing on the table is clear.
Nada.
Um, everybody, no matter where you native claim to be, you came from somewhere. So, black people, if you go read one of the greatest scholars, Sheikh Antadio, go read Booker T. Washington, his autobiography. I'm giving you facts. Booker T.
Yo,
Washington,
you're
Tuskegee,
giving us books.
1881.
You're
He
giving us books.
explained, he explained everything. If you want the book, I can give it to you.
Like I said, woman,
So
for the
I'm
people,
giving you
for the people.
historical
Oh,
facts.
you're not,
So
you're giving us books written by our people. Okay? Shake Auntie
but
D
he's
up.
my people
Shake
too.
Auntie D up. Shake Auntie D up. When it comes to him, he sat there and said, this is out of his mouth, that Islam came into Africa peacefully. And we know that's a crock of shit.
I know that.
Right? Right?
They didn't come exactly. They didn't come peacefully.
So why you bring Sheikh Anta Diop up if he said Islam went into Africa peacefully, bro? So we know that's across the
No,
street.
but
So we know he lied.
no,
So we know he lied
no,
about it, right?
Exactly.
no. But
Right.
you can no. Listen, when somebody said they come peacefully, you can still bring weapons peacefully.
Bro, stop running around the tree on that swing. You said you were gonna bring up facts.
Okay,
You
okay,
said historical evidence, and you brought up
okay.
two people that wrote some fucking books. Are you
No,
serious now?
no. It's the. I mean,
Yeah,
if you
just say
claiming
your
who
facts and
you
name the
are,
source.
there was people
Say
who
your
told you that
facts
you a native
and name your
person.
source.
So you never just who told you that you a native person here. There were
Right.
people who
No,
did
say
some
your
work
facts and name your
according
No,
to
no,
source.
no,
whatever
That's
no,
you
no,
not a
claiming.
no.
simple
Listen,
question.
listen. Makulu, you're not about to ask her no questions. We asked you what facts and historical evidence you about to bring to the table. And you brought up two people that wrote books. So that's not about to get it done. So now give us something else.
No,
You
those
don't
were
get to
not
talk. You
facts.
don't get to talk to her no
I
more,
gave you
bro.
references. There's a difference between fact and references. I didn't say those what they say was right. I just gave you reference. You can look it up.
Now that references, you just said that was facts, and then you said any references. Okay,
No,
so
I didn't say no. I didn't say
give me
anything
something
facts.
else. Give me something else.
Okay, I just say you have to prove historically, scientifically, and archaeologically. There's no proof that you can claim. I mean, the only thing that a lot of people in America claim not they can't not to be African. I am okay with that. I'm from Africa, right? So I'm not here to tell you you're from Africa. I just say my point is whatever you native claim to be, that's what I gave European. They know they from that's what they call them Caucasian. Anybody has that skin color,
Come on, man.
he
I don't care
knows
about
that
Homo
he came from
sapiens.
Europe.
I
So
don't
if you
care about
claim
this
you're native,
Homo
like you
sapiens,
black like
bro.
me, right? Listen, you black like me. You has the darker skin like me. So if you claim you a native here, where your ancestors lived before you coming to America, that's the question I'm asking. It's simple. If you claim to be a native here, you have the same darker skin as I do. So there's no difference with
We
you. Me
African
and
American, bro.
African American was given that name
African
is
descendants.
so exactly. So
African descendants.
thank you. Being African, that's what I say.
But not.
There's a
I'm not talking
difference.
about natives. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about me and Susan because you brought up his skin
Exactly,
color.
that's what I said. There's a difference between being native and indigenous.
Skin
Anybody
color
can be a native.
doesn't mean you're
Once he's
African,
born in
bro.
the country, you can claim to be a native. But an indigenous person is different than a native person.
I don't care
They
about
Exactly.
are natives are autochthonous. They've been here.
You can be a Native American if you were born in Alaska, but it
no,
wasn't
nah,
America until
Oh, Alaska
1867.
again.
You can be
here
an
we go with
American right now today. If they decide to
everybody
make
on this
Florida,
Western Hemisphere that was here 25,000, 30,000 years ago, and that settled these lands 25 to 30,000 years ago, and the descendants of all of those people from 25, 30,000 years ago, the all of us that are still alive that have native DNA, we are indigenous to these lands. We are native
I
to
mean,
these.
that's good.
I
It,
don't care what you. I don't care if you don't believe it or not. My DNA proves
it's
it.
not,
I
it's
don't
not about
care. I don't
believing.
care. I don't care about racial science and skin color. My people came in all shades of brown, from light to dark. It ain't got shit to do with racial skin color. If you want to play the white supremacy tactic bullshit racial science game, that's on you. If you want to fall into the mind of the colonizer, that's on you. My people ain't doing that shit. My people don't look at each other based off of skin color. My people came in all shades of brown. So if you want to place who I
But
am
Sister
based
Brown,
off,
I
no,
also
stop. If you want to place who I am based off of my skin color, that is absolute colonizer mindset bullshit and white supremacy tactics. And I'm done with this shit.
no,
My
I
people
talked to the
have
brother
no,
because he
no,
looks
no,
like
no.
me.
My people got
So
the
we both
DNA to
have the
prove
same
it. My
ancestor.
people's DNA
I
is from
talked to
these
the
lands.
host. He
Period.
looks like
And I don't
me.
care what
So
you
we
or
have both the
anybody else
same
Yeah,
has to
so
ancestor.
I
say.
don't understand
You
what you're
ain't
trying to.
even indigenous to these lands. Why do you fucking care? You are
Yeah,
not
It's
that's
not
from
what
about
here. You
caring.
are not
I'm trying
indigenous
to.
to
I'm
these
trying to
lands.
It's
find
not
Why
out,
about
do you
caring.
care?
bro. Are you trying to say that the native people, like brown girl, are African? Because I don't understand why you
No,
brought
no,
up.
I just said. I mean, we can look it up on in a dictionary.
We're
What
not
is
African.
what
We're
is
not European. We're not white. We're not black. We're none of these things. We are Native American. We are Indigenous Americans. We are who we
that's
are.
okay,
And
sister.
everybody keep telling us who we are not. You are not from here. Why do you care?
It's not I'm caring
Are
that
you
because the
from
happens
brother
on the
looks
here?
like
opposite
me.
Are
side
you
as
from
The
well.
other
these
brother
lands?
looks like me.
Are you
He's
That
from
black
happens
these
on
like
the
me.
lands?
opposite side. The other day we were in a live
My people
together,
are coming
and
all
you,
shades of color from light to
but
dark.
the young
That's what
man
it
that came in your
is.
live the
I
other
don't
day,
care
you
about
did
y'all.
not
I
come
don't
to
care.
him with that
I
same
don't
dialect.
care.
You were
Y'all are
very
over here
rude,
making
and you
this literally
dismissed him
about racial
before he
skin
got the
tones. That's
opportunity
what
to
you
say
no.
who
See,
he
I'm
was.
done with you
You
too.
dismissed that young man.
Stop.
So you
No,
did
no.
not have
I
that
have
same
never. No,
energy
no,
when
no,
you
no,
were in
no,
another live saying the
Exactly.
no,
very
That he's
same
doing the
no.
thing.
same
I'm
thing to me too.
You did not
y'all
have that
literally say
energy.
who we are based off of skin color. That is some colonizer
Okay,
bullshit.
okay, okay, okay. Listen. I have a
So did the
definition.
young man not come to your live and you just asked him,
Sister,
what
please.
nation are you from? Are you from
Because that
Cherokee,
man is a
Navajo, or what?
full-on
And when he
liar.
could not name a nation, you jumped
That
down his
man,
throat
no,
as if
because
you did
he is
not
a
know what he was
full-on
saying.
liar and a
Okay,
fraud.
sister.
How
That's
can you
what I
prove
said.
that?
A lot of
If you
people
can't show
talk,
your
but
people,
they
if you
I
don't
don't
know
do
by your
I
blood,
can
how
research.
prove
can
it
you
because of what he
how
does.
can you take someone
No,
else's
Sister,
heritage?
can you guys give me
y'all
like
are ridiculous.
2 minutes?
Y'all are
Please, please,
ridiculous. And I'm
please,
tired of having to
please.
prove who we are. Like, this is stupid already.
Sister,
We know who we are. That's it. I'm done. Like, it's ridiculous already. Why y'all keep insisting on telling us who we are? If you are trying to be Native American, then either have some paperwork or some DNA to prove it. That's it. Or make up your own fucking tribe. Call yourselves whatever the hell y'all want to call yourselves. But it still won't ever make you indigenous to these lands, whatever the fuck you want to do, however you want to say it. My people came in all shades of colors, from light to dark brown. Period. And if you're gonna use skin color to base people's ancestry on, then you falling into the colonizers' minds. You falling under white supremacy, and you going against everything that you preach. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And I have to defend this shit every day on this app. And I'm tired of it. It don't matter where we migrated from. We are here. We've been here for 25, 30,000 years at least. We are not the same people from where we migrated from. Leave us the fuck alone. That's all we want. Like, we tired. It's getting exhausting. Whatever the fuck you guys want to claim it, but stop erasing us while you're doing it. Stop telling us we ain't who we are. Stop telling us that we ain't these people. It's exhausting as hell. And it's tiring. Whether whoever came here, when they came here, whatever, it doesn't even matter anymore. I'm constantly getting attacked. I'm getting freaking people threatening me with violence. I'm getting doxxed because I'm defending my people. I'm constantly getting racist comments thrown at me all day and then being called a racist myself. It's stupid. Getting called $5 Indians and all this other shit. Like, no. My people got exterminated off this fucking planet. And y'all still trying to erase us. This is why we fight so damn hard. It's getting annoying. It's getting exhausting. It's getting tiring. It's stressful as fuck. Just leave us alone. Claim whatever the fuck you want, but leave us alone. Stop telling us we ain't who we are. Stop trying to erase us. That's all the fuck we want. You think you're gonna get land and money? Go fucking take it to court. Try it. Do it. But don't tell us we aren't who we are. It is as simple as that. And I'm done. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry that went left, but I've got a headache. I'm done. I'm done for the night. I gotta go.
Okay.
Peace.
Peace.
I feel you though. I know y'all tired. It's not even funny no more. He talking about this a debate, bro. This is bigger than a debate. You can see, man, people just tired, bro. It's at this point it's annoying and just disrespectful. Yeah, that's messed up. People being doxxed and yeah, people coming after people and all that, man. Cause people want to be on here trying to gain clout. And when you look at the top TikTok owners, none of these people spreading this false history getting any money. So they doing all this, causing all this division and stressing people out and all this stuff. And people talking about going to war and all this stuff. Like this stuff is it's way out of hand.
Yeah, dude was tripping. I don't know what the fuck he was trying to say.
Nah, cause he was lying, bro. Cause he kept saying they not the real Native Americans, and he was just backtracking. He said that like five times or something. He was just backtracking, moonwalking like Michael.
Bro, he tried to bring up Shake Can't Diop. I already knew where he was going. I already knew where he was going when he brought up
Yeah,
when anybody brings up the Shake, I know where they going. That man got some good information. But when people read his information, they're gonna say, "Oh nope, you're not the true people of this land," and they were African, just like Yusuf does. I'm not doing that shit, bro. They gotta bring irrefutable evidence to the table, and none of these people have done that yet.
and the multitude of it too. Like that's why that he kept saying archaeological evidence. I'm like, bro, we just named off archaeological
And he
evidence
wasn't trying to
20
hear it, and
times.
neither was the other chick. She kept Alaska this, Alaska that, and we don't give a shit about that, bro.
Talking
These
about
people are
Alaska wasn't a part of America. I'm like, bro, Alaska has always been a part of America. These are just words. Alaska is just a name, a colonial name, bro.
if they were bringing African
And
people over here in the 1700s, the 1800s, and the majority of the indigenous population over here got murked off. You don't think that the people that they're bringing over here to replace them start acting like they were them, or they were being told that they were them.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't. I'm like, what are you talking about? So she was like trying to make a correlation because that's why I kept asking her. I'm like, so you saying that they used the people of Alaska to take over America? She was like, no. She was just saying that the colonial powers enslaved the people and I guess used them to go against to the other melanated people. I'm like that makes no sense. I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like they come up with the strangest theories. Cause I'm like, bro, like, do y'all not understand that Native Americans are melanated as well? I'm just like, just look up Emmer Indian. I tell people that all the time. They keep talking about melanin, dark people. I'm like, what? I think a lot of people just think dark skin is in Africa, not even realizing that dark skin and light skin is in Africa. Africa is the most diverse place. You can find dark skin across the whole world, man. I'm just like, bro. Yeah, we might as well start
They
playing the
trying to
color
move the
game.
goalposts. She trying to make it seem like, oh nope, human life started in a multitude of fucking continents. There's no evidence to that. Well, I believe we don't care about your beliefs. Over here, you gotta bring your documentation and evidence to court to prove your case. You can't go to the judge and be like, oh, how do you plead? I plead not guilty. Well, do you have any evidence to prove that you're not guilty? No, I believe I'm not guilty. And the judge says, well, just because you believed it, he hits the gavel. You're not guilty then. That ain't how it works
Man,
at all.
sitting up here, people got to debunk all this fake stuff. Read articles. We just read a whole Out of Africa article talking about them finding stone
Yo,
tools that matched South Africans in that was found in southern India. Was good with it 74,000 years ago.
peace to the gods. What's going on?
What's happening?
I'm talking to the host too. What's going on?
I'm just waiting for you to get to this more stuff that you always.
What the
You mean the truth?
Yeah,
That's all
it's
I
the truth
got.
to
That's all
you
I
if
got for you.
you believe it. Yeah, I always say y'all
No,
got the truth, but then when we start talking to y'all, and y'all believe in mythology too. Oh,
bro, you got to
there's a
know it's
Sphinx
truth.
in Memphis, Tennessee. The Grand Canyon was Egypt. The pyramids in California and shit.
That's not more science.
Don't matter.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
That's the shit y'all believe.
Some more fractions believe it though. You can't say that's not true. Some of y'all have different
bro. One thing
beliefs.
about it, we none of us can prove or disprove. So it's always up for debate.
I've been
And
disproving you motherfuckers for 8, 9 months.
That's what science is for. That's what history is for.
exactly.
Historians.
So
So
so watch
you
so
can
watch
bring
this.
out facts.
So watch this, right? If we look at the 25 or the precession of the sun, right? And like every 25,000 years, you know how the focus of where the sun is circling or whatever, however you want to say it's the earth doing it, the sun
Orbiting.
or whatever. Some people say it's the earth going around that. Some of us say it's the sun going around. But regardless, you know, where the focus of the sunlight resides every 25,000 years changes. Just like a clock, it goes from 3 to 6
Come on, man,
to
get
nine.
with it,
To
bro.
nine. Nah, watch this. Watch this, man. Wake up. Cause I wish you could pull it up, but it's not my life, so I ain't got the image. What I'm saying is, like, when you notice how this sun,
Three six
you know what I'm
nine.
saying?
Ain't that fun?
Yeah, You feel me? And is back to 0 or 12, however you want to look at it. What I'm saying is, like, it's only one place that the sun continuously is always touching. You know what I'm saying? Basically, it's a center, or the center of the earth, that the sun always, no matter if it's at 3, 6, 9, or
Come on,
12.
man. Just tell us where it's at.
Bro, that's simple. That's Africa. That's Central Africa. So as the sun makes these shifts, polar regions change, right? So places get freezing because they're no longer getting sun. One place that never
Ice
does,
Age.
yeah, a place that never does that is Central Africa. So it's not, nobody knows where all life came from, but we know what
Australia.
all life survived. Every
Australia
ice
too.
age, every ice age, all life survives in Africa. That's the point. You feel me? It's not to say that we don't know where we come from, because even Africans will tell you they came from the stars. They're not gonna tell you I come from
That's
down
a myth.
South Africa. That's what?
Myth.
Even
Yeah,
if that is true, they landed
Those
in
are oral
Africa.
it,
tradition
bro.
stories. That don't mean
Yeah,
it's real.
no, the science or tradition is in your head, so you think that's more real. It's not. It's not. You
That's
know what I'm
to
saying,
you. One more time for the people in the chat. All those African people that believe that they came from the stars, that's an oral tradition. That does not mean it is real.
that does not mean it is fake. Y'all heard that? Because I'm gonna clear that up. Because I think he left it out there like
Okay,
it's fake.
so if they came from the stars, how the fuck did they get from the stars to Earth? Where the damn spaceships at?
The same way sunlight traveled to Earth.
So you telling me that we travel to Earth from the fucking sunlight?
If we
No, I
travel
said the
at
same
light
way.
speed, we would have to have find a way
That make
to
no fucking
freeze
sense.
ourselves because we wouldn't survive that journey. Light speed is not fast enough for us to
Bro, we not even we
travel
not
the galaxy.
immortal. We not immortal to
Oh
to
my
act like
god.
to act like we have to stay in this physical form to do any of
There we
this.
go with the spooky shit.
What
We
spooky
astro projecting.
that
We
you
There,
only
going to
been
there,
astro
living for
it's
project.
40
coming. It's
years,
coming. Give it some time, Vanta.
bro. What's spooky? You only been alive in this body for 40 something years, nigga. What you mean? That's simple. But guess what? You existed before that. You gonna exist after that.
How did you don't know that?
You
That's a
spooked out about
myth.
it. You seem like you spooked out about that. You know what I'm saying? Is that what
No,
you
it doesn't
worried
seem
about?
like I'm spooked out about shit because I don't give a fuck about that.
You don't
I
give a fuck
can't
about
change death. I have to accept it. Nobody
no,
knows what happens after you die
no,
because none of you niggas came back and told us it yet.
bro. Stop being, you know what I'm saying? Like spooked out about it, bro. You sound like you
There you go with this
stressing out.
spooked out shit. Did I say I was spooked out about it? I
I
said
see it.
none
I
of
can
y'all
see it.
have died. You ain't. This is how I always talk when y'all irritate the fuck out of me because y'all say weird shit.
What you call weird? I bet you don't tell them white boys they weird.
I tell everybody the same shit. You done? If
Yeah, I'm done.
anybody of any color get up here and say the same strange shit you say, I say it. When I'm at work and people say strange shit like you say, I say the same shit. I don't hold my mouth for nobody. They don't call me Brother X for no
Hey,
reason. Because I don't give
hey,
a fuck what comes out of my mouth when
hey.
people say strange shit.
So you don't think you strange right now?
I don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
I
So
don't care
say
what
what?
other people think about me.
That's what
This
I'm
is what
saying.
you don't this is what you fail to realize. The way I am on TikTok is the same way I'm in real life. So when people say strange shit, I
You're
go the fuck
irrational.
off like this.
You
I
say
go
you're
the fuck
irrational.
off like this because y'all say
You're
strange
irrational in real
shit.
life.
We
You
rode
don't
the
be having no
sunlight.
conversation.
We
You
rode the sunlight
don't be
from
having
the
no
stars
conversation
to
like that,
Earth,
bro.
and we're here. Like,
Bro, you a condensed sunlight. Like the same scientists tell you that. What you mean? Oh, so
I'm
we're not
me. I'm
condensed
not
sunlight, right?
condensed sunlight.
Oh, okay.
I
So
got organs.
you don't
I
know what
got
carbon
organs.
is.
I got
You don't know
hair.
what carbon
I
Me,
got
is.
eyes.
You don't know what carbon is.
I
I
travel
got
through.
bones.
I
No, see,
travel through
there you go.
spirit.
There you go. There you go with the
My
strange shit.
spirit
Is
travel
the
through the
body,
universe.
well, hold on, Vanta. Is the body 100% carbon?
100. What you talking about, bro? That sounds
You
dumb.
said you got carbon. You just said I'm sunlight. Does the sun have bones? Does the sun in the sky that we look at got bones? Does it have organs? Does it have a vocal fucking cord?
Bro, you
Does it
you know
have
what I'm saying
hair?
with condense. Condense. That's like saying is milk a powder?
That's like you
No, you
full of shit.
condense it. You
That's like you
condense it
full of
into making
shit.
it to a powder.
It's like you full of
That's
shit.
simple.
I got it. Come on,
It's
keep
not a
going.
powder.
Keep
It's
going.
not a
Keep
powder.
going. Keep going.
Have you heard of carbon dating? Plants have carbon. Animals have carbon. I mean,
That don't mean they're 100% carbon, and he's mad because they're not 100% carbon.
Cause you say weird shit.
Nah, I'm the realist.
You condense sunlight.
Yeah, that's what your science
You
says.
are carbon. Then when I start going through the shit, you're not you're condensed carbon now.
the
Now what
carbonators.
the fuck you
No,
been saying?
a carbon is building block of the universe. So what you think the stars
I
are?
don't care about that. The sun
Crazy
ain't
man.
got bones.
Come on,
The
man.
sun ain't got
Here we go.
organs. So
Yeah,
I'm
we
not the
mainly we
sun.
mainly water H2O, but yeah.
There you
Well,
go. Say it one more.
guess what?
Say it
Guess
louder
what?
for the people in the
What you
back. You're
what you
more
gonna be?
water than you are whatever this nigga said.
What you gonna be when you lose their goddamn skin, their skin and bones,
A
them organs?
carbonator.
I'm gonna be put in a box and I'm gonna be riding underneath the dirt. That's what I'm
Uh,
gonna be. Just
so
like you.
you are that body. You are your body.
Prove it otherwise.
No, I ain't
With
worried about. I
scientific
ain't worried about how
facts.
you. I'm just asking,
Prove it with scientific facts, not what you think and believe.
bro. That's sad.
I don't want to hear that. Prove it with scientific facts, not what you believe. That's all.
What? That you carbon? That you pure carbon? That you pure carbon? When they cremate your ass, they'll make a diamond out of you.
You
That's pure carbon.
said,
That's
you
pure carbon.
said you believe that you are that your
That's
body.
pure carbon. You pure
And I
carbon.
told
You know
you to prove it otherwise with scientific facts, not
you
what you
pure carbon.
believe. And you said, that's sad.
I'm talking about the act that you putting on.
It's
I'm talking
not
about
an
this.
act. This is not an act. Y'all say weird shit and want me to believe it. You're carbon. You're condensed sunlight.
What the heck you think? You
We
got
came
building.
from the
Do you know what
stars.
the building blocks are, man? Come on, man.
What are the building blocks of what?
I'm talking about like the periodic, table of elements where you acting like you act like they don't exist. That's what
Did
you're
I
comprised.
say I act like they don't
That's what you're
exist?
comprised of. Carbon is the main
Okay,
one.
so
Carbon is the
let's
main one.
look
What do
up
you mean?
the periodic table.
Of elements.
Yep, we're gonna look at it right now. It got a lot of shit in here. H,
Just like you, the human body.
uh-huh. So when I go to the periodic table, does the sun have all this shit in it?
The
Uh,
universe does. Yes,
No,
duh.
no, no, no. That's not what the fuck I asked you.
Who the hell knows what the sun has in it? What are you talking
You
about?
said I'm condensed sunlight. I'm carbon.
Yeah, sunlight, not sun.
Say it again. Say it
Sunlight,
again.
the
Say it
light,
again.
the light, the
Sun what?
plasma from the sun.
sun is plasma.
So one more time. Since I'm plasma now,
You didn't know that?
since I'm plasma now, it's
Go to the blood.
plasma.
Go to
It's
the blood bank.
plasma. Everything on the periodic table. Yes or
Go
no?
to the blood bank. Go to the blood bank.
Oh my gosh.
They're gonna snatch that plasma out you.
First I'm plasma. First I'm sunlight. Then I'm carbon. Now I'm plasma. So now,
Gotta
since I'm
start.
plasma, it's plasma. Everything on the periodic table chart. Yes or no?
It's plasma on the what?
No.
Bro, bro. Bro, you sound dumb.
What?
Why you gotta be so dumb, man? Sunlight is sunlight. So if I'm sending you the plasma from the sun, that
First
is
I'm
the
the
sunlight.
sunlight. Now I'm the
That's the
plasma.
sunlight.
So one more time, it's
Yeah.
plasma
Blood
made up
plasma.
of everything on the periodic table chart. Yes or no?
bro. I really can't even think to hear what you're saying right now.
Okay, so don't say that I'm plasma then, because you said
Bro,
I'm made up of
the way
everything on
you
this chart.
bargain, I can't even
You
hear
told
the
me I
question.
was made up of everything on this
I
chart.
can't
Don't
even hear the
backtrack
question.
now, bro.
I really can't even hear your question. Say it again, because maybe it makes sense this time. I try.
Oh, I made it make sense. You just can't
No,
answer it.
I try. I try for you. Go ahead.
I said, since you said I'm plasma now, as plasma made
Bro,
up of,
consist of bro
oh
that
my
whole
fucking
periodic table of
God.
elements. Bro, that whole periodic table of elements. Why you crying about that?
Nigga, you just said I was plasma.
And duh.
So if I'm plasma, is plasma made up of everything on the
Why
periodic
are you
table
trying to
chart?
be one? Why are you trying to be this one thing? Like I gotta find one thing that consists of what a human is. Ooh, oh, I'm blood, so I'm just blood. Oh no, I'm teeth. No, I'm teeth.
No, we Crips
No,
over here, buddy. We ain't Bloods. Stop that shit.
none of that shit ain't hitting on nothing.
Oh, look, I see Crips on the periodic table. I see Bloods too. Oh, shit. I see Junior Boys too. Oh, y'all say some of the strangest shit. Hello.
You don't think that
What's
Crip and
up?
blood shit strange? You know it's strange. You like being strange.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I threw it in the trash. Oh.
So what we was talking about the periodic table for? Oh, he dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he a dipset.
Mm-hmm. No.
Man, he said we got here the same way the
Mm-hmm.
sun got here. Same way the sun brings us
They
light.
just, I'm telling you, like, they just say anything. Your sun.
Oh, this sound
You
wild.
travel from the light of the sun and from the stars. You don't think we were always here. You also now you don't think you were in this physical form always. We don't know that. No one has died. Listen, nobody has died and came back and gave us the keys to the universe.
Yeah. And even when people do die and come back to life, you can't trust them because like they so out of it, like they could just be dreaming. Like people thinking they traveling to the other side of the universe or something. Yeah, he said, bro, speed of light, bro, you will not make it anywhere traveling the speed of light. You're gonna be dead.
You're carbon. You're condensed sunlight. You're carbon. Nope, not you're not carbon anymore,
People,
bro. You're plasma. I'm surprised it's gonna go to gamma ray here in a minute. Oh no,
That's
no,
my
you're
thing.
not gamma ray. You're dark matter now.
Oh, I think he said peace.
No, he back.
Peace. Oh, okay. I thought he had said peace.
my bad. I had to drop out. Shit started getting funny.
No.
I had to drop out.
All right.
Bro, it's just strange. They say the strangest stuff, man.
That one dude said we came from dragons. I'm still stuck on that. I was like,
I think
what?
they
I'm like,
call out
damn.
look, they call out terms and then can't explain it. Like he's talking about the speed of sunlight. You should have known that, my brother.
Man.
For real. You should have known what you're saying when you say sunlight. You should have known what
Man,
you're saying when
bro.
you said light.
I'm like, you would have made it nowhere.
I was trying to get in, but it was up on me, so I couldn't get in time. I was trying to catch him on that one because you start speaking that, you right up my alley. Let's get into that math then. I traveled at 1,120 per second. What you say? Nah, that math.
Oh, okay.
That man said, "You don't talk like this to the Europeans." Yes, I do.
And why does that even matter? I'm like, bro,
Look,
talking
I'm
to
gonna tell. This is something a lot of people don't know. At my job, I tried to get promoted 7 times. And the reason why I didn't get promoted 7 times because they said I had a bad attitude. Because I was always cussing people out at my job. Why? Because they said strange shit.
Hey, that's how. Hey, that happens all the time, bro.
Then they say like borderline what I call racist shit, and I go the fuck off. And then they be like, oh well, do we need to call HR? I'm like, call them. I don't give a fuck.
Man, write it down. Take a picture. I don't give up.
Give up.
Matter
Like
of fact, let me
that's they
get
go to.
HR for
You
you.
always talk to a brother like this. You don't never talk. If y'all ever got a chance to go to my old Facebook, y'all will see I'm going in on white people because they say some of the strangest shit. I worked with this dude. He's a teacher. He's trying to educate the youth, and he's sitting here lying about black people that didn't invent anything. We were just slaves. So I
Uh,
not only did I tell him he was wrong, I had to bring the black inventions on paper to the job to show him he's wrong.
yeah, this dude made a book, traveling the world, over 150,000 black inventions.
I got it around here somewhere. I'm pretty sure
I'm
I
like,
got
I need that bad boy. Over
I had
150,000.
one dude at the job, he white, talking about he's a Native American because he got his card. I said, I don't care. You still a $5 Indian. He got mad at me, tried to cuss me out. So then I literally had to show him the documentation where it was stating that the original native people were here on this land, and then a European came over here and started classifying themselves as being Native Americans.
facts. I was excited for a minute. Boy, dude got up to it.
This is pan smoke. Anybody can get the smoke.
Man,
It doesn't matter.
Ready for that.
yeah, rated E, dog.
For everyone.
Anybody
Like
get
it's
this?
it's different when it comes to the Moors, bro. Because I didn't like them like 14, 15, and 16. I did not really like Moors like that.
Right.
So when they come here talking that esoteric type strange shit,
That's why I just go to the files. I ain't gonna argue that kind of stuff with you. I'm gonna show you what you're talking about. I'm gonna show you what you're talking about.
not they okay. It's just
I bring the work.
Oh, the Chinese spy balloon. Somebody said that earlier, that they found Chinese spy balloons over
come on,
here
pretty girl.
in America. I'm not sure how true that is.
Ah, stinky.
I
You need
forgot
to
to
call
look
your
into that.
running too. And then pants is too small.
Man, they talking about these dictionaries and
They're
law
too
books
small.
and records that the Europeans made, but they don't want to use European science. I'm just like, bro, y'all gotta make your mind up. Same people.
Button in the way, huh? You don't like to be restrained. Okay, stinky. Yeah, like gamma ray, that plasma.
Yeah, we Buzz Lightyear to infinity and beyond. In this we from the multiverse.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. I'm like, I gotta go to the store. My wife gonna be like, hey, you want to take my car? I'm like, no, I'm gonna ride the Sunray.
Man, soon somebody gonna say they the last airbender.
Hey, I'm waiting for it too. I can bend metal just like they did on the last Airbender. What? Huh? Yo, brother, we can control elements. Like, oh, well, where we do that at? You mean to tell me I can become Magneto in this bitch?
Uh,
I astral project and smack the shit out of him.
Look, and I ain't gonna sit here and
You
tell you
okay? Come
they don't
on.
have those mythologies, but I don't follow them.
Yo, cause you okay? Don't do that. Leave it how it is.
I ain't look at
No, love is louder. You show up all late and shit, bro. Mo went to sleep on me. Let me see if he up. Cause I called him, he ain't answer. So he probably went to sleep. Yeah,
Man, I'll be knocked out too.
I'm gonna text him. Hold on.
I do me time after the babies go to bed. I got to get me at least 8 hours
I
of my.
was over here knocked out for like 20 minutes.
hmm I was trying to hold
Oh,
it down.
God.
I didn't want to get into no battle. You know what I mean? I just wanted to show her the document. She go check it out when she can. I don't want the battle.
Yeah, they tripping with that shit. Nah, he used to
And
that
real
though.
talk, dog. I'm gonna show you that
Why you running
dangerous
in my room?
process.
Right. In my
You
car
heard?
keys. Yeah, Berto. Yeah, Berto.
Nah, y'all step on that glue tab. Have fun getting off your foot while you running in my room, boy.
Look, if I was
Yeah,
on that,
Berto.
I could give that stuff some life.
Yeah,
You know
Mommy.
what I'm saying? It's so much garbage. You can just add up a whole bunch of stuff and just give it some life.
You want this from me. I want to take you out
Yeah, they tripping, bro. You
Yes.
can you guys
of the
can
game. Mommy got to
bend
change your
metal. You
pants.
can manipulate water after you asper project.
My pajamas.
After you
Huh?
drink the piss, though,
Where's your pajamas at?
They're right behind you.
this got to be all after you taste the piss and all that. I ain't drinking nothing.
Oh,
So why you say it's right
I
behind?
said right behind you.
Boys can't even bend the corner. Talking about being.
God, you looking behind you, and I said right behind you.
It's just
Like
that
immediately,
you didn't say
right behind you.
immediately,
I
did you?
said right behind
Look,
you.
you better calm down before I asper project and smack the shit out of you.
Really?
Shit.
You gonna get an ass rejection beat down. Yeah, don't let him let y'all believe that he about that life.
I
I
don't
see
think
him.
that.
I'll
I don't
beat the
think
shit
that.
out of your third eye. Keep fucking with me.
Mm, mm.
Yes. Come on. Let me see.
The back of your head. You want to get it combed? Okay, well then.
I can't see
She
it
just
from
said the
there.
back of her head is sore.
Come on, let me see.
She want to get it combed.
Okay, you all right.
You want to comb? No. Too bad for you. Where's my drinks? You want a shot?
No.
You sure? It's coconut right there. Ah! What's that?
Okay. Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Ah! Maria? Yes,
Yeah,
mommy.
it's a
You
wow in the day, boy.
Did you offer any of your people any shot?
Good people.
Your TikTok.
Why would I offer them a suck?
Who's on here? Y'all want a shot? Y'all want some? Y'all want some?
Okay, it's time for you to get me banned.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. I appreciate it. Though he say, "Yep."
Or just let me know.
I'll astro project and take mine.
Got it. I'll take a shot for all y'all.
A pretty girl.
Ow. Baby, can you open it?
Well, I just found out today we Star Wars, Star Trek.
Like we come from the stars. We rode the sun wave from the
Somebody
star
had
to
something. He was
earth.
playing with my.
Yeah, we give away one free adjustment. Your first adjustments on the house.
After that, we're gonna get that photo shoot.
Right.
If you don't want to take heed to the photo shoot, they're gonna get you.
Man.
I always try to give a photo shoot first, so you know what you're in for.
Give them that word. They in for a surprise though. We gotta wait on Port City. When Port City say, hey, I'm back from the road, we're gonna do the same shit all over again. We're gonna break down the Lapungion shit, the esoteric shit. What's that other shit? What's that called? Forbidden History.
Yeah, in
We're gonna break
history.
all that shit back down.
Salute, Nubian. I see you got your glass. Nubian got his glass.
That is some good vodka. I mean, coconut what?
Shot, 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 shots, everybody.
What did it say?
Nah, he driving.
This is 30 proof.
And says, you know it.
Yeah, word on the street is they gonna try to get our TikToks banned too. I'm just letting y'all know that. They said they coming after the Pan Africans next. Try to get our TikToks banned.
Wow, that's
So y'all be
crazy.
on the lookout. I don't care. I got like 9 of these motherfuckers. I got
Yeah, this
5
my
accounts I
only.
can go live on, so it don't matter to me.
Yeah, I got two. My other one's my little business account. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I got
That bad boy ain't gaining no traction either.
yeah,
Look
okay,
at
well
what I'm
go
drinking.
tell your brother to get you some pop. Yeah, I got let me see.
Look at the proof. 30%
I got
alcohol.
2. Oh, I didn't even know. Is this one?
I'm at my house.
Yeah, I got 1. Damn it. Hold on. I gotta
I was
go
going to
back.
JJ's house.
1,
I'm going to go to
2,
JJ's house.
3, 4, 5. I got 5 on one phone, and then I think I got 2 on this phone I can go live on.
It's strong. It's still on my throat.
That's crazy.
Cause
And it's
I
pink.
got the throwaway
Look
account on
just
this
like
phone.
you.
It's pink.
My G13 classified account, it got I think 620
And
something
it's
people.
pink here.
So in a couple of weeks I'll be able to go live on that account too.
Yeah, because I'm going
Blooming.
to take a shot.
Then I'm gonna change the name. I'm gonna go live on that account
Blue.
too.
I
I'm
don't like it.
gonna go live on the G14 classified account, and all them black
Maybe
indigenous
I
people will
need
be
you
like,
to
"We've been
take a little
following
bit
him this whole
to
time."
split.
That
Push the skirt
I
up.
didn't
sounds
know that was him.
No,
gotcha.
Yeah.
I know it's
Look,
supposed to
I'm
go
telling y'all,
sideways, but
all
I
the
want
people in
that
the chat,
split close or more on the
get y'all
side, not more at the
G14
front.
classified account. That what when I say G14, I mean
And I didn't like the tank top
it's a
like that.
black indigenous account. Don't show your face. Don't post none of the stuff you post on your other account. Just post the same shit they post, and they're gonna follow the shit out of you. And TikTok has this rule: once you hit
What you talking
1,000
about?
and people unfollow you, you still can go live.
I got it set
Yeah, man.
because I'm buying.
Uh,
When have you ever just not come popped up and just stole some shit?
no, I only got one. I only got one. I got one. Mo got one. Child of the Sun got one. Jay got one. I
You
think
could have
Jay
wore
got
this one
one.
outfit that I got. Like this one. Hold on.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah, once you get up to 1,000, even if people unfollow you, you already hit the marker for it.
Egypt is in America. What about Nubia? They might as well start saying Egypt and Nubia is in America. We already seen people start saying it.
She ain't got enough followers. She got one follower, bro. That's it. Matter of fact, I'll make it two. I'm gonna make it two followers. I'm a follower. You only got one follower, yo. Ah!
How you gonna do me like that, Joanna? Joanna.
I seen that face before. I seen that profile picture before. One of the homies was trying to talk to it.
It's a lurker.
I remember that shit.
You talking about? You can't go live, bro.
Yeah, get you one of them black indigenous accounts and watch. I'm shocked Brown Girl ain't did it. Get you one of them fake black indigenous accounts and have all them follow you and then be like after you hit your 1,000, well just wait a minute and be like, okay, I'm gonna go live at this time on this day, and they all gonna be waiting for and then go live and then don't show your face yet. Just wait for it for everybody. Matter of fact, disguise your voice and then just like I'm just waiting for everybody to come in, and then when you get like 50 of them in there, just pop your face up right on the screen like this. I just feed them pseudo information, all fake information, but they believe it's real. That's all you gotta do. They ain't gonna believe it. Ah! Whew. Follow me at your own risk. I didn't tell you to share my. I didn't tell you to stitch. I didn't tell you to duet anything. I didn't tell you to save my video. You did that on your own. Just be because look, every time y'all go in there under y'all own profiles, what happened? They block you. So if you create a profile pretending to be them, they not gonna block you because they gonna think you one of them. Y'all know how many times I sent Sinking Bear, I sent him one of their videos. He like, bro, they blocked me. I'm like, damn, bro, you gotta get you a G14, bro. Ah.
Man, this channel. All this dude talk about is different aliens on different planets. Dude talking about freaking 9 foot, 4 armed gorillas, albino gorillas living on Saturn's moons. I mean Jupiter's moon or something like that. I'm like, we'll had all these
Yeah,
likes
they
and
block
getting
you
all
when they
these
can't handle the
followers.
information you put out.
I'm like, man, this is crazy. People
You
eating it
talking
up.
about the Moore dude?
Nah. This is like a alien channel. Like, dude, all he do is post like clips of him talking about different aliens from different planets and
You go
stuff.
through them, mom.
And this whole channel just booming.
No, for mom's here. Okay. Yeah, you gotta create a G14. They probably listening too.
Don't know I got this.
Huh?
Don't know I got this.
When did you what?
Don't know I got this.
When did you get that? I don't know.
My mom gave it to me because I read to me.
Palladium. What's a palladium? Is that an alien?
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's alien.
That sound like that seven shit.
And then I got this one.
Oh my
And don't
goodness.
worry about it, bro. He can't fight.
That's crazy. That's how you know your information weak. That's like when you playing the video game, like a basketball game, like I whoop you in real life though. But when you playing sports, you playing basketball, football, people get mad. Like I really whoop you though. Like I really beat you up. Like
Shishi.
bro, just take your L.
They put me in it when they started talking trash about Pan Africans on my own live. So if they wanted me to stay out of the beef, then they shouldn't be talking about Pan Africans. I was over here talking about religion. I wasn't worried about them, and they kept coming over here. Oh, Pan Africans is trash. Y'all weak. Y'all suck. Y'all agents. Y'all in the bed with the white man. I'm like, okay, what, whoa, 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 whoa. What is all this about?
It shouldn't even be a beef though. Like y'all
Egypt's in
making
America. They found the Sphinx in Memphis, Tennessee. Okay,
y'all
I got
making
something
it a
for you.
beef for no reason.
They want us. They want us to not unify with the indigenous people over here, and then unify with them. But they can't stop talking about us.
Yeah, or Native Americans. All they got to do is, if that's what you say your genealogy
I
is,
gave
and
you
you
my
can
card.
trace it
You never
back and
called me
prove
back.
it, just go be a part of the tribes, the cultures. You ain't got to come on TikTok telling everybody, like trying to tell everybody else that we the real natives and all this.
Here, little girl.
Just try to join the tribe or reconnect. Like that's all you got to do.
Look, I can call a truce with the black indigenous people as long as they leave black African people out their fucking mouth. They can't do it. Like today,
Man, they need to leave
they was
everybody
talking about
alone, bro.
Africans, and while when what's his name? Naturalism of Yahweh's law. They talking shit about Africans. As soon as he let people up on the panel, they talking shit about Africans. Then Monty Moose went live, start talking shit about Africans. But y'all
Yeah, a
want
lot
us
of
to
these
unify
people,
with y'all.
bro.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, I saw this one dude. He made a video. He was like, "I'm done with y'all out of Africa people." I'm like, "What? Out of Africa?" He has skipped over paying Africanism and all this. He going straight to out of Africa. Like, dang. But yeah, like they making whole videos declaring war. Like, okay, I ain't your brother. I'm like, so they like, oh, like y'all going hard on us. We not going hard on y'all. We just like, where's the proof? Like, we
Right?
can't talk about your
That's where
genealogy.
they fucked up when they started talking about Pan Africans. Now they realize they fucked up and want us to ally with. Come on, man, align with us. Come on, let's start this alliance. Be friends. Let's kumbaya. Oh, fuck that shit.
Pamper me like a baby. Tell me I'm right when I'm wrong.
Nah, see, that's Shishi. I don't see we the same because they won't stop talking about us. Look, and I keep telling y'all, black indigenous people don't like Africans. So if you claim to be African, they don't like you. Y'all can unify with them all you want, but they just gonna be faking the funk. Y'all gonna be over there chilling, and all of a sudden, when you drop out of the live, you're gonna be in the comment section, and they gonna start talking trash about Africans. Nah, they not.
I don't know them personally. I don't know these people. But just yeah, like bro saying I like they tried to build some relationship. I ain't trying to build no relationship with nobody.
Nope.
I only
The
be on
people,
live
the
with y'all.
people y'all, the regular people y'all see in my live is the people I fuck with.
Yeah, so I say like we just worried about people getting out misinformation, hurting communities, causing damage. Like we said, like if that's what you are, be that. Join the cause, live the lifestyle. You don't have to come on here spread misinformation. I think it's really that simple. Because we all know we're not a monolith, but it's the whole thing where when people be like, "Oh, majority of us aren't of African descent coming from West and Central Africa," when all the evidence is out there, we can point to the graves and all this other stuff, and they still gonna say none of us came from Africa, none of us are African.
Bro, they said it today. I got it on recorded. I got it recorded. Like, yep, we not African. There was no Africans as slaves. Okay.
Yeah, they say that all the time.
They ain't got no proof though. I got the proof. I got the proof that it was African
Yeah,
slaves.
they disrespect slavery all the time. Like people came on my post talking about where the slave ships, and they pulling up some of the pieces and stuff and like showing them, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, get off my page.
Right.
Where's the evidence in the video showing the evidence? I'm like, bro, like y'all just want to be annoying.
Yeah, look, they gonna say that locks were invented by them, and then they gave it to the Africans. Meanwhile, the people in Nubia and in Egypt was wearing locks before this, before they even before they even start trading with the natives over here. So what is he talking about? Before they knew that the natives was over here, the Egyptians and the Nubian people had locks in their hair. So how they get it from the so-called black indigenous people in America? They just say anything.
Yeah, even Indians from India wear locks too. They have
Yep.
locks.
Bantu knots. Those were locks.
Like they got to stop playing.
Oh, he had his shoulder messed up. He sleeps on it. He sleeps on his shoulder. He slant. He sleeps slanted. Look, you can't keep trying to get these kids to take all my chewable aspirin. I'll be
Yeah,
on the
some
road.
people say
I
they
gotta eat
dropped
some
us
chewable
off
tabs.
to Africa, and we populated Africa in that short time span. I'm like, what? Y'all just be saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
But they think we couldn't populate America in the short time period that we did. But they talking about they populated the whole Africa
I say
by
like
taking
this.
some of the natives over there.
We can do a cease, like everybody just call a truce and stop talking about each other. But they're not gonna do that. We're gonna have a truce for about 3 hours, and then they're gonna go right back to talking trash about African people and indigenous people, because you got people like Gaddy Green and Chief Pressure, and then you got the other dude that starts with a J that said every time we see a Pan African, we should just go up and knock them the fuck out in the street.
They
They're like,
lose,
okay, yeah,
yeah,
we're
they
gonna do a
lose.
treaty, and then as soon as the peace treaty starts, you're gonna go on one of their lives and see them saying something about indigenous people and African people. That's their go-to.
That's what
That
they
is
got to
their
do, bro.
go-to.
That's a part of their program. That's at this point, I just see that integrated into what they doing. Disrespecting African and Native American history is just integrated in it at this point. Because if you're trying to prove who you are, why do you have to put something else down? That
Damn,
ain't never
right?
been player. That's just like when you're trying to talk to a female, you ain't gonna put down another dude to get the female. I mean, it's that simple. Like,
Mo just spoke up.
man, I know how it is. I can't even say nothing.
I'm waiting for him to come up here so I can play the thing. I gotta find it. I don't see it, y'all.
I'll be knocked out.
Hold on, let me go up. All right, I got it. Nah, this ain't it.
Yeah, they don't want peace. They want clout. What it do? They don't want peace. They want clips out.
Well, let me see if it's in my gallery.
Good night.
Night night.
Here we go. Night night.
Let's see. All right, I got it.
Peace, peace. Everybody leaving.
Plain drug test. You gotta make sure you're STD free, and then we can talk further. She could not come into my motherfucking house, and that's why the fuck she be tweaking out because she's on meth. The girl is on meth, and you sitting there listening to her talking and thinking that, oh, she in her right mind, she's standing up for her people. She's on drugs, nigga. That's why she's always sick. She's always sick. Talking about, oh, I'm sick now, I'm sick now, I'm sick now, because she ran out of meth. You don't know the whole fucking story. Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it. You want the whole fucking story? They wanted to do it. Try to tell them. Yeah, you never sick. Right, yeah, keep on lying. Keep on lying. Put out my motherfucking address. Where the hell my house at? You could not
Who's
come to my
on
house.
meth? Wait a
Because you
minute.
could not come to my fucking house because I said you're not coming in my house on no goddamn drugs. I'll help you out. Still got love for you as a black woman. I'll help you out and everything, but that's not gonna work around my fucking family. Period. Point blank. You can hear any story you want to. What? Why else? Look, think. You gotta think. Use your motherfucking brain. Use your brain. Why else would the nigga be mad? Why else would she be mad? It's the same shit. If you ever dealt with a woman, no offense to women, but there's certain type of women who don't get what they want and then they get mad. Mo Fax is a god. He's done everything. He's amazing, right? And then when I found out certain things that I would not jeopardize my family with, she had to go the other way. And she couldn't take it. That's why she got pissed the fuck off, and that's why all of this shit is out there. But what did you do to her for me to tell you what I'm about to send to you right now? What did you do? I know what the fuck I did. I've been dealing with females for a long time. She's supposed to do all of that shit. You mad because she couldn't get with it. That's it.
I'll be honest with you. I was talking to her the whole time. Talking to her, so I want y'all whole business.
Okay, so why did I have to understand? Why did I have to know something about the issues with the weird fetishes? Why did I have to know that? What was the point of telling me that shit? She's supposed to tell the world, yeah, the dude, I couldn't get with him. He's nothing. He's mean or whatever. Yeah, because you couldn't get what you want. But you didn't do nothing, right? So what is the weird fetishes? You know what I'm talking about with the blade.
So you can sleep on it again.
That bitch, this nigga said that sometimes he think about slitting his baby mama wrist while she in the tub.
Don't change the subject. Don't change the subject.
Don't worry about him. Why would she tell me your personal information about the fetishes? That nigga do not fuck with no damn black woman. How do you dream about slitting somebody's wrist while they in the tub? That doesn't even make sense. That's a weird ass nigga. I'm just hoping you know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying exactly what the shit is of it.
We got like 30 more minutes of that shit. This is crazy.
Whoa,
Them
where's
niggas,
that much?
I tried to let the nigga live. You know that shit. Because you been new student. I tried to let the nigga live. But people just couldn't
Yeah.
put two and two together. Like, yo, why the fuck is they cool? They was talking about poly shit and all this stuff. And then what happened, idiot? Like she's so out of her mind. She thinks she's gonna do something by saying, "Yeah, I was about to fuck with him." Cool. Did you tell him why it didn't work out? Like, tell him that part. You really begging for me? You so mad that you forgot that it didn't work because I found out your ass was on meth? Like, get the fuck out of here. You drove all the way from Texas to Kansas and you could not come to my house. I still was being nice. I was like, look, all right, cool, but you can't come around my goddamn family with that shit. Period. It's not gonna happen. Nobody ever put two and two together. Like, what the fuck happened? I just didn't say nothing because it wasn't important to me. Like, I don't need to go, hey, y'all, guess what? King's on meth. You know, and she got cancer. I didn't need to stoop that low. Go ahead and snap and do your crazy shit and everything. I just felt like maybe the nigga she
wasn't gonna tell
depressed
people
because
that.
she on edge. You on meth and you don't know if you gonna die tomorrow or some shit. So I just left her alone. I ain't that fucking weak. Like, look, maybe this is how she gonna ride out or some shit. I don't know, but she kept on pushing the button. I'm still human. You ain't about to tell half the goddamn story. Get that shit out your nose, nigga.
Wow, that's crazy. I had no idea. Man, y'all be having a lot going on, man. I just be
No,
waking
we
I
didn't.
kept
He
telling
shouldn't
you
have came.
it was
up.
So,
deeper than y'all
so
thought it
came up
was. I kept
here.
saying it.
Yeah, he came up here trying to get in some shit he had no business getting in, and he
Who?
thought that just because he played some shit about
Wait, who
Mo,
y'all
that,
talking about?
that Mo was just gonna cower and run away. He was like,
Oh,
"Nah, play." Mo was like, "Play all that shit."
Wait, who y'all talking about?
Thoth.
so
Oh.
yeah, they got cooked up yesterday.
Oh,
So King was
well,
like,
if Mo tell me I can send it to you, I send it to you, child of the sun. It's nothing.
yeah, go ahead, put that shit on YouTube and everything. Shit, what the
Nah, I
fuck?
don't know. I don't know if it's ready for the YouTube, bro.
Put it on
YouTube gonna be
Patreon.
like,
Shit,
uh
let them pay for it. I don't give a fuck.
Put it on Patreon.
I don't give a fuck. That's where the niggas got lost at. I'm trying to figure. They thought they was gonna do something. I got an idea. Let's play this voicemail. What the fuck is that gonna do? That ain't gonna do shit. You still slow. Your ass still got to get off drugs. None of that. You can't defeat me. Like that's not gonna happen. The only way to
Right?
defeat me, the only way to defeat me is to debunk the information. Nothing else is gonna work.
I'm not keep telling you no. The last time I gave y'all
You
my
could
food, I
drop
said
poison
play
in my
about
drink. You
any
could push
y'all.
me off a
And the next
cliff.
day I did the
Put one
same
between
thing.
the eyes,
And
and
that
the
shit in
information still stands. You can't do nothing.
remember I said
That's
eat
what they
some of
don't
my
understand.
grapes. I
They
came back, all
kicking
my
and
grapes was
screaming
gone.
because they trying to get a win. You lost. You get adjusted,
Yeah,
and you
that
just sit
part.
there and cry about it. But yeah, I kept hitting towards it. I kept telling y'all for months, like, it's not what y'all think. This whole shit is fake, man. It's not. It really ain't no beef. It's deeper than you think. Kept trying to tell you.
She can fuck with them all she want. I'm not fucking with them. Them black indigenous people don't like African people. So if you claim to be African, they might be acting like they cool in your face, but they gonna be when they talking trash about African people, they talking about your ass too. You just want to be oblivious to it. I'm not that type of person. They
They
want
be
to
like,
erase the
I'm a
African
different
people in their
African.
family. That's on them.
I'm a
They
different
hate
African.
themselves.
Thank me.
I don't disassociate myself with black indigenous people that's in my family. I accept them just like I accept the African people in my family. They don't want to accept the African people in their family because they hate themselves. I don't have time for that. Who's this?
Boogie on down. On down.
And if don't need to just go ahead and step away from his wife, because I'll never do no shit or say no shit like that in real fucking life.
And I
Your
wasn't
wife
even trying to
is
do that. I was just trying to let
your
the
wife
nigga
is
know,
a
like, if
child. You
if
feel
I
like
know
you
that type
want
of
to
shit,
cut her up and shit.
then
Fucking
obviously this
idiot.
nigga be doing that shit to you. He's kind of he weird. Like he thought about slitting his yada 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 yada. I wouldn't know no shit like that, bro, but from one motherfucking person. Cause you ain't telling me.
You know, everybody get mad at their significant other, but that don't mean you want to chop chop. The
Yeah,
fuck
but
you
you can
gonna
see it
do?
when you
No,
listen now.
you
But
want
you
to
can see it
leave.
though, because we be sitting there trying to talk about a pyramid, and the next thing you know, the nigga like he can't stop. Like he's vital. He would think like that. That's what he do. You sitting there talking pyramid, and then in California, nigga, I'm a fucking pyramid.
When you get
Like
this
I
shit,
do that.
that's how he
I be
is.
talking. I talk normal and then I just go off the fucking hinges because somebody say some weird shit.
Nah, that shit is weird, weird.
nah, but he was like, he didn't he say he was gonna slap y'all? He don't even know
He
y'all.
was up there and he was like,
You
"You want
don't
to
be
talk to the
coming out the blue
Europeans?"
like, nah, I'm gonna slap
Fuck,
you.
I don't.
It's like, oh, you proved me wrong. I'm not. I'm about to slap you.
That
Unless
dude
somebody
crazy.
talking crazy, I might say something crazy back just to be joking around.
Like,
I
okay,
ain't
you
been
definitely
slapped
want
my
to talk
entire
to
motherfucking
the
life. I don't know why it happened this time. Like, when the fuck? Like, I think my daughter is the only person that slapped me.
right?
Like, who the fuck even
She'll
slapped
slap.
me in life?
She'll
That's
slap
crazy.
you. Take the phone and run.
Right? Let me
Oh,
see
get a
it.
girl.
Pop. Like, but ain't no man or nobody ever slapped. Maybe my mama. Like, ain't no
Rapping the floor.
no other person ever slapped me in my goddamn face. Like as a kid or an adult. Like,
Yeah,
why
that
is this is some
he
weird shit?
thought he chin checked us. He's like, yeah, go look this pyramid up. So I put the pyramid up. He was like, yeah. And every time I come up here, I feel like slapping one of you Pan Africans in the face. I'm like, whoa.
Uh,
Then when we proved that that wasn't a pyramid, he ran. He got off the live.
oh, okay.
No, I don't think he ran. I think Tristan blocked him.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I
You
mean that's
said
the
you
one.
was a gangster, but you never popped nothing.
Peace, you guys. Peace.
Hold on.
Peace, peace.
Peace, peace.
Peace, peace. Who that?
How y'all doing?
Oh,
Um,
Shishi, what's
yeah.
up?
Oh, Suit. And it's not that I'm be over there messing with him and stuff like that. That's not even my point. I don't know if it's just me. That's not the point I'm giving. I'm like, we know we have some loose cannonball people that's in our community. But at
Hmm.
the end of the day, at the end of the day, I don't feel like we should be giving it that energy, especially, you know, okay, and I see y'all seeing the comments. So I get it, I have nothing against Brown Girl. But when you're like it's almost seemed like instigating. Like don't keep stuff going on, especially I feel like I'm this is my safe space. Like I'm in here till y'all off. Like this has been my safe space for a long time. So it's kind of like I honestly I really don't care who's here for honestly I don't care personally. And I don't think nobody can erase nobody. I don't think nobody on TikTok have that power. But that's just me. Maybe it's more serious than that. But I don't want to edge it on and then at the end of the day she said clearly to Indigo and clearly to everybody that okay, she's not black, she's not African, and I get that, I respect that. So I'm just taught not. We don't. You cannot. I can't just chop it up with you and yeah, okay. If I talk about it to you because we're the same people, um, then I mean that's just what we're doing. But that don't mean somebody else can just chime in and just be like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, y'all talking about him, I could talk about him too. So basically, I don't want nobody to get confused. That's just literally just what's been said, and I try not to say anything. I do, and I could be wrong. I could be dead ass wrong, but that's just how I feel because that's how I talk. Like if my brother, like I could talk about my brothers and sisters, but the minute somebody else do it, then I got a problem.
Yeah, they
But
don't
then
see
that,
me as they brothers, so I don't care.
well, I'm not even talking about just them. It could be them. It could be the whole. But every indigenous Afro indigenous person is not like that. Yeah,
Yeah, no, we
I
don't
see
All the
the
disrespect
one
somebody.
wait,
problematic ones.
all the ones that I
No,
done associated myself with are
mm-mm.
like that.
Oh, well, see,
So
no, they just come. They
if
those are the
you
ones that's
see
coming
any
for
black
you.
indigenous person that don't think like them, tag me in their video. I would gladly
Oh,
watch it.
I see a lot of them. What do you mean? I know a lot of them. You just don't know them. They don't come in your life because they're not messy like that. They don't
They
be.
got a naturalism of Yahweh's life, and I'll be
No,
all in the
no, no,
comment
no,
section.
no. They don't. No, no, no. Not the ones I'm talking about. They don't. They not even on this side of TikTok.
I know
But
what
there's
you're saying.
decent people out there. Like
I know what you're saying.
seriously.
We don't. If you pay attention, we don't get involved in that type of shit. Like somebody could, it could be singing bear, brown girl, or
Matter of
anybody.
fact,
They could have their own little.
we got a black indigenous person on the team. He don't get in none of this shit.
And
Yeah, they could.
that's all
Somebody
I
could
was
have somebody
saying.
could have a problem with somebody else, and we still get to the point. Thoth was doing that, and they was like, "Yeah, but brown girl this," and they arguing in the comments and like, "But we ain't
Yeah.
talking
See.
about none of that shit you talking about. We talking about us. We talking about
Exactly.
we don't get in between that, but people still got to talk. They got their own little personal issues.
Yeah, they can talk. Yeah,
What
exactly.
up,
With each other.
Swan?
That's their beef. If they have that problem, then that's their problem. Like I almost feel like as I feel like okay, this is how I feel, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I almost feel like this is safe because we're not a threat. Africans are not a threat. They're not claiming anything to be Africa that's safe. So everybody's trying to like, okay, we're like Um, I almost feel like being used in a way, like okay, so like they okay, let's be okay. We have a common enemy, which is whatever is this is the black indigenous, or vice versa. I feel like people feel like that. I don't know. Black indigenous feel like okay, we got a common
Look,
enemy. They're the
Yeah,
native,
a lot
whatever.
of these
we went through
black
it. We went through it.
indigenous
People
people.
people get up here and they try to use us all the time. But I mean,
Y-
we
Yeah,
ain't gonna let it cross a certain line. That just happened with Tristan. We didn't. She didn't.
right.
We didn't do what she wanted us to do and react how she wanted us to react. And then a couple of indigenous people rolled out too.
Yeah.
On
Yep.
both sides, the Native American, the Black
On both
indigenous.
sides,
Yeah, they rolled
exactly.
out because we didn't pick side. We was like, well, hold up. I mean, that's what y'all got going on, but this is what I think about the situation. Other than that, I'm out of there. And what? You're not going to attack? No, this ain't an
Yeah.
attack moment. So we just left it alone, and that divided a lot of shit. Even back when we were talking about spirituality, that
Yeah, they
shit
Yeah.
stopped
happened.
fucking with
It
me.
keeps happening
No, it
over and over and
did.
over.
Yeah, that's true. That
They
happened with
ran
that
out.
too. And I'm just seeing
I
all
got
this
cussed
stuff
out by like
happening.
three spiritual people.
I
Yeah,
think it's
no.
just the difference between like correcting information and then people getting like sensitive about correcting information. That's where a lot of this stuff stem from. Unless people coming for people's like family history. Now that's something else because I honestly can't tell you your family history unless like you being dishonest. That's all a lot of people are saying. Like, don't be dishonest about your family history, but no, we can't tell you. But don't hide like like your African family members and stuff just to fit your narrative. But
Right.
besides that, it's not beef or anything or anything like that. It's just we know we have different opinions, we have different facts. Can you prove what you're saying? If you can't, then that's okay. So don't go out there trying to spread your narrative. Just tell people if you want to know who you are, which is the smartest thing, do your ancestry, do your genealogy. Don't follow a group. Don't follow anyone. I don't want nobody following me. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like
I ain't gonna
just
lie.
point people in the right direction and help them out.
Yep. I ain't gonna lie. I thought I was indigenous too. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, I was on that train too, for a minute, and I'm like, okay, let me just
Yeah,
really
they
figure this shit
almost
out.
got me.
Yeah, I was,
I
I
almost
was saying,
slipped up on the live and said that shit. Well, I just
yeah.
talked to them. All that wasn't yours.
Peace, peace. Yeah, I mean that
Yeah,
happens.
you was
We
bad.
all had,
But
some of our master
Mm,
teachers, they was way smarter than us and we
yeah.
believed them and we find things out
No
later.
controls for the future.
Some
yeah,
of them were right, some of them were wrong.
my
That
people
happened.
did get land, but I found
Mhm.
out when I did further research, it was land because of
Mhm.
the freedmen. So I'm like, okay, they wasn't by blood. You know what I mean? So I have to do.
Freedmen were black African people.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay, well, I said, oh, they got land. They were the they because my grandpa great grandparent they was born on an Indian reservation. So that's where my mind was like, oh, they were born on the Indian reservation. They were.
Yeah,
I didn't.
that's what the
I
freedmen
listen.
was.
When you don't know, you just don't know. Like I said, until I started really reading,
Yo, but what
I
I'm
know all
saying
that
is
now.
black indigenous people, they would get a lot more further in the game if they just linked up with the indigenous people instead of beefing with them. There's
Yeah.
not
Nope.
a lot of the indigenous people, they don't even get into what's going on. They like if
Mm-mm.
they want to claim, they can claim. If they try to erase,
Nope.
hey, that's on them. I'm not trying to beef with them right now.
And
I got
so
bigger things to
I
worry
would
about.
say that,
But
but that's
some of
not
them
true.
like they like, nah, we're not. I'm not letting this slide because everybody's trying to take everything from us. So I
Yes.
got to get into the fight.
Yes, a lot of them don't want to hear. They not if you they it ain't like because you say no and let's live together. No, it's not like that. Because I hear a lot of the natives say too. No, they don't want nothing because you're just not. I don't care what you say. You're not native. You're not indigenous. No matter what you say, I don't care what you say. You're lying. So I mean, then you have that. So it's like I said, it's on both sides because I hear it. I see it. I
It's
see it. I see
extremism
too.
on both sides. It is.
Yes, so that's why I said, yeah. And I look at it and I'm like, I don't, mm-mm, I'm not getting
That's
involved in
that's how
that
it goes.
because
But
it's on
a
both
lot of
sides. Nobody's
uh,
innocent.
most people
It,
are getting used though. Like they don't.
Yes,
Most people are getting used, and these people don't even care. They don't really even know where they from. Don't care where they from. Probably took a DNA test, know their ancestors, who they are, and everything. And they just up here doing this shit for attention.
that's true.
That's the sad part about it. A lot of these people
Yeah,
do not give a fuck at all. It's just for show. It's entertainment.
and that's true. That's
And
true too.
I just want to make it clear. Maybe you're not understanding where I'm coming from. I don't have a problem with any Afro-Indigenous people. A lot of my mutuals are Afro-Indigenous people. My content, I stick up for Afro-Indigenous people. On my live the other night, we were helping Black people on my live try to connect and figure out where they were coming from. So it has
I said,
nothing to
oh, I
do
see
with
two more
Black
strands.
people, Afro-Indigenous people, or people who are trying to connect at all. It's the people like Yahweh and Earth Speaks. It's those people that I have an issue with, and they usually bring the drama to me. I could just be sitting up here joking with y'all in these comments, and then what happened like last night? They will literally come up here and just bring my name up and start shit in here, and I could just be joking around. I'm
Yeah,
Right?
not
Because I
bringing
said,
the.
who the
yeah,
fuck is
but
Melinda? And they're
they're
like, oh, that's
following you.
Brown Girl Pride. I didn't need to know her real fucking name.
But you got to
Just say
understand,
Brown
they
Girl
send
Pride.
it.
Shit.
They're getting screen recordings. They're getting live. I mean, they're getting stuff from, when you talk about this stuff, they're listening into your lives as well as you being in somebody else's life, or they're listening. So if they find something offensive, yeah, you guys are going back and forth because I'm hearing it. I've been hearing it
They
for a
started
while.
it.
Yeah, I don't I'm
Yeah,
not
they
into who
started with the
started it, who
real
finished
or
it.
fake
I don't
stuff,
know who
but
started it. I really don't care. But at the end of the
it
day,
does
that's
matter.
well, it might matter
Look,
to you. I'm saying for me, it doesn't
when I
matter.
first met Vanta, we was just talking about the human genome and how
I
Earth Speak blocked both of us, right? And then he came over here and started fucking with us, and he was just going over the human genome. That's it. He wasn't saying, "Oh, black people aren't. Oh, they weren't the first people over here." None of that. They came over here just because he was going over the human genome, and they started attacking him. Oh well, African people are the black people here are not African, and you got the 12 strand, you got the 15 strand, you got the 9 strand. Like, bro, he's just talking about the Human Genome Project.
no,
And to be
yeah,
clear,
yeah.
when I came across
Hmm.
Sis Live one day, I came across and I was listening to them talk, and I was listening. They were already talking about Earth Speaks and all of them before I even got involved in any of this. I was over on my side
That's
doing my thing,
mostly
fighting
me,
them.
though.
But yeah, but I was over on my side doing my thing, fighting them on my side. I just happened to come across his live one day, and I was listening to them all sit here on the panel talking, and they were like, I was like, oh, y'all fighting with with them too? And we were all joking around, and I started coming in here, and listen, if people don't want me in here, I won't, I
You
will
good?
respect the space.
You
But
good?
I
Oh, I
know,
thought
and that's what I'm saying.
Tristan said she brought you here. That's what she said on that live. So you didn't say anything different.
No, that was that one night that I came up, but I've been.
Yeah, she been in the comment section and stuff, but you can't believe nothing to come out Tristan's mouth because she do a lot of double talk.
I'm so sorry I brought you
But
here.
I'm not going after
She is
all black
tripping.
people. I never have gone after all black people. I have consistently said it time and time and time and time again. It's just this particular group of people. It is not all black people. I know it's not all black people. I have plenty of Afro Indigenous mutuals that are fighting these people too because it's harming them. It's harming them because it makes people question who they are. Because when they go around saying I'm Afro Indigenous, people confuse them with these other people that are claiming to be indigenous when they're not, and they're not. And they have. It's not that they have a connection, or they don't even want a connection. Like they don't want. They are just literally trying to say we are not indigenous and that they are, and they're the originals. That's their whole platform. It ain't got nothing to do. Like people who are mixed. I'm mixed. My ancestry is mixed. Like that has nothing to do with it. It's people who are literally trying to say we aren't who we are, and they come at us with racism all the time. They doxing people. They doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't even have to be in. I could just be sitting here quiet in the comments and not even really saying a whole lot in the comments, and they will bring my name up in here. That's because they just literally have a visceral hate for me. And
Yeah, and you know
I don't
what?
ever say anything but like, the last night I was wrong on something. I correct, I was like, hey, I was wrong. I don't have a problem saying when I'm wrong on something, and I also don't have a problem, but I'll bring my facts too. Like, and that's just like, I don't understand why it's so wrong for me to defend and have the conversations and joke about the same people that everybody in this live in the chat on the panel are talking about. There's people who are in here who are Afro Indigenous. There are people who are Indigenous saying the same thing, and I feel like you're constantly coming for me, even though there
No,
are other
No, I
people
no.
who
think
are
no.
Okay,
not
She was
black in
she was
here
talking to
no.
saying
us
the
too.
same thing.
She was talking to us. She
Yes.
was saying like
Yeah.
she wouldn't. She doesn't feel that it would be cool if just because we having a
No, but
disagreement
in
with
the
somebody
comment
else
section,
to.
she's always atting me in the comment section.
Well,
That's why.
because of
Oh, I
what you
was
Like,
say.
talking about what she
No, no,
just
no,
said. She was
no.
talking to all of
That be
us.
separate things. Because when you make a blanket statement like that, when you make I know it's never all, but people just they will pick up on that, and then you're in this life. All they're gonna remember is, oh yeah, Susan, I just got there. Like they're not gonna say, oh, just brown girl. They in there talk. They. You know what I mean? It's just not a because
well, when we're
I
talking
came in.
about the
This is like an
context when
African life at the
everybody,
end of the day. It's just like me
I
going, okay.
understand that. I understand that, but if the context of everybody's conversation is talking about the same exact people, and I'm talking about the same exact people, so if I'm saying they and everybody else is saying they, then how is it different context? How is it being conflated that I'm speaking about all, or it's seeming like I'm speaking about all? If
Because when
the
you
whole
go out,
context in
when
the
you
chat and on
okay,
the panel,
okay, let me give you a little context. Okay, you know them two people that was in here earlier, the girl and the guy. Like I don't know them. I don't know them,
I don't
and they
know
was
them.
pushing
She's
the
still trying to
fact
get up
that
here, and I'm not letting her in.
that that African, they kept saying African, but guess what? They were doing that to mess with you because they know how you hate, like you get really mad when somebody refer to you as African or black. So they were really messing with you. I know what they were doing. So they were getting aroused out of you to try to get people to see, oh, like, oh yeah, see, you see, she's, so it makes you look like, okay, like, why are you getting so offended? Somebody saying you African or you look black or you from Africa. Why would that offend you so bad? So,
Gotta be like somebody calling us white.
well, yeah, I listen. No, no, no. When you no, you can't be mistaken. Like if you look at brown girl, basically you're trying to say she got some melanin. To me, that's a
She
compliment.
told us, she told us her people migrated out of Africa thousands upon thousands of years ago, but their culture has changed.
I
So the
I understand that. Trust me, I know how it is. That's why I even corrected what's the name in the comments. Like she's not black, she's not African, and then that's cool. At least she ain't trying to be something she's not. But what I'm saying is
but why
when
would that
you,
be offensive if I'm saying, if people
it's
are
not
telling me that I'm something else that I'm not, and I've clearly stated that that's not what I am? How is that
okay.
offensive for me
It's
saying that I'm not
it's
that thing?
it's not. It's like for me it's not nothing. But people are like, okay, well if you're not African, then why are you're in the African space? I get that. I don't
okay,
know.
so what about the time she's came up here and we were just dealing with religion? Because
What
it's
about
like
that?
three times we were talking about religion, and she's came on
Uh-huh.
the panel.
Well,
It
she's
had
already
nothing to
got a
do.
target on her back with them. They got beef. That's just bottom line. That's just what it is. I'm not talking about her
And this is
personally.
what I'm saying.
I
The
added you to when I said, do you think you should get
they got
involved?
beef. They got beef with us. But what a lot of people don't know is that the black indigenous people who don't like African people, they claim that we helped remove them from this land also. But they not telling people that. So they
Fake
like, oh, they want to
success.
make peace with us, but you're trying to insert us with the same indigenous people saying that we helped them kick you off this land. They just don't talk about it a lot.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one, but I mean that's
Yeah, I've heard it.
possible.
I
Like
heard
I
it from the
said,
top. I've been hearing it from the top dogs on this app.
yeah, I
She's
usually when
saying
they
And
what
get
she's
I
saying.
was like, huh? How
What
see,
y'all claim we weren't over here, but now we helped kick you off the land. So
this what she's saying, and
that's
then
why
what
they
she
don't say it. Remember, their claim is we're not African. Before we started applying pressure to them, they were saying that we helped.
Yeah, I
We
don't
were in
know
bed
about
with the
that.
European and the indigenous people and helped kick them off the land. But now since we put pressure on them, they don't say that no more because they're saying we're not African. That there was no slave trade. So now they can't say we helped kick them off the land no more, but they used to say that.
Mm, yeah, I wasn't.
Yeah, she's
I
saying this is what she's saying, y'all. She's saying that just because we got differences with people, it doesn't mean like just go team up with people and go, oh, you don't like them either? Yeah, I don't
thank
like them.
you,
Come on, let's
thank
get
you.
together. She's
Yes,
saying just
yes,
don't be like, don't
yes.
stoop
That's
that low and just
exactly what I'm saying.
just because somebody else don't like them, now we're friends because you don't like that person.
But I've
That's
been
that's
liking.
what she was
Hold
saying.
on, wait, because I've been liking Brown Girl's content before her pages got banned.
No, she's not talking about. She's saying that we shouldn't do that.
E-
Nobody,
Even
the people
with
over
I've
nobody.
there,
been
us,
fucking with
Yeah,
nobody
Stephen
should
Bear
be.
since I
exactly.
got on
Even
this
it's
app.
Yeah,
on both sides. It's
she's
both
saying she's saying
sides.
nobody should be doing that. None of it, not
And
the
I'm not
native, the black
and I'm
native
not
people
asking
or
nobody to
us.
take I'm not asking
Well,
nobody to take sides. I
Yeah,
would
she's not.
never
I don't
say
think
that.
she was
Afro,
directly speaking about anybody. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Afro-Indigenous.
She's
okay, well
saying
she
that
needs
we
to
No,
go.
shouldn't
it's
do
just
She
that.
needs
both.
to go to the hostile Black Indigenous
Uh-uh.
lives and tell them the same thing.
Okay, I'm in your life. Don't do me like that. Come on now. I'm in your life.
Because
If I want to
everybody
be over
comes
there,
to
I
my
will be
live
there.
and they says
No,
this, but when I
because
look, when I'm over
I'm
there and watching
here.
their
That's why I'm
lives, no
saying
one
it.
tells them the shit that they tell us. Why I gotta fucking stop when I didn't start the shit?
Oh,
Yeah, they be talking
and
hella
early
crazy
on, I
too.
have did
I be
that
seeing
before.
some of their lives. They be
I'm
No,
talking
not
early
crazy.
on,
listen.
I have
I'm
did
not
that
gonna
though.
stop until they
My
stop.
live,
So
I just
telling
talk
me to
about
stop,
other
that's a
shit.
waste of time.
No,
Cause I
she
didn't
said we
start it.
shouldn't. She said
I just
nobody
said get it.
should team up with people just because they don't like the other person. Nobody
Mhm.
side should do it.
Mhm.
She's talking
Because
about
it's
the
almost
indigenous
like
people
being
and us
used.
and the Native
We ain't the
Americans
power. I
and the
don't
black
think
indigenous,
nobody's the Power
everybody.
Rangers in this thing.
I don't think
I don't think
anybody's
nobody's the
teaming up.
Power
I think at the end
Rangers.
of the day, everybody's just trying to speak facts
Uh,
and speak truth.
I don't know. I
I
don't
don't
know.
see no team up anywhere. There's been times where I don't agree with y'all on the
I
panel.
see it.
And then
I see that shit on both
I see
sides.
it. I see it on both sides. I do too. Maybe I'm just I'm too alert. I have my phone in my hand all the time. I'm looking at everything. Maybe
Bro, we
that's the
literally
problem.
see people that don't even like each other friends now. They do it.
Yes.
Right?
Everybody's doing that shit. Like it's weird.
This is like high school to me. Like I don't know. I don't see like them relationships as like really real. Like it's like TikTok. Just because they hanging out, don't mean. I
like
mean,
there be times where
it's
I
just
don't always
TikTok.
agree with Mo or things like that. And
I don't
we've
think
had
people in
discussions.
real life like plotting.
We've had
Yes.
discussions and we pull out when we try to but we will try to figure it out and try to come down to the truth. That's all I'm about. I'm not trying, I don't have relationships with anybody off of this app like that. Like I'm not personally teaming up with anybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's just saying it's like
Yes.
preventative. She's saying don't let it
Thank
go
you.
there.
Thank
She's
you.
not saying
Cause
it
I can
happened yet.
see where things
She's
is
saying
going.
it shouldn't go
Yeah.
that way because the lines are starting to be drawn. So she's like, look,
Yes.
don't before
Thank
this even
you.
happens, don't even do
It,
it. She's not
it's
saying
too
do
Thank
that.
late.
you. Thank
It
you.
already happened. The
Thank you.
line's
I'm
Yeah,
no.
they
already
I
talk
been
about
drawn in
attack
the
paying
sand.
Africans.
Yeah, but we have yet to team up with someone just because someone else doesn't like somebody else. She's saying don't go that far.
Wait,
Other people are doing it.
I can't say that. I can't say that.
I haven't.
mm,
If you lying, you lying. If you telling the truth, you telling the truth. I don't get into no. I'm not personal
I
with
was
any of
looking
this
for
shit.
information to destroy this 15 strand genome. So I was researching the Human Genome Project and I ran into VANTA. And then I started liking Vanta's videos and I didn't know that he followed me back and he saw me arguing with Earth Speaks and he went into Earth Speaks comment section and tore him a new one and we both got blocked.
Yeah, I would defend the truth.
Weaponizer.
Yeah, that's all it is. Sometimes,
He
like when
said, bro, he blocked me. I said, huh? Who is this?
it is what it is.
Well, so just so that we're clear, just so there's no confusion. I'm not trying to team up with nobody. I'm not trying to do none of that. I'm here to help with getting to get truth. I learned from everybody in this live. I asked Vanta to send me one of his studies just so that way I can have it, so I can have information myself. Like it to me, I learned from here, and and it helps me be better when I do whatever I do when it comes to helping educate my people on certain things, because I still got people on my side of the on the fence who are indigenous and who don't believe in the out of Africa stuff either, and some of them don't even believe in human evolution. They really stuck on creation stories, which is whatever. But these are things that, like, I can information that I can help educate my people on too. So I'm not trying to team. I'm all about truth and facts and what can be proven and what I got. Some of my people who talking about, we got information that shows we've been here 150 years, and I'm like, it hasn't been fully proven. You can't say that. So like, I have to correct my people too on it. So like, I'm really not trying to be here like to push no kind of agenda. And I'm not trying to team up with nobody. I don't need nobody to take sides from me. I handle my own the way I handle my own. I don't need nobody to back me or support me or take sides from me. I'm still going to do me. And it's not, and I have nothing against anybody. The only people I have anything against are the people who are trying to claim identities and tell us that we aren't who we are. And we've been and maybe you don't know how deep it goes, but it goes real deep because of how much erasure has been pushed on us. And when people say, oh, you can't be erased, yeah, well, you can't be erased by who you personally are, no. But when we're talking about um physically and that has happened to us a lot, just like it has happened to y'all. So like, it is a issue around everywhere. So no, nobody can tell me who I am. Nobody can erase me personally. But as a whole, yes, my people are being erased. Yes, erasure is being pushed, and they doing it legally, and they doing it all kinds of ways. And this is how I help support my people, and how I help fight for my people. I don't. Again, y'all don't have to have my back. I'm not asking y'all to have my back. If you guys want to correct their misinformation, I'm down for it. Cool. I support it, and I also learn from it. I also learn from the information that gets passed. But I just want you to understand, it has nothing to do with Afro Indigenous folks, because I rock with my Afro Indigenous people. They my people too.
Okay, yeah, because I see too much on these. I like I just know. Mo couldn't have said it any better. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it just, before it even gets there, it's just getting too close. Or it's so close. It's too much. So that's why I added Sudan. That's why I asked Sudan, do you think you should be getting involved? I said him to, and he said what he
Bro,
said.
I sat on the sidelines for a hell of a long time.
I get that.
I'm
And,
like,
and
man, when you
the
gonna
thing,
let me? When you gonna let me get out? I'm like, Mo's like, nah, man, just stick to the information. Focus on religion. Don't worry about shit else. And then he just got fed up. Like, you know what, man? He said it's gonna happen sooner or later. He said we can't sit on the sideline. So fuck it. I open the floodgates. And I was like, all y'all come get this smoke. It's prime.
and honestly, these folks are actively harming our Afro Indigenous folks, and it's wrong. It's hurting our Afro Indigenous people. And our Afro Indigenous people are honestly getting it from both sides. They getting people from Africa telling them they're not African, and then they get indigenous people telling them that they're not indigenous. And I'm trying to help combat that too, because they're being invalidated in both circles, and it's not okay.
Well, you know what? I'm just going with my majority, and my majority is African, so that's what I'm going with. Even though I have indigenous, I'm going with my majority. And then it said 77%. That's what I'm going with.
And that's cool. Like, nobody's saying that you can't do that. You have to claim your any indigenous blood that you have. But we do have a lot of Afro Indigenous people that do, especially in the Caribbean, especially in Mexico, and especially in South America. We have a lot of them, and they
Shit,
they get
man.
invalidated on both ends.
I couldn't look at everybody's documentation. That I just don't get involved in that type of shit. I just don't like when somebody trying to say that we ain't African. Anything could be possible. I ain't about to say go. Let me see your paper. 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 There's too many people in the world. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
They could be lying. I have no clue who's really African, who's Native. Nothing. I have no idea at all. But at the same time, you cannot tell somebody else like what they are or erase an entire history. Like Africa is insane to try to erase. Like that is the craziest shit. That's what pissed me the fuck off. And moving locations and shit. It's cool with that having little cults. That's why I didn't really care about it at first. It's just another little cult, but I didn't know that it was going that far. You go that far where you about to erase Africa, like now you bugging the fuck out. But
Yeah,
that's
not
your own personal shit. Like I'm African, native, this, that. I couldn't even prove it. I'm disprove that shit. No, you're not because what? I don't know you.
Yeah,
And
but
me
they
personally, I don't care
erasing
about people's
American history
paperwork.
too, African and American
Yeah,
history at the same time.
and I don't care about people's paperwork because, like I said, Southern Indigenous people, a lot of us don't have paperwork. Like it's not about paperwork for me. It's not even about DNA for me. It's about the cultural connection. Like I do have, and I'm not talking about African DNA from mitochondrial DNA. Like I do have African DNA in recent history, like a 4 or 5 times great grandparent that I don't even know about, but it does show up in my DNA. But that's just a genetic connection. It's not a cultural connection because I have no cultural ties in any way, and there's nothing wrong with that. So like we even have people who were adopted into tribes, African slaves that were adopted into tribes that have cultural connections with our people that don't have no bloodline, and they're fully accepted into these tribes and with these people, with those tribes. So to me, it's always been about a cultural connection for me, for anybody. So whether you got paperwork or not, but if you over here trying to lie about cultures and spread misinformation about people and the cultures and stuff, like that's wrong. It's wrong to spread misinformation and lies about an entire group of people and their cultures and who they are. And it's not just them. Like this information is going. I literally had someone tell me the other day that the only history that they know and that they care about is that the Indians and the Pilgrims celebrate Thanksgiving, and that's why we celebrate Thanksgiving. Like it's that kind of misinformation that gets put out there, and it doesn't, and it affects other people, not just the people we talking about, but not these people who are trying to fake the funk. It's like harmful to our kids. It's harmful to everybody because it's all these histories, regardless if you're indigenous or African, all these kids are learning bad history. And then we keep running into these same cycles that we've been in. And it's erasing who these kids are, and it's making them more lost than they should be. So regardless of what your bloodline is, regardless of any of that, if you don't have that cultural connection or not trying to reconnect in any way, then what is your motive in this? And most of their motive is literally land and money that they never gonna get anyway, because not like the vast majority of us don't even have that.
I was gonna add one thing too because it was one thing that I brought up in my slides. I think it was yesterday or earlier. They actually used this as a war tactic with the Tutsi and the Hutu. Uh, the Europeans were trying to say that the Tutsi actually came from Eurasia and Russia and back into the same region in Africa, in South Africa, and it ended up causing a civil war with the people. So it's like, that's another reason why we peer into history to see certain tactics and stuff that they use to separate people and to cause strife. You know, when like everyone keeps saying, like if that's who you are, like we can't tell you who you are. That's what your genealogy is saying, honestly, because we can't tell you who you are. Then just be that, live that lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? It's really that simple. It's like but everybody's turning into like a little code or something, or a clout chasing tactic. That's the issue, and being disrespected to ancestors, on both sides. So that's really it. I mean,
Yeah,
That's
that's true. That's true. I'm finna drop this. Get out of there. I got a crazy little boy over here. Thank you for letting me up, Susan.
I just wanted to clear it up with you because
Right.
I
Oh
really
yeah.
don't want to with you. You know, like
No,
I
I
really
I
don't.
have no beat. I'm telling you, I don't just like I don't nobody. Like I don't this is weird for me to
Yeah,
even,
she and she did get on other lives though. She did get on
yes.
their lives though. This was a while ago, and
Yeah, I
said, "Look,
have.
why y'all
I've
doing
been
this? Like this is unnecessary." And she does get up there and say that shit to a lot of people. But I think it was more of just, hey, look both ways when you cross the street. She's not. I don't think she's saying anybody did anything. She's just saying don't let it go that far, because that would get weird when you just cool with somebody just because they don't like somebody else. It ain't like authentic. Something eventually will happen when you just because you don't really click up with the person for any good reason. It's just, oh, you don't like that person, cool. I don't either, cool. Now you gotta wait when other shit bubbles up. You're not gonna know that that's how that person was because that's not you didn't get to know them. You just know that they didn't like somebody else. So I get it from both ends of that shit. And a lot of
Oh,
people really caught in between, to be honest. There's a lot of
I
people who we don't even think about who don't, they never even picked a side. They just like, this is weird. I like both of these people. So they just don't say nothing. They kind of like disappeared. But they still here watching because but they deal with both people, but they don't say nothing because they don't want it to look like, well, I like this person or I like that person better or I think this person right. They just cool. They just looking at the information.
and
thank you. That's
I
perfect. I'm sorry. That's perfectly sad because that's true. And it's like, it gets weird. It gets really awkward. It's just weird.
and I agree with you. Like I don't like I said, like I don't want anybody to like purposefully stick up for me or stand up for me. Like I don't ask for nobody to do that. If people do that on their own, that's their thing. But I don't need people to do that for me, and I would never ask for nobody to do that for me. I'm military through and through. So like I stand up for me and for my people, and that's just what I do. I don't need nobody to stand up for me. If people choose to, that's cool. I don't ask for it, and I would never ask for it. I would never. I'm not on that level of having to ask people like, "Oh, why ain't you on my side?" or "Why aren't you sticking up for me?" Nah, that's not me, and it'll never
That's
be
what
me.
they
I want you to
do.
know that.
They ask, how come y'all ain't picking our side? Why ain't y'all helping us? I ain't doing that shit.
So I just want to make that clear. Like I really, if people decide to say something on my behalf, that's because they chose to, not because I asked for it, and I would never ask for that. I have a lot enough voice that I don't need to ask for it.
And then in this particular live, like people that rock with Suit is gonna if Suit rock with you, they're gonna rock with you just because, I mean, this is just people, and it's not like they intentionally, but this is just how. I'm sorry. Let me. Oh yeah.
He
Let
want
me
you to
go.
pick him up.
Yeah, they
Give
did
me
do
a
us like that
hug
though.
now,
Like
mommy.
we literally got told to say something or else. If you don't say something, it's over. Like what the hell are you talking about?
Right?
In the live, DMs, all that shit. I was like, yo, man, y'all tripping. I
You
ain't
see,
doing
like
all that.
Christian she don't fuck with us no more because we said shit she didn't like.
Or didn't
She
say
don't
something.
do it like that.
Both things happened. You didn't say, either you didn't say something or you said something, but she ain't like either one.
I'm not heated.
It's all good though.
Yeah, she be
It
back
is what it is.
All right, y'all. Good night.
in a live.
All right.
yeah, but I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Coastal Native girl.
Hey, Mo,
Yeah.
I need you to do me a favor if you can. If you got a PDF file or anything, I need to find this book right here. See?
That's
Who
time.
is that?
Anchor Maya. That's a book.
Yeah, I just need the PDF file. Because what I'm trying to show you is, you see this joint down here at the bottom? You see
I
that
gotta
right
kick
there?
my light on.
You see that
Yeah.
log? See it? Okay, let's go over here to the videotape. Hold on. Just left out of it. Hold on. And have a look. And this is what the Aztec, Mayan, and the Inca think of it. But when they get to the Olmec, it's a monkey. That's harsh, yo. That's harsh.
Yeah, the howler monkey.
See,
It's
and I
supposed to be the
then what
howler.
is the other one though? What is the other one then? What is the other one?
Uh, I
Now
don't
that
know.
looked like
I've
an
never seen the
Indian,
other
bro.
one. I've never. I don't.
Yeah, that
I've
looked
never
like a
seen that one.
native person.
Right, but
Yeah.
and this one don't look like a person. To me, it look like a person. Same arm
Yeah.
situation, one just above, below. I'm just
But
bringing what happened.
if we comparing the two, it do look like they have like brown
You
girl's
said
head
find
though.
another one. I got another one. So to say that is disingenuous because look at they call it the Mayan, the Aztec, and the
Hold
Inca.
on, wait, zoom in where the ear is. Not that one, the other one. Okay, so is that hair around the ear?
Nope, that's his full ear. You even see how the inside look. You see it. I don't got it ain't no color shade to this one. This one is
Yeah, I
flat. You see,
think
it don't got no
yeah, I
wrinkles.
think they're both human though.
See? And look
I
how
don't
his
see
ear hang
monkey.
off. Look at that. That's
Yeah,
they call that one.
but the yeah, that's what the archaeologist says.
Nah, people at the museum don't call it that. The one with white.
They call it El Negro, but
Exactly. They call it
yeah,
El Negro. That's El
yeah, El
Negro.
Negro, but
Yeah. Here we go right here. El Negro. So and that's what the people, the man that found it said. I would have never came to that conclusion.
Now look, when we get off this black indigenous shit, when we start
Look
rocking out on this religion stuff, I
at
don't
his
want to
ear
hear
at the bottom.
none of the black
Hanging
indigenous
up.
people coming into the live on that indigenous shit. Yeah, we'll never know what it is. That's that's just what we think it is.
Right, but
That's,
I'm not saying what it is. I'm talking about which one they call theirs something totally different. They don't call it an animal when it comes to the Mayan, the Aztec, and the Inca. But when they get to the Olmec, it's a monkey. Why? Why for the rest of them it's not? I showed the book. They don't got the Olmec in it at all. And that's part of the mother culture. It only got those other cultures in it, and they call it something totally different. But when they get to the Olmec, it's a monkey. That don't make no sense to me.
it make perfect sense, Patai. What do they try to identify black people with though?
Right,
So
and that's what I'm
it
getting at.
makes
So when we
perfect
say some,
sense, bro.
right, so when we say somebody not racist, and I say they are, when I pull out the facts that I have, nobody can deny that. That's why I don't gotta argue. I just go to the facts because it's just a
No, I'm talking
perspective.
about the archaeologist dude that named it.
The one that named it El Negro,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
and then the secondary come and name it a monkey. That's somebody works. That ain't the actual museum.
Well, who did that though?
I mean,
That's what he.
technically,
That's what they
I
got.
still didn't see that yet, though. I think I took I put the keywords down. I don't know. It didn't pop up. I couldn't find anybody calling it a monkey.
Right.
But I don't know if
Well,
it was
there
on
is
what
a
he was
group
reading.
though on their Reddit stuff. They say that and all that, but it ain't no
Even if I seen it, I probably still wouldn't do that. Though. Still wouldn't call it a monkey. Like
exactly.
I couldn't do that. I ain't gonna do that.
I've been through. This is no lie. Over 50 books, and everybody state what they state. Maya, Aztec, Incan, and they don't even got the Olmec in their book. Every last book I've been through don't got no Olmec in their book. And it's the mother culture. As far as structures, yeah, ain't nothing bigger than that shit.
have y'all seen the other statuettes and
And
artifacts
you was
too?
doing that last night.
Yeah,
With the baby that, yeah. So I mean, they all didn't look the same.
right. I got the one with the baby in the hand and all that. Yeah, but I was just dealing with this little fact right here because that monkey shit is crazy. And then people be wondering where they get the idea from. That's the idea right there. That's all I'm showing is why would people say they try to say Darwin. It ain't Darwin. It ain't Darwin theory. It's that shit. It's that shit.
This is literally one statue. They had statues of monkeys with earrings.
Yeah, but that might not be a statue of a monkey though. That's what Patah getting at.
And I ain't just talking. I'm showing what
'Cause
they
I ain't
think the
never
one.
seen no. I ain't never in my life see no monkey with earrings, unless a European put it up.
Well, I've seen it on YouTube and stuff and
Right, but
Instagram.
those are called
Who put the earring on the monkey though?
right. Right. So that's zoo types or zoomorphic type. We know that we have those, but I'm looking at somebody that look like somebody in my family. Nobody can tell me that ain't no way. Ain't no way. This ain't early stages of leaving out of Africa. Mm-mm. This is not that.
It could be a monkey god. We
Yeah,
don't know.
Yeah, Egypt got them one that they use too. They use the baboon. They even use the bone of the baboon to do the mathematics. So they got one too. Ain't saying it don't happen, but that don't look like one to me. Not
I
Uncle
ain't think
John,
about
Uncle Russell.
yeah. I see. I seen that a minute ago though.
Right, but do you catch my concept on how when everybody else got it, it means something different. But when it gets to the Oleg joint, it's a monkey.
Yeah, I
That's weird.
understand.
Yeah, I don't think everybody agreed last night. It was a monkey, it was a person. We have dark skinned natives, it was a helmet. It
Right.
was a
I
lot of
didn't
different
want to just
things.
I didn't want to just be talking. I can go get it. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why. That's why I
Yeah,
want that book. I need that book. I want a
Oh yeah,
PDF
my
of
bad.
it.
Hold on. Let me see the name again.
it. Don't do that.
Yeah, brown girl. I don't think
yeah,
it's like you're not going to care about that. That's not even important to you. No offense. Like you said, like that doesn't even matter. It's not even important. It doesn't matter. To them it does because they're identifying with it.
It's called Eyewitness Book.
a
What
human
you
and a
say?
monkey.
Aztec,
That is possible,
Inca, and
but
Maya.
yeah,
You got it?
Yeah, we got about 3 more minutes, dog, and we out.
but
Hey,
yeah,
you know what I did really notice in there though?
there's
Look,
more evidence.
that red, black, and green. Look at that. Watch this. Look at that red, black, and green. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. Look, that's tough. And I don't know if that come like that. I haven't never seen that. That's why I want the book.
Yeah, yeah, all they gotta do is find some bodies or something.
Mm,
Mm,
Shit, I ain't trying to find no bodies. I just know that ain't a monkey. That's what I'm saying. I ain't looking for no bodies.
yeah, it is tough, but I don't know.
mm. I'm about to go ahead and
'Cause
shut
it
it on
is
down, y'all.
argued, but it is what it is.
Damn sure is. All right, then to the AM, you heard?
A small Olmec figure with a helmet. Yeah, the rubber people. I heard that before. A rubber helmet.
All
A
right.
rubber helmet.
I'm gonna wait for the sun to come up so I can travel on a sun ray to the store. Buy some milk. Dude was tripping, yo.
Yep, that's true. Mayans,
No,
Mayan
you condensed
ancestors made
sunlight.
it.
No, you're condensed carbon. No, no, brother. You're plasma.
You're 6,000 ether.
It's deep waters out there when you're dealing with them mathematics. Speed
The
of
African
light and all that.
ancestors said that we came from the stars. How we get here with the spaceships? No, brother. We didn't travel on the spaceships. We traveled through the sun rays. So you mean to tell me that the sun rays reach all the way to the stars, bro? Stop. They just say anything. He's gonna say we galactic Morris. That's what he was gonna say. We're galactic Moors, brother. We came from the stars. But we landed in Morocco because that's their nationality. All right, y'all. I get at y'all later on.
All right.
Big.
Peace,
All right.
peace, y'all.